Chapter 747, The Light in the Midst of Darkness. Chapter 747, The Light in the Midst of Darkness. The black-armored demon god should be completely asleep and he can't resist at all. As long as we find him, we can kill him. Ian tightened his grip on Lin Shintong's hand. Although it seemed like they were faced dead ends, all they needed to do was carefully analyze the situation. They only needed to do two things. Firstly, they had to grasp spatial dimension laws. Secondly, they had to recover their strength, and it would be best if they could make a cultivation realm breakthrough, so they could control more powerful energies, but they would then be able to gain dominance over spatial dimension laws and forcefully break through the thick spatial barrier. There was no one to guide them for the first point. Without any inheritance to learn from, how was one to gain nomological insight independently? That was truly as difficult as ascending the heavens. As for the latter point, this dimension did not have any yuan qi. Simply eating pills or relics restored impure yuan qi. This made it difficult for them recover to their peak states. And to attempt at making a breakthrough in cultivation realm, so they could control more powerful energies, that was something even more impossible. As Yun was ruminating over possible actions, Lin Shintong moved towards the spatial barrier. She stared intently at the spatial barrier's energy flow, slowly pondering over its mysteries. Just using a spatial barrier and its energy flow to gain insight into the mysteries within was an extremely difficult method. It required extraordinary perception. Although Lin Shintong had very good perception, she had a lacking foundation. Her horizons were limited, and she was much worse when compared to the 12 Empyrean Heavens elites. If the elites of the 12 Empyrean Heavens could not gain any insight of spatial dimension laws from a spatial barrier, then it would be even harder for Lin Shintong to do so. But even so, Lin Shintong still proceeded without hesitation to try to understand the cold spatial barrier. She concentrated intently and was extremely meticulous. Lin Shintong seldom said any words that voiced her feelings or resolve. Instead, she would just face all difficulties and obstacles together with Yun, like it was a matter of course. She never lacked the courage to wield her sword to cut through a thorn-filled path together with Yun. Just like a decade ago, Lin Shintong had been given a death sentence with her naturally in meridians. Despite there being no means to join her terminated meridians up, she still silently fought against her fate, never giving up. Lin Shintong stretched her hand out as she gingerly touched the black spatial dimension barrier. As her slender fingers gently tapped on it, ripples began to appear on the black screen, like the surface of water. On these ripples, she could see numerous runes flicker. These runes had formed a lock, sealing the black screen. This was a lock that the black-armored demon god had left behind. That was to say, if Yun and Lin Shintong wanted to charge out of this independent space, not only would they have to gain insight into spatial dimension laws and break through the spatial barrier, they had to also crack open the runic lock that the black-armored demon god left behind. Difficult. 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 Ian breathed gently as his gaze was absorbed by the black screen. All he saw was deep black. However, the purple crystal began to activate at this moment, allowing him to see the profoundly formed energies. They were like chains intertwined with each other. The purple crystal's vision could see through the origins of energy. Back in the saber tomb, Yun had managed to gain insight using the purple crystal. It was the same this time. Although spatial dimension laws were extremely abstruse, in the purple crystal's vision, the trajectories of spatial energy was extremely clear. However, being able to see things clearly did not mean comprehension. The saber tomb's text were a form of inheritance, so being able to see it clearly meant comprehension. This was like making a replica of a key. Once he could see it clearly, just copying it would produce a similar key. But for the spatial energies contained in the spatial barrier, they were the most primitive heavenly Tao laws. Trying to comprehend his own version of Tao from it was equivalent to looking at a lock. He needed to first understand the principles behind opening a lock, before he could consider creating a key. That was more than 100 times harder. However, Yi Yun did not know the principles behind opening a lock, nor did he have anywhere to learn it from. Yi Yun swallowed a superior-grade relic in front of the spatial barrier and sat down. As he stared intently at the spatial barrier, the surging gray spatial energies appeared like bobbing water waves to him. Their flow trajectories looked perfect and harmonious, containing a mysterious charm. Seeking enlightenment was a dull and lonely process, especially when it came to gaining insight to such a profound Tao like spatial dimension laws. It was made even more obscure and arduous. There were 3,000 great Tao and martial arts constituting a wide variety. Warriors would usually be able to gain insight into a very limited number of Tao throughout their entire lives. These Tao were of different grades. The highest were the Great Tao of Origins. There were very few types of Great Tao of Origins. They exceeded all the other laws and they were the most difficult to gain enlightenment on, as well as the most difficult Tao to master. Other than the difficulty of making any breakthroughs while meditating over the Great Tao of Origins, just trying to find manuals or heritage that described the Great Tao of Origins was nearly impossible. Any manuals that could describe such Tao was a rare treasure. For example, Chaos Tao was a Great Tao of Origins. One level lower were the Great Tao of Supremacy. The Yin and Yang Tao that Yi Yun and Lin Xintong cultivated were Great Tao of Supremacy. Now, the spatial dimension Tao that they were trying to understand, or Chrono Tao, Life and Death Tao or Immortal Tao were all Great Tao of Supremacy. Trying to independently gain insight to a Great Tao of Supremacy was extremely difficult. Yi Yun also did not know how far he could go in his enlightenment. Many a time, getting stuck at a point during enlightenment could leave one stuck for more than a decade. As for Yi Yun, it was a race against time. If he could not beat it, it meant death. And at this moment, Yi Yun realized that there were dots of light shimmering on his body in the purple crystal's energy vision. These dots of lights looked like luminous jewels in the night as they sparkled. Oh! Yi Yun understood something and naturally knew what the dots of light were. Stretching his hand out, the dots of light landed on his palm. Tao Leaf. This Tao Leaf had withstood the black-armored demon god's strike, saving his life. Although the black-armored demon god's attack was extremely powerful, it was nothing compared to the Tao Leaf. It did not even leave a mark. This was only right, but what made Yi Yun astonished was that this Tao Leaf could emit such bright light, despite there being no yuan qi fluctuations in this completely isolated alternate dimension. It was expirating Origin's energy, and it was unknown where this energy came from. Although this alternate dimension was isolated from everything else, it could not isolate Tao. Its existence in itself was a part of Tao. Yi Yun looked at the Tao Leaf. The sparkling lights emitted by the Origin's energy could only be seen through the purple crystal's vision. The heavenly Tao runic patterns formed veins on the Tao Leaf, and the energy was flowing through it like the flow of blood. The Tao tree that was born out of chaos embodied the 3,000 great Tao, and within all of that, it contained the Chaos Tao. As for the other great Tao of Supremacy, including Spatial Dimension Tao, Yin-Yang Tao, etc., they were naturally a part of it. It had become a part of the Tao Leaf's runic patterns. As he held onto the Tao Leaf, Yi Yun took a deep breath as his eyes sparkled with a strange twinkle. Not long ago, you separated yourself from the Tao tree to follow me. I will not be an insult to you. I'm sorry for nearly having my confidence shaken just now. Yi Yun grasped the Tao Leaf tightly. Indeed, he did not have spatial dimension heritage, but he had the Tao tree's lead that accommodated the 3,000 great Tao. This was one of the sources of heavenly Tao. With the Tao Leaf, it was equivalent to having the best spatial dimension heritage. With the Tao Leaf in hand, why would he need to have his confidence shaken? Back in the Pyongyang Sword Palace, Yi Yun had sat quietly underneath the Tao tree, gaining insight into the withering Tao by himself. Furthermore, it was the withering Tao that came from the Tao tree of chaos. Now, inside the spatial barriers formed by the black-armored demon god, he did not believe that he could not gain any insight into spatial dimension Tao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 748, Fishing in Troubled Waters. Chapter 748, Fishing in Troubled Waters. 3 months had passed since Yi-Yun was sucked into the alternate dimension. In the past 3 months, the area where Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong had disappeared was constantly guarded, as people hoped that they would escape from the alternate dimension. Unfortunately, after so many days, this place remained quiet and tranquil. There was not a single spatial dimension ripple. The dense blood clouds that had gathered there had long dispersed. The remote mountains were restored of its peace, but it was littered with collapsed mountains. The huge pit in the ground that had a diameter of 5 kilometers indicated how intense the battle was 3 months ago. At the bottom of the pit, there was still magma that had yet to cool down, making it resemble a volcano's mouth. However, the God Advent Tower, which was previously immersed in the magma lake, had been pulled out. Without Yi-Yun's control, the God Advent Tower had shrunk down to 10 feet in size. It began absorbing Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi so as to replenish the energy it had consumed during the battle. The desolate race had fished the God Advent Tower out and they had sealed it inside the palace. Without Yi-Yun, no one could control the God Advent Tower. The desolate race hoped that Yi-Yun would be able to return safely in 20 years' time, and regain control of the God Advent Tower, so the world could truly tide through the apocalypse. However, everyone knew that for all to happen was equivalent to a miracle. On this day, the Sanctuary Island couple led the human race, as they planned to leave the divine wilderness. The desolate race had already prepared 2 imperial kings to escort them back to the Tian Yuan world. In the battle with the black-armored demon god, the legendary human and desolate race figures had all suffered seriously. Many of them dropped in cultivation realms. It was unlikely that they would recover before the battle in 20 years. It was fated that the second apocalypse in 20 years would be even more tragic. For this, the legendary figures felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Actually, they also knew that even if they recovered to their peak states, it would still be useless. Whether they recovered their peak states or not just meant the difference between a smaller or bigger ant in front of the black-armored demon god. This truly gave them a helpless sense of sadness. Sanctuary Island Lord, take care. The former Desolate Queen led the legendary Desolate race figures to bid farewell to the Sanctuary Island couple. In the battle 3 months ago, the legendary human figures had sacrificed a great deal as well. Without them, the desolate race's sacrifice would be even worse. At the critical moment, the legendary human figures had attacked, slowing the black-armored demon god's offensive down. Your Majesty, we will return to the divine wilderness in 19 years' time. Regardless of the outcome, we will face it together. The Sanctuary Island Lord sighed. At this moment, his heart was heavy. The period of 20 years was like the wait for receiving their death sentences. When the time came, how would the world turn out? Just as the Sanctuary Island Lord was thinking. Boom! An explosion sounded out from the desolate race's palace. Plumes of black Yuan Qi shot up into the sky. Everyone was alarmed as they looked back. The desolate race's palace had been attacked. What is the meaning of this? The former desolate queen's heart sank, as she sped towards the area where the explosion was. The Sanctuary Island couple followed closely behind. The few of them arrived at the explosion nearly instantly. They saw the palace in ruins as it had been blasted apart by Yuan Qi. Amongst the destroyed walls, a Yuan opening desolate race elder lay on the ground covered in blood. All his meridians had been severed and his dantian was destroyed. He had been killed. Elder Qingyue. The former desolate queen was enraged as she looked around but she saw nothing. God Advent Tower. Someone has stolen the God Advent Tower. The former desolate queen's expression immediately turned extremely ugly. This palace was where the God Advent Tower was sealed in. Someone had broke into the palace in broad daylight, killing a desolate race elder, stealing the God Advent Tower away. What did you say? When the Sanctuary Island couple heard the former desolate queen's words, they were infuriated. Young hero Yi's battle with the black-armored demon god had saved the desolate race and human race. Because of that battle, his survival is still unknown, yet someone took this opportunity to rob young hero Yi of his treasure? One had to know that companion treasures of warriors were imbued with a spiritual imprint. Without the owner around, and the treasure obtained by someone else, slowly refining it would wipe the treasure of the imprint. After all, a spiritual imprint was no match against an expert. Just thinking of how someone took advantage of Yi Yun being sealed to forcefully wipe out the imprint he left on the God Advent Tower, made many legendary human and desolate race figures furious. Yi Yun was separated from the God Advent Tower by a spatial barrier, so his control of the God Advent Tower was extremely weak. To fish in troubled waters was an extremely despicable act. Let's split up and chase after that person. We cannot let that person succeed. The Sanctuary Island Lord said angrily. He had a hunch that this was done by a human. The desolate race was united by a queen, and they had the religion of the sacred spirit. They were much more united than the human race, so it was unlikely that they would steal what was in their care. And for a human to do such a thing at this moment made the Sanctuary Island Lord furious. Chase after him. Shepherd Boy was the first to fly out. His body transformed into a blue beam of light, as he moved extremely fast. Shepherd Boy could sense the heaven-earth yuan qi fluctuations, so he could chase after that person. For a person who could instantly kill a yuan opening realm elder, it had to be a heaven ascension mighty figure. For a heaven ascension realm expert to escape at high speeds, he would naturally leave behind yuan qi fluctuations. Behind Shepherd Boy, the human and desolate race experts chased closely behind by using the yuan qi fluctuations. Everyone in this group was extremely powerful. Even though they had been injured in the battle with the black-armored demon god, they still had their speed. After they chased a few thousand miles, the yuan qi fluctuation began to dwindle till it finally disappeared. A bunch of legendary figures saw Shepherd Boy, who was the first to fly off, standing still alone mid-air not far from them. There was no trace of the person who had stolen the God Advent Tower. The yuan qi fluctuations ended here. Shepherd Boy said with a frown. The Sanctuary Island Lord's face turned ashen. Preposterous. Previously, there were many legendary human figures who chose not to fight the black-armored demon god. For that, the Sanctuary Island couple did not think much of it. After all, everyone had their own thoughts. In the eyes of many, remaining in the remote mountains to fight the black-armored demon god was equivalent to dying in vain. Hence, they had the right to leave. But now, someone had stolen the God Advent Tower that Yi Yun left behind in front of them. This behavior was too despicable. This person is extremely powerful. I couldn't keep up. Shepherd Boy said as he shook his head. He was indignant as Yi Yun had saved the desolate race and Jiang Xiao. Yet, he could not even protect the God Advent Tower that Yi Yun left behind. If he could not find the God Advent Tower, regardless of whether Yi Yun was alive or dead, he felt ashamed to face Yi Yun. This matter is likely done by a human. I'm really ashamed. I will answer to all of you. The Sanctuary Island Lord said with a sigh. He had a guess who was the one who robbed the God Advent Tower, but he couldn't be sure. Then we will trouble the Sanctuary Island Lord. The God Advent Tower is of great importance, so please do it with great urgency. The former desolate queen was clueless about how to retrieve the God Advent Tower, so she could only rely on the Sanctuary Island couple. However, she knew that with the Sanctuary Island couple injured, their cultivation levels had deteriorated. They might not be able to recover their peak conditions, and to search for the God Advent Tower in the vast Tian Yuan world? Difficult. Your Majesty, don't worry. Although a treasure separated from its owner can have the imprint wiped off easily, the God Advent Tower is no ordinary treasure. Regardless of who wants to wipe away young Master Yi's imprint, it wouldn't be that easy. The Sanctuary Island Lord said, before he bade the desolate race farewell, and embarked on the return journey back to the Tian Yuan world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 749, The Pagoda Stealer. Chapter 749, The Pagoda Stealer. Tian Yuan World, Umbriferous Divine Palace. It was a black palace situated at the bottom of a dark valley. This valley was perennially covered in darkness, without seeing light. It would usually be dimmer in valleys, so the interior of the Umbriferous Divine Palace was pitch black. Mortals would not be able to see their fingers in front of them. But in the Umbriferous Divine Palace, warriors were able to easily see around them. At this moment, in a large hall in the Umbriferous Divine Palace's core, there was a hexagonal altar. A miniature 6-story pagoda was placed on the altar. This small pagoda was Yi Yun's God Advent Tower. Now, the God Advent Tower was completely sealed in the Umbriferous Divine Palace. Around the God Advent Tower, dark red runes would occasionally appear in the hall. Energy waves would follow this runes and be transferred into the miniature pagoda. Every energy flow brought with it a dark red glow. The glow pulsed like flowing blood in veins. This was a blood sacrifice array. The goal of setting this array was to wipe the imprint that Yi Yun had left on the God Advent Tower away. It was best way to wipe an imprint away using intense blood, qi, and killing aura. Dozens of black-robed monks stood around the blood array. They were chanting ancient curses as their voice runes turned into demonic energies that were injected into the array before being injected into the God Advent Tower. And in the middle of the array, the God Advent Tower stood there in a lusterless state, silently experiencing everything that being was done to it. After leaving the Great Empress Mystic Realm, the God Advent Tower had lost the support of the Great Empress Mystic Realm's arrays. Now, it was only Yi Yun's enchanted treasure. And without Yi Yun around, the God Advent Tower didn't have any intelligence. It would not retaliate against enemies that violated it. Hence, this bunch of people dared to slowly refine the God Advent Tower. If Yi Yun was around, a simple rumble of the God Advent Tower was enough to shock the black-robed monks into meat paste. Now, the refinement of the God Advent Tower wasn't going very smoothly. The arrays in the God Advent Tower were extremely profound and intricate. It was impossible to understand the array formations, so what they could only do was slowly deplete the God Advent Tower's array formations of their energy. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in this Umbriferous Divine Palace was isolated by the blood array. Without Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi being provided to it, the God Advent Tower had no way of replenishing its energy. And in the battle with the black-armored demon god, the God Advent Tower had been greatly depleted of energy. It was the best opportunity to refine the God Advent Tower. I don't believe that with 20 years, I won't be able to deal with a dead object. A gray-robed man enveloped by black gas walked out of the Umbriferous Grand Hall. His skin was pale, and there was a strange cursed seal on the middle of his eyebrows. He looked extremely sinister. Refining this pagoda 24 hours a day, without a single break, only until the pagoda's energy is drained completely. If you are able to do that, I will reward you generously. If you can't, then none of you are worthy of living. The gray-robed man said with a cold voice. These black-robed monks were nurtured in the Umbriferous Divine Palace. They had been taken in since they were young, and they were Death Knights loyal to the Umbriferous Divine Palace. The Umbriferous Divine Palace was a mysterious faction in the Tian Yuan world, and its owner was considered the number one person in the Tian Yuan world, sovereign of the Eventide. 1 year ago, the sovereign of the Eventide and the Sanctuary Island couple had established the Tian Yuan Elder Consortium. They had invited Yi Yun, and the sovereign of the Eventide had targeted Yi Yun unfairly, intending to get Yi Yun to sign a soul contract which promised to never attack the Tian Yuan world's factions when he one day became strong. However, Yi Yun ignored him completely and it even turned into a fight. Shin Tu Patriarch had fought Yi Yun, and he had nearly been killed by him. Finally, if not for the sovereign of the Eventide interfering, Ascension 2 patriarch would have been destroyed by Yun. Although the sovereign of the Eventide saved Ascension 2 patriarch, he could do nothing about Yun, and he had to let Yun leave freely. At that meeting, the sovereign of the Eventide became enemies with Yun. Later on, when the black-armored demon god appeared, the sovereign of the Eventide had disappeared. In the Divine Wilderness's remote mountains battle, the Sanctuary Island couple led the legendary human figures in battle. But as the number one human, the sovereign of the Eventide did not show up. From the moment that the black-armored demon god appeared, the sovereign of the Eventide had vanished. Only now did he appear, but only to steal the God Advent Tower. If Yun was here, he would probably find it hard to recognize the sovereign of the Eventide. This was because, back at Greatsword Mountain, Yun saw the sovereign of the Eventide as a thin old man, and he looked like a walking zombie. But now, the sovereign of the Eventide was a middle-aged man with pale skin. He looked a lot different. The sovereign of the Eventide had eyed the God Advent Tower for a long time ago. Now, with Yun sealed, it was the best opportunity for him to obtain the God Advent Tower. The only problem was that refining it was extremely difficult. At this moment, a red-dressed girl walked into the hall and knelt down on one knee in front of the sovereign of the Eventide. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining the God Advent Tower. However, in 20 years, I wonder how the Lord will handle the appearance of the black-armored demon god? This red-dressed girl was also groomed by the umbriferous Divine Palace since she was young. She was loyal to the sovereign of the Eventide, but she knew that over all these years, despite the sovereign of the Eventide hiding his true strength, and even if he obtained greater strength through the God Advent Tower as his personal treasure in 20 years' time, he would still be powerless against the black-armored demon god. Black-armored demon god? The sovereign of the Eventide sneered. He is an ancient demon god that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Even if his current strength is less than 1% of its original self, it is not something that we can handle. That bunch of foolish people even thought of killing the black-armored demon god. That is completely absurd. Thankfully, Yun was dumb enough, hence, giving me this opportunity. Now that Yun is lost in the alternate dimensions maze, and doesn't even know spatial dimension laws, there is no way that he can come out. It would be useless even if he knows that I am refining the God Advent Tower. I also have no plans on fighting the black-armored demon god. This Tian Yuan world is considered an abandoned world, but in fact, there are spatial nodes that connect it to the 12 Empyrean heavens. With the God Advent Tower, I should be able to use those spatial nodes to head to the 12 Empyrean heavens. As for the appearance of the black-armored demon god in 20 years, what would that have to do with me? As long as I'm in the 12 Empyrean heavens, who cares if the Tian Yuan world perishes? When the time comes, those idiots in the Tian Yuan world as well as that barbaric race in the Divine Wilderness will all die. Sovereign of the Eventide said with a grin. Of course, this was all on the premise of him refining the God Advent Tower. As he looked at the God Advent Tower, he waved his hand gently, and a huge squarish seal flew out of his interspatial ring. The squarish seal shimmered with a pale gold luster and looked extremely heavy. The seal hovered mid-air, and it spun with a buzz as it emitted black beams of light in all directions. Suppress! Waving his hand downwards, the seal slammed heavily on the God Advent Tower. Dang! A crisp metallic collision sounded, as the altar shook vigorously, like it could not withstand the impact. However, the God Advent Tower remained still. Instead, the pale gold seal was sent flying away. The sovereign of the Eventide took a deep breath. The more powerful the God Advent Tower was, the more excited he became. Only such a treasure was worth him putting in so much effort. A voracious smile appeared at the corner of his lips as he muttered to himself in a deep voice. What a good treasure, but no matter how good a treasure is, it is just a treasure and it is dead. Without your owner present, I'll smash down on you 100 times a day. I want to see how long that array of yours can last. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 750, Statue Shatters. Chapter 750, Statue Shatters. In the alternate dimension where the black-armored demon god was sealed, Iyun sat quietly in meditation. A green leaf floated not far away from him. As the green leaf spun, it fluttered through the void slowly, entering the spatial barrier at times before appearing once again. A spatial barrier that could isolate heaven-earth Yuan Qi was completely ineffective against the Dao leaf. As the Dao leaf entered the spatial barrier time and time again, Iyun's consciousness followed the Dao leaf as he experienced the spatial dimensional powers in the spatial barrier, so he could be enlightened on spatial dimension laws. The spatial dimension laws in the Dao leaf were far closer to the origins of spatial dimension powers than the spatial barrier. It was formed out of the chaos when the universe first was formed. Back then, heaven and earth had yet to appear and space itself had yet to form. The universe began from chaos before yin-yang and spacetime formed. Finally, the five elements appeared, forming all matter. The spatial dimension laws of chaos could be said to be the essence of spatial dimensions. Hence, when the Dao leaf flittered through the spatial barrier, the power of the spatial dimensions barrier would even open up, like it was evading the Dao leaf. Wherever the Dao leaf passed, there would be energy flow left behind. All this could be clearly seen in Iyun's energy vision. For Iyun to have the Dao leaf and the purple crystal at the same time, this unique method of Dao enlightenment was truly unrivaled. Unfortunately, this method of Dao enlightenment could not be shared with Lin Xintong. The Dao leaf had fallen for Iyun, while Iyun had been sitting under the Dao tree for more than half a year to seek enlightenment. Furthermore, it was done in the Pure Yang Sword Palace. Now, even though Lin Xintong could see the Dao leaf, the insights in the Dao leaf could not leave as deep an impression on her as much as Iyun. However, Lin Xintong's perception was surprisingly good. She was extremely focused on her martial path. Even if gaining insight in her present situation was extremely difficult, she did not falter one bit. Suddenly, Iyun frowned, and opened his tightly shut eyes. It was like two lightning beams that flashed in the dark alternate dimension. God Advent Tower. While Iyun was in a mystical state of meditation, he suddenly sensed the abnormal changes to the God Advent Tower. It seemed like someone was attacking and refining the God Advent Tower. He had been pulled into the alternate dimension by the God Advent Tower, while the God Advent Tower had been left behind with the desolate race. No one in the desolate race would use this treasure, what more attempt to refine the God Advent Tower. Iyun guessed that something had happened to the God Advent Tower. Someone had used some trick to steal it from the desolate race. Now, that person was trying to wipe the imprint he had left in the God Advent Tower away. As the possessor of the God Advent Tower, his spiritual connection with the God Advent Tower had weakened a lot due to the spatial barrier. However, he was the first to realize it when someone attempted to refine the God Advent Tower. Regardless of who that person was, it was impossible for that person to take it for himself. That was the Azure Yang Lord's enchanted treasure. It was not something that anyone could refine, however. The spiritual imprint he had left in the God Advent Tower was different. If that person kept draining the God Advent Tower's arrays of their energy, and by cutting the provision of heaven-earth Yuan Qi, the God Advent Tower would not be able to replenish its energy. Then, the energy in the God Advent Tower's arrays would slowly dissipate, and it would not be able to protect the spiritual imprint that he left in the God Advent Tower. When that happened, his spiritual imprint would be forcefully wiped away. This would cause non-trivial damage to Iyun's soul. Things went from bad to worse. Iyun took a deep breath and he ignored the God Advent Tower. He shut his eyes once again. Despite knowing of something happening, it did not cause any changes to his mental well-being. It was useless being anxious while trapped in the alternate dimension. The only thing he needed to do was gain insight into the spatial dimension laws, so he could finish the black-armored demon god. In the umbriferous divine palace. Boom! 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 A deafening explosion happened again and again. The sovereign of the Eventide had once again put his pale gold seal away and looked at the undamaged God Advent Tower. He would slam on the God Advent Tower every day and night. The blood sacrificial array was also constantly in a circular motion, but this was an extremely slow way of draining the God Advent Tower of its energy. If this went on, it would take them at least another 7 or 8 years before they could fully drain the God Advent Tower of its energy. Back then, in Iyun's fight with the black-armored demon god, the black-armored demon god had attempted to break through the God Advent Tower's array, but he did not do so. Instead, he used spatial dimensional forces to bind the God Advent Tower. This was because breaking through the array required a long period of time. And compared to the black-armored demon god's strength, the augmentation of the sovereign of the Eventide's pale gold seal and the blood sacrificial array were inferior to the aftershocks of the black-armored demon god's blow. Although the God Advent Tower was drained of a great deal of energy, the remaining energy could be described as being as massive as an ocean. It was extremely difficult for the sovereign of the Eventide to use such methods to drain the God Advent Tower of its energy. The sovereign of the Eventide was beginning to feel impatient. After all, there was still the threat of the black-armored demon god. He needed to speed things up. If he could increase the pale gold seal's offensive strength, it would be much easier to drain the God Advent Tower of its energy. And for this to happen, the sovereign of the Eventide had long figured out a solution. This was also the second thing that the sovereign of the Eventide thought of doing. After taking another look at the God Advent Tower, the sovereign of the Eventide revealed a sinister smile. With a flash of his figure, he disappeared from the umbriferous divine palace. His goal was the desolate race. And at this moment, in the desolate race's territory. After having the God Advent Tower stolen under their eyes, many members of the desolate race were furious. They also felt that they had let down Iyun. Iyun had saved the desolate race, yet they could not even protect Iyun's treasure well. However, they also knew that the person who stole the God Advent Tower was a Heaven Ascension realm expert. Even the shepherd boy and the Sanctuary Island Lord had failed to catch up to that person. So even if they were furious, they could not do a single thing. Here, they could only guard the void where Iyun had disappeared. They longed for the day where Iyun and Lin Shinton would return, despite knowing their hopes were extremely slim. On this day, the remote mountains were enjoying good weather. The fog of war had dispersed, but the entire desolate race's territory was enshrouded by a dark shadow. Zhang Xiaoro was silently sitting in front of the sacred spirit statue. Ever since Iyun had disappeared, she had been sitting there day and night in arduous cultivation. In a warrior's world, strength was everything. Zhang Xiaoro had heard from her mother that she possessed this world's strongest bloodline. She had just been unable to develop the full powers from her bloodline at the moment. If she possessed enough strength, would she have been helpless when the black-armored demon god attacked the remote mountains? That she eventually had to see Iyun get sealed in the alternate dimension, without knowing what had happened to him? Zhang Xiaoro had been meditating in front of the sacred spirit statue for more than a month. Today, Zhang Xiaoro felt her heart suddenly tingle. She felt a deep ominous feeling. She suddenly opened her pair of beautiful eyes. This was... She held the bone staff in her hand tightly as she got up. Suddenly... Ka ka ka. The sound of crisp cracking echoed in Zhang Xiaoro's ears. In front of Zhang Xiaoro, a series of cracks had appeared on the sacred spirit statue. The sacred spirit statue that had existed for tens of millions of years had suddenly shattered today. What was going on? Zhang Xiaoro felt a sense of doubt and anxiousness. She crushed a voice transmission charm, sending the news of the sacred spirit statue shattering. Now, nearly all the desolate race's imperial kings were gathered in the remote mountains. Informing all the legendary desolate race figures of the situation was the safest option. Zhang Xiaoro took a deep breath as she walked out of the hall with her bone staff in hand. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 751, Sacred Spirits Corpse. Chapter 751, Sacred Spirits Corpse. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. When Jiang Xiara walked out of the desolate race palace, she saw that in the remote mountains, the endless marshlands and stretches of collapsed mountains were covered by a dark cloud. A man in black robes hovered high in the sky, and behind him were some of his followers. This black-robed man gave people a very cold feeling. After his appearance, it was like the sky had darkened greatly as a dark, sticky energy seemed to permeate the void. It was from the laws of darkness. Who is he? Jiang Xiara was stunned and she felt a deep sense of unease. And at that moment, the former desolate queen, shepherd boy, and many legendary desolate race figures had rushed over. Seeing the black-robed man in the sky, their hearts sank. The former desolate queen was flying high in the sky, and when she saw the black-robed man, she could vaguely sense his cultivation level. It was at the peak of the middle stages of the Heaven Ascension realm, and it was even closing in on the late stages of the Heaven Ascension realm. The peak of the middle stages of the Heaven Ascension realm? In the entire Tian Yuan world, including the divine wilderness where the desolate race resided, the number of experts that had attained the Heaven Ascension realm were extremely few. And most of them were nearly at the early stages of the Heaven Ascension realm. For example, the Sanctuary Island couple were only at the peak of the early stages of the Heaven Ascension realm. The two of them were proficient in the art of joint attacks, and by combining forces, they had the offensive strength of the middle stages of the Heaven Ascension realm. As for a middle stage Heaven Ascension realm expert, there was only one. He was the Sovereign of the Eventide. The Sovereign of the Eventide was the strongest figure in the Tian Yuan world, so although the former desolate queen had never met the Sovereign of the Eventide, she knew that he was supposed to look like an old man. He did not resemble the middle-aged man in front of her. However, having differing looks was not enough to say that they were two different people, especially when this middle-aged man cultivated the law of darkness, which was the same as the Sovereign of the Eventide. You are the Sovereign of the Eventide? The former desolate queen had a cold expression. During the battle in the remote mountains, both the human and desolate race had paid a heavy price. Many of the legendary human and desolate race figures had burned their life force essence, dropping in cultivation realms, as well as dying in battle. Yet, the Sovereign of the Eventide never appeared. As the only middle-stage Heaven Ascension realm warrior in this world, he definitely knew about the intense battle in the remote mountains. However, he did not appear during the battle, and now that the calamity was temporarily put on hold, he had appeared. The moment he appeared, he came with unkind intentions. This made the former desolate queen think of the theft of the God Advent Tower more than 10 days ago. This made her facial expression sink. It's you who stole the God Advent Tower. To be able to kill a Yuan opening realm desolate race elder in an instant, and rely on his speed to evade a bunch of legendary human and desolate race figures pursuing them, there were not many that could do that in this world. The Sovereign of the Eventide was highly suspicious. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty, please don't malign me. After the black-armored demon god appeared, I went into reclusive training and I hoped to make a breakthrough in my cultivation realm, so I could provide a bit of strength to save this world. Unfortunately, after I exited reclusion, I heard that the black-armored demon god had been repulsed by Yi Yun as well as the human and desolate race experts, and now, the black-armored demon god has sealed himself. I find it such a pity that I missed the battle in the remote mountains. I'm also very impressed by young Master Yi's fabulous display of his skill during the battle in the remote mountains. I would love to protect the God Advent Tower left behind by young Master Yi, so how could I steal it? The Sovereign of the Eventide said with a plausible tone. Regardless, Yi Yun's battle with the black-armored demon god had temporarily saved the Tian Yuan world and the divine wilderness. Now, many family clans had returned to their family clans' territories. The legendary human figures, who had personally experienced the battle in the remote mountains, were full of praise for Yi Yun, including the Sanctuary Island couple who were even more so. Hence, Yi Yun enjoyed great prestige in the Tian Yuan world now. Even though the Sovereign of the Eventide was considered the strongest figure in the Tian Yuan world, he did not dare openly admit to the great crime of stealing the God Advent Tower. As long as the sovereign of the Eventide refused to admit it, then no matter how much suspicion the human or desolate race had for him, it would be useless. This despicable person. The former desolate queen was enraged. The sovereign of the Eventide was too shameless. You came here today, striking our desolate race's divine bone altar. Is that a declaration of war against us? Below the sovereign of the Eventide was the desolate race's divine bone altar. The divine bone altar was an important treasure of the desolate race. Back then, Jiang Xiao had done her worshipping on top of the divine bone altar, awakening her ancient bloodline, eventually obtaining the recognition of the sacred spirit. Now, the desolate race's headquarters had been moved to the remote mountains, so the divine bone altar had naturally been moved here. A while ago, the sovereign of the Eventide had struck the divine bone altar, activating the arrays in it. This also alerted the legendary desolate race figures to rush here. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty, what are you saying? Why would I declare war on the desolate race? In the face of a calamity, before the black-armored demon god is destroyed, the human race and desolate race have to stay united. I came here today because I have an ancient desolate bone relic recipe in my hands. It is an ancient mystic relic that can help my cultivation go one step further. However, the materials needed to refine this relic are extremely scarce. In the entire divine wilderness, even killing a few primordial true spirits would not be enough, so I came here today for the sacred spirit's corpse. I never expected your esteemed race to bury the sacred spirit's corpse beneath the divine bone altar. I wanted to borrow the sacred spirit's corpse to refine a cauldron of relics, but I didn't expect a protective array to be residing on the divine bone altar, so I inadvertently activated the array. Sorry for disturbing all of you. As the sovereign of the Eventide said this, he nonchalantly cupped his hands at the legendary desolate race figures, like he was doing something trivial. However, these words enraged the desolate race immediately when they fell into their ears. Sacred spirit's corpse. This sovereign of the Eventide dared to covet the sacred spirit's corpse. The sacred spirit was a religion to the desolate race. It had protected the desolate race for tens of millions of years, and it was equivalent to their god. If it wasn't for the sacred spirit in the desolate race headquarters several months ago, the desolate race would probably have been wiped out. And following that, in the battle in the remote mountains, the sacred spirit had burned the last of its life force, dying in battle for the desolate race. The desolate race had buried the sacred spirit underneath the divine bone altar. But now, a human wanted to use its corpse to refine into relics. Was this even tolerable? Immediately, swaths of murderous intent locked onto the sovereign of the Eventide. As the atmosphere turned tense, many legendary desolate race figures were already tempted to attack him. Seeing the desolate race reacting like that, the sovereign of the Eventide shook his head, like he felt distressed. He said, "All of us are martial arts practitioners. In 20 years' time, the black-armored demon god will return once again. Yet, you have the intention to kill me now? This is very disappointing for me. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong are already dead. You have burned your blood essence, dropping in cultivation realms. There is no way for you to withstand the black-armored demon god. In 20 years, who is going to face him in battle? Back then, the sacred spirit of your esteemed race burned its life force to strike the black-armored demon god. That was such a respectable act, and the sacred spirit's sacrifice was no doubt to save the divine wilderness and kill the black-armored demon god completely. Unfortunately, the black-armored demon god is still alive, while Yi Yun and Lin Xintong have failed as well. I think that if the sacred spirit is aware of this in the netherworld, it would wish that it could provide the last bit of warmth hope. Against the black-armored demon god, I'm sure the sacred spirit is willing to give up its corpse. Now, the strongest warrior in this world is the lowly me. If I were to make a breakthrough, there might be a tiny bit of chance that I will be able to lead all of you to kill the black-armored demon god, and let all of you survive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 752, Gift. Chapter 752, Gift. The legendary desolate race figures never thought that a person could be so shameless. The sovereign of the Eventide had failed to steal the sacred spirit's corpse, and he had activated the divine bone altars arrays as a result. Yet, he stood there, all high and mighty, like he was on a moral high ground, and he even reprimanded them. It was like the sovereign of the Eventide was doing this for all life under the skies, while the desolate race appeared selfish. The legendary desolate race figures were tempted to attack him, but at this moment, a crisp voice resounded beneath the dark clouds. Yun'er will not die. Zhang Xiao, with her bone staff in hand, stood in front of the desolate race palace. As the cold wind blew, Zhang Xiao's red dress fluttered about. She stood in great contrast against the dark sky. The sovereign of the Eventide was slightly surprised as he turned his head around and looked at Zhang Xiao. I know you. You are Yi Yun's desolate race sister, right? I understand the yearning in your heart, but unfortunately. The sovereign of the Eventide shook his head. The time you spent cultivating martial arts is short, so you are limited in your realms. You can't understand the terrifying complexities of the spatial maze set up by the black-armored demon god. There is a vast difference between the understanding of spatial dimension laws amongst the Tian Yuan world and divine wilderness warriors and the black-armored demon gods. Although my strength might not match up to Yi Yun, I happen to be one of the few people in this world that understand spatial dimension laws. But even I would be forever lost if I were to be sealed in the black-armored demon god's spatial maze. Zhang Xiao looked coldly at the sovereign of the Eventide. She said slowly but with a forceful tone, Indeed, I do not understand the terror of the black-armored demon god, but I know that even if I were to hand you the sacred spirit's corpse, and even if you were to break through by a few realms, you would still be like manure in front of the black-armored demon god. Yun'er could force the black-armored demon god to seal himself. As for you, all you could do was flee before the black-armored demon god arrived. You were like a mouse tunneling into a hole to hide. Hoping that you would withstand the black-armored demon god in 20 years' time? I rather hope that the black-armored demon god would commit suicide. Zhang Xiao got to the truth with her pertinent remarks. She voiced out what many of the legendary desolate race figures were thinking. The sovereign of the Eventide's eyebrow pricked up as he narrowed his eyes to look at Zhang Xiao. And at this moment, the legendary desolate race figures were already transmitting voices amongst themselves. They were prepared to attack. They believed that the God Advent Tower was in the sovereign of the Eventide's hands. And they had to protect the object that Yi Yun had left behind by all means. The sovereign of the Eventide sneered. You want to set up a battle formation to fight me? How would I allow that? Upon saying this, the sovereign of the Eventide moved. He long knew about the God-confining lock that the desolate race had. As the God-confining lock array was extremely draining on the legendary desolate race figures, and having used it twice during the battle with the black-armored demon god, many legendary desolate race figures had suffered a drop in their cultivation realms. Now, it was unknown if they could successfully activate such an array. Even if they could, the setting up of the God-confining lock array required time. Such an array could only be effective if it was set up in advance for a known incoming invader. With the sovereign of the Eventide suddenly coming, how would he watch idly as the legendary desolate race figures set up the array? The sovereign of the Eventide flew straight at the former desolate queen. He knew that the God-confining lock's array disk was in the former desolate queen's hands. Suppress. A squarish pale gold seal flew out of the sovereign of the Eventide's hands. The seal flickered with a black glow as it came suppressing down on the former desolate queen. Your Majesty. Beside the former desolate queen, a blue beam flashed. Shepherd Boy had rushed forward to face the sovereign of the Eventide. Shepherd Boy was extremely talented, and his strength was one of the top few amongst the desolate race. However, due to his bravery in the battle against the black-armored demon god a few months ago, he was greatly drained, so he was currently in a weak state. A pearl grain of rice dares to compete with the moon's luminosity? The sovereign of the eventide sneered, and with a revolution of the pale gold seal, it came smashing down on the shepherd boy. Boom! Black yuan chi exploded out in all directions. The blue beam was shattered immediately as the shepherd boy grunted. He had been sent into retreat by the pale gold seal, and that strike had damaged his meridians. The sovereign of the eventide was already the strongest warrior in this world, so shepherd boy was not his match to begin with. Now, the sovereign of the eventide was at his peak, while shepherd boy was in a trough. In this waxing and waning situation, the difference between their strengths was even greater. Die! The sovereign of the eventide controlled the pale gold seal as he suppressed it downwards like a mountain. He aimed it at the shepherd boy's head. He had already decided on fleeing into the 12 Empyrean heavens, so he did not mind a deadly feud with the desolate race. If killing all the legendary desolate race figures allowed him to obtain the sacred spirit's corpse, he would choose to do so without hesitation. As for when the black-armored demon god appeared once again, the sovereign of the eventide couldn't even be bothered if there was anyone who could resist him. Seeing the pale gold seal about to smash downwards, with shepherd boy's life on the line, the legendary desolate race figures felt their hearts tightened. The former desolate queen waved her hands, and out of the sleeves of her robe, a squarish array disc flew out. It was the god-confining lock array. At this moment, the array disc flashed with golden beams of light. The array disc flew up to the sovereign of the eventide's head, and the other legendary desolate race figures had flown at the sovereign of the eventide, with great teamwork. They were already prepared to work alongside the effects of the array disc to seal the sovereign of the eventide. If the sovereign of the eventide carried on attacking shepherd boy, it was very likely that he would be sealed to death by the god-confining lock. Oh! The array was set up so fast? The sovereign of the eventide frowned. Of course, he wouldn't exchange his life for the shepherd boy's life. At the same moment that the pale gold seal came crashing down, the sovereign of the eventide flew high up into the sky to escape the scope of the god-confining lock array. Boom! The pale gold seal slammed heavily into shepherd boy's arm as he had crossed it in front of his chest to forcefully block the strike. Although it was a hasty blow, it had still fractured shepherd boy's bones. I'll spare your life temporarily. As he was afraid of the god-confining lock, the sovereign of the eventide kept far away from it. Roar! 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 The furious roars of primordial true spirits echoed from the desolate race palace's surroundings. The primordial true spirits that protected the desolate race palace were rushing over. Controlling desolate beasts was one of the most important battle techniques that the desolate race had. Although these legendary desolate race figures had suffered a drop in cultivation realms, the primordial true spirits would still remain a challenge for the sovereign of the eventide. Furthermore, with them about to finish setting up the god-confining lock array, this made the sovereign of the eventide realize that he could not stay here for long. Fall of the Eternal Night. With a long hum from the sovereign of the eventide, black yuan chi surged out of his body, creating an explosive force field. The sticky power of darkness enveloped the remote mountains. All the legendary desolate race figures were enshrouded within. Careful! Everyone felt alarmed. This was the sovereign of the eventide's domain. Warriors could use their energies to form a domain and demarcate a space. They would then become master of this space. As they were immersed in the darkness, the legendary desolate race figures felt an inexplicable sense of despair, like their souls would forever reside in darkness. In front of the desolate race palace, Jiang Shara was enveloped in the eternal night domain. She used her bone staff to support her body. Her face turned pale as her soul felt a sharp pain. It was so unbearable that it nearly made her lose consciousness. Break the domain first! The former desolate queen shouted. The legendary desolate race figures teamed up and they were about to break the sovereign of the eventide's domain open. At this moment, a raucous laughter came from the sovereign of the eventide amidst the darkness. I'll leave a gift with you. See you later! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 753, Laws of Darkness. Chapter 753, Laws of Darkness. Phew! The sovereign of the eventide blended into a black beam of light that shot towards the heavens at an incredible speed. His followers had also been wrapped up in the black light, disappearing along with him. The eternal night domain had disappeared, reducing the suppressive feeling and sense of despair to the soul. The pressure that disappeared suddenly made the legendary desolate race figures feel an excruciating pain to their souls. See instantly. The imperial kings were alright, but the weaker desolate race young elites, including Jiang Xiao, were in terrible shape. They felt a strong sense of dizziness, the weaker ones even fainted straight away. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath as she touched her chest, and her eyebrows furrowed. She felt a tingling pain in her heart. With the sovereign of the eventide gone, the legendary desolate race figures were furious, but they could not do a thing. The sovereign of the eventide had escaped just as they finished setting up the god-confining lock array. Although the god-confining lock array was extremely powerful, it was not flexible. Typical arrays were used in a defensive manner, and with the sovereign of the eventide prepared for it, hoping that he would fly into the array's effective range and then killing him was very difficult. That shameless person! The former desolate queen took a deep breath. She was considering on how to use the existing resources to kill the sovereign of the eventide, but under careful analysis, the sovereign of the eventide's strength far exceeded any one of them. Furthermore, the desolate race had been forced to retreat to the remote mountains. Many of the legendary desolate race figures were injured, while the desolate race headquarters, that had accumulated in strength for tens of millions of years, had been destroyed by the black-armored demon god. As such, it was abandoned. Under such circumstances, the sovereign of the eventide could nearly have total freedom to come and go. It was very difficult for them to prevent that from happening. Qing Kuei, are you fine? The former desolate queen looked at Shepherd Boy. He was covered in blood with his face pale, and one of his arms was fractured. He forced a laugh, saying, "I'm fine. I'll recover after taking a few days of rest." Although Shepherd Boy said so, everyone knew that he was barely holding on. He had yet to recover from the injuries that he received from the black-armored demon god. With his blood essence greatly drained, and now, with new injuries added on, it was a problem if he could recover in the future. It might even cause irreparable damage to Shepherd Boy's potential and lifespan. Qing Kuei, Xiao, and I owe you too much. The former desolate queen sighed. All these years, the Shepherd Boy had been loyal. Regardless of the danger, he would be first in line to protect them. He had saved the desolate race in Jiang Xiao more than once. Shepherd Boy smiled again as he shook his head, about to say something. At this moment, a legendary desolate race figure's expression suddenly changed. He exclaimed, "Someone has fainted." Ha! After experiencing the loss of the God Advent Tower and the attack of the sovereign of the eventide, the desolate race were on high alert. Having suddenly heard of people fainting, these legendary desolate race figures rushed there immediately. They spread their perception around the palace and they easily discovered the situation. In fact, there was not only one person who had fainted. More than a dozen young desolate race elites had fainted. A simple check showed that these people had received a spiritual damage. A black energy had entered deep into their soul seas, and spread out in all directions like a spider web, becoming one with their souls. This is... The former desolate queen felt alarmed and enraged. The black energy was filled with darkness, and without a doubt, it was left behind by the sovereign of the eventide. The sovereign of the eventide had realized that he was no match for the primordial true spirits and the desolate race's array, so he decided to retreat. However, before his retreat, he had cast a tremendously powerful eternal night domain. This eternal night domain was not targeted at the legendary desolate race figures, because he knew that against so many legendary desolate race figures, it was unlikely that the eternal night domain could have much effect. His target from the very beginning was the young desolate race elites. The darkness elemental energy had embedded itself into the young desolate race elites' souls as the eternal night domain expanded. It had merged with their souls and began devouring their spiritual energies. It would not kill their young elites for the moment, but it would gradually weaken their souls. It was not difficult to remove the darkness energy, but with the darkness energy spreading out into numerous strands, it was tightly bound to the young elite's souls. Wiping out the energy would inadvertently damage the young elite's souls, and it might even turn them into retards. And as for how to extract the darkness energy? It probably would need someone whose attainment and laws of darkness were on a level approaching the sovereign of the Eventide. And if one searched throughout the entire Tian Yuan world, there were not many legendary figures who cultivated in the laws of darkness. As for trying to find someone who surpassed the sovereign of the Eventide, that was just a joke. Instantly, the faces of the legendary desolate race figures turned ugly. The sovereign of the Eventide had attacked so many young elites in such a split instant, but the fact that he did not kill them was clearly a threat. It increased his chips for negotiation. He was still eyeing the sacred spirit's corpse. Probably only by handing over the sacred spirit's corpse would the sovereign of the Eventide agree to removing the darkness mark on the young desolate race elites. The sovereign of the Eventide had indulged into such madness. The threat of the black-armored demon god had yet to been removed, yet he did such a despicable thing to the desolate race. He had ignored his status and attacked juniors. This was an act worthy of condemnation in the martial world. Oh no! The former desolate queen's body suddenly stiffened up. Roar! With a flash, she rushed straight at Jiang Xiao. Having attacked so many young elites, it was impossible for the sovereign of the Eventide to avoid Jiang Xiao. After all, Jiang Xiao was the desolate race's most important new queen. The group of legendary desolate race figures felt their hearts tightened as they also rushed towards Jiang Xiao. They saw her face as white as a sheet. She was meditating on the ground, but despite not fainting, she was clearly not in a good condition. The former desolate queen pressed her fingers on Jiang Xiao's forehead and felt her meridians. This probe caused the former desolate queen's heart to turn cold. Jiang Xiao's body was filled with more than 100 black energy bodies. The black energy bodies in other young desolate race elites combined was not even a fifth of what Jiang Xiao had. The sovereign of the Eventide clearly knew about Jiang Xiao's importance. Hence, he had placed the focal point on Jiang Xiao. This was the so-called gift before the sovereign of the Eventide left. Xiao. The former desolate queen's eyes were moist. She had been in command of the divine wilderness for years, and as desolate queen, she was in control of the world's strongest faction. However, today, she felt a stab right at the weakest spot in her heart. Her love that ended in tragedy back in her youth with Jiang Xiao's father. She later lost her daughter, causing Jiang Xiao to experience all sorts of difficulties in the cloud wilderness. It was not easy for her to find Jiang Xiao again, but soon, they experienced the return of Blood Moon and the black-armored demon god. This made Jiang Xiao tether on the line of life and death. Now that the calamity with the black-armored demon god was temporarily put on hold, it was the sovereign of the Eventide's turn. He had planted so much darkness energy inside her body. Seeing more than 100 darkness energy bodies, devouring Jiang Xiao's life force like leeches, the former desolate queen could no longer stop herself from crying. Enough! The desolate race had already experienced too much. She and her daughter had already experienced so much. Would the two of them really have to die, and the desolate race be exterminated before all of this would come to an end? Translator's note: we are 12 days away from Christmas. For the next 12 days, there will be a free increase in chapters. There will be one more chapter in about 10 hours. Also, I'll begin to give my personal take on these chapters that some readers might skim through without realizing because they think it's all filler. You can skip it if you want. In this chapter, we see the aftermath of the sovereign of the Eventide, Seti, escaping, and due to the battle with the black-armored demon god, the ADG, the desolate race is unable to deal with him, even if they had the God-confining lock. It stands in contrast to the battle with Badg, where Lin Shintong delayed enough time for the desolate race to use the array. The Sadi is currently considered the most powerful person in terms of cultivation realm in the Tianyuan world, but he remains vigilant, while the Badg, who was the most powerful person, was too arrogant and also ignorant when it came to the God-confining lock. And every tiny thing basically wore the Badg down, pushing him closer and closer to the point of him collapsing. This chapter also reiterates how much the shepherd boy has done for Jiang Xiao and her mother. He had suffered a serious wound from Shintu Patriarch more than a decade ago just to save the former desolate queen. And he was the first one to concede to the human race's demands, just so that they could borrow the cosmic infinite array. It also lets us see the former desolate queen lament over her tragic life. She was separated from her partner, and then her daughter, and just recently, her daughter had been eyed by the Badg and now injured by the Sadi. As for this darkness energy, we might see how this would further push the plot forward in the next chapter, and I will give my comments about that next. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 754, Void Tearing. Chapter 754, Void Tearing. Your Majesty. Do we really have to hand over the sacred remains of the sacred spirit? A legendary desolate race figures asked in a helpless manner. The former desolate queen did not answer. She used all her remaining strength to hug Jiang Xiao, like she wanted to merge her daughter into her own body. She truly did not know how to resolve the situation. The sacred spirit had protected the desolate race for tens of millions of years, sacrificing its life for the desolate race, so how could she hand over the sacred spirit's corpse? The sacred spirit did not belong to the desolate race to begin with. She did not have the right to use the sacred spirit's corpse to exchange for her daughter's life. At this moment, Shepherd Boy was standing beside her. He had a deadpan expression, but the look in his eyes was fearsome. Many legendary desolate race figures present had known Shepherd Boy for years, but they had never seen him in such a murderous state. Give the order. Gather all desolate race warriors who know laws of darkness in the palace. Also, inform Sanctuary Island Lord of this matter. Shepherd Boy was a proud person, and unless necessary, he would never seek the help of others. But now, the solution to the damage caused by the laws of darkness was something probably only the Sanctuary Island couple could come up with. After all, in terms of nomological attainments, it was more of a forte of the human race rather than that of the desolate race. By the time the Sanctuary Island couple received the news and rushed to the remote mountains, it had been 20 days. No one could remove the darkness energy left behind by the sovereign of the Eventide. It was an extremely damaging attack. The person who originally created it did it not for killing, but for torturing and threatening. It was even possible that the person who created this attack was the sovereign of the Eventide himself. Under such circumstances, how could he allow others to crack his darkness energy so easily? Your Majesty, I apologize for I do not have a solution either. The Sanctuary Island Lord shook his head. A few legendary human figures, who had some understanding of the laws of darkness, had accompanied him, but they also shook their heads. Towards such a scum that came from the human race, these legendary human figures felt ashamed. However, they too were out of options. They had yet to recover from their injuries, and even if they had recovered, preventing the sovereign of the Eventide from escaping was highly unlikely. Besides, from the desolate race's description, the sovereign of the Eventide, who had restored his looks to that of a middle-aged man, seemed to have grown stronger. Sovereign of the Eventide has already gone against the tide and he no longer cares about the circumstances. The Sanctuary Island Lord sighed. Back when he saw that the God Advent Tower was stolen, he had a hunch that it was possibly the sovereign of the Eventide. Now, with facts in hand, this was an outcome that he did not wish to see. This was because, with his present strength, there was nothing he could do. I'm really sorry my strength is limited. I can't crack Sovereign of the Eventide's laws of darkness, nor can I capture him to force him to treat Fairy Jiang. In the future, the few of us will live in the remote mountains. Although we will not be able to handle the Sovereign of the Eventide, by contributing a bit of our strengths, we should still be able to help you protect Fairy Jiang. Previously, the Sovereign of the Eventide had succeeded in planting the darkness energy in Jiang Xiaoro's body because he had caught the desolate race off guard. Once they were on alert, especially with the Sanctuary Island couple helping hold the ground, then no matter how strong the Sovereign of the Eventide was, he could no longer wreak havoc in the desolate race's territory easily. With the Sanctuary Island Lord expressing his intentions, the other legendary human figures also echoed in unison that they were willing to remain in the remote mountains. Staying in the remote mountains was considered a form of sacrifice. This was because in 20 years, the black-armored demon god would attack again. And the first spot he would attack was most likely the remote mountains. Thank you everyone. The former desolate queen said with utmost gratitude. Now, all they could do was take things one step at a time. Your Majesty, you do not need to worry too much. The energy left behind by the Sovereign of the Eventide may be despicable and unremovable, but it looks like it won't be easy for it to easily devour Fairy Jiang's life force. After probing Jiang Xiaoro's meridians for a long time, the Sanctuary Island Lord spoke. He discovered that although the darkness energy was devouring Jiang Xiaoro's life force, the loss of her life force seemed to be slowly awakening the hidden power in her bloodline due to the catalytic effects of the darkness energy. Jiang Xiaoro's bloodline was extremely extraordinary that even the black-armored demon god coveted it. In the words of the black-armored demon god, Jiang Xiaoro possessed the most valuable bloodline in this world. Back when he was seriously injured by Yi Yun, all he thought was to capture Jiang Xiaoro and drink her blood to treat his injuries. It was obvious what the quality of the blood that could treat the black-armored demon god's wounds was. Such a bloodline gave Jiang Xiaoro her tremendous life force. Even now, despite her strength being extremely limited, her life force still existed, and it was not easy for the darkness energy to devour it. Furthermore, it seemed that slowly, the darkness energy was repressed by Jiang Xiaoro's life force. What terrifying life force! I really wonder what sort of person Fairy Jiang's father is in the 12 Empyrean heavens. Maybe he is from some noble race. The Sanctuary Island couple exchanged words. If Jiang Xiaoro's hidden life force was continuously released, the darkness energy bodies would not take her life for the time being. Of course, they would not be removed, but they would reside in Jiang Xiaoro's organs and her soul, like maggots in a bone. This could be said to be a latent problem for Jiang Xiaoro. And she would have to live through such days for the next 2 decades, before the black-armored demon god's return. The thought of the black-armored demon god returning made people feel helpless. As the desolate race was not having any peace due to the appearance of the Sovereign of the Eventide, in the alternate dimension, Yi Yun's insights into the spatial dimension laws were slowly reaching a certain degree of proficiency. After cultivating for an unknown period of time, every time Yi Yun went into meditation, months would pass in a blink of an eye. Every time he gained insight into a spatial dimension Dao for himself, he would match it to the runic patterns on the Dao leaf, so he could compare them. An incorrect understanding would be abandoned by Yi Yun. If it was correct, it would be ingrained in Yi Yun's soul, becoming his own true Dao. With the Dao leaf as a standard of measure, the spatial dimension laws that Yi Yun understood were already approaching the origins of spatial dimension very closely. Compared to the black-armored demon god, Yi Yun's understanding was still extremely shallow. Although it was shallow, it was a lot more solid and correct as it was close to the essence of space itself. This meant that Yi Yun's future attainment in spatial dimension Dao would be even higher. One day, Yi Yun, who was in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes as he reached out to tear the void. Intense spatial dimension forces surged as they gathered to form black bolts of lightning. As the snakes of lightning flashed, the void was torn apart. A small flake of a layer in the spatial curtain had been forcefully torn out by Yi Yun. He had torn the void. This was the beginning steps of spatial dimension laws, but most people did so using weapons. They used powerful attacks, with the support of spatial dimension laws, to tear the void apart. Tearing the void apart with one's bare hands, even if it was just a tiny bit, was extraordinary. For Yi Yun to be able to do so, it was all from his understanding towards the laws. As for the amount of energy required, it wasn't much. Yi Yun, you can already tear the void? Beside Yi Yun, Lin Xintong was astonished and delighted seeing this scene. She had tried to gain Tao enlightenment together with Yi Yun. Her perception was extraordinary, and with it, she had managed to gain some insight into spatial dimension laws, but she was much more inferior to Yi Yun. She never expected Yi Yun to be able to tear apart the void so quickly. If this carried on, it wouldn't be long before they could leave. Translator's notes: in this chapter, we see how much progress the desolate and human race has progressed compared to before the badge's appearance. They are willing to help each other, instead of constantly being at odds with each other. Maybe it had to do with BADG clearing the human scum of the Tian Yuan world up, while Yi Yun saved the remaining good ones by defeating the BADG? It also starts to show us a world where human and desolate race would coexist peacefully even after Yi Yun inadvertently leaves the Tian Yuan world for the 12 Empyrean heavens. As a common trope, a common enemy tends to unite people despite their differences, and as humans begin to live amongst the desolate race, there is hope that the peace would last as they realize that they weren't that different after all. Note the following paragraph is mostly speculatory, as I did not ask the author for spoilers. Regarding the darkness energy in Jiang Xiao's body, the words of the Sanctuary Island Lord seems to foreshadow that it would give Jiang Xiao a future power boost, or in other words, Jiang Xiao would not be left behind when Yi Yun grows even stronger. It is exciting to look forward to the background and identity of Jiang Xiao's father, and what was that mission of his? And back to Yi Yun, we see him proceeding rapidly in terms of his comprehension in spatial dimension laws, and that despite having a cheat in the form of the purple crystal, he still has to put in a lot of effort of learning by trial and error. We see Yi Yun beginning to go beyond just pure yang as his only focus, and isn't spatial dimension warping cool to begin with? In summary, this chapter seems to be a classic depiction of how every cloud has a silver lining. We see Yi Yun grasping spatial dimension laws as a result of being sealed by the BADG, while Jiang Xiao might experience a power boost, thanks to the Suti's darkness attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 755, Breaking the Spatial Barrier. Chapter 755, Breaking the Spatial Barrier. Spatial dimension laws were considered very important in the 12 Empyrean heavens, but they were considered very difficult to learn. By being proficient in spatial dimension laws, other than void tearing, the next stages were partitioning the heavens, spatial/void transference, teleportation, refining independent spaces, etc. The higher the difficulty, the more powerful it became. Ignoring everything else, just grasping void transference was extremely important in the 12 Empyrean heavens. This was because the 12 Empyrean heavens were extremely vast. Even if a peerless mighty figure wanted to travel between two Empyrean heavens, he would also need to exhaust a great deal of time. By grasping transference, he could quickly reach his destination. However, many experts in the 12 Empyrean heavens were unable to do void transference. If they wanted to embark on a distant journey, they would need to use teleportation arrays or sit in spiritual boats that possesses void transference capabilities. As for refining independent spaces, the God Advent Tower or Pure Young Sword Palace's worlds were both independent spaces. This was an indispensable ability when refining advanced enchanted treasures. There were even fewer people that had such abilities. As such, when some peerless mighty figures wanted to refine their mobile enchanted treasures, they would have to hire the mighty figures, who knew spatial dimension laws, at high prices to open an independent space for them in the enchanted treasure. Mighty figures, who had the ability to open up independent spaces and items, led an extremely comfortable life even in the 12 Empyrean heavens. Now, Yi Yun had only grasped void tearing, but to even tear the thick spatial barrier in front of his eyes apart was extremely difficult. Yi Yun took his pure yang broken sword out of his interspatial ring. He imbued spatial dimension laws into the pure yang broken sword and he slashed at the spatial curtain. Cha! The blade tore through the void as the spatial barrier cracked. However, after the crack appeared, it began to fade away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Spatial barriers had the ability to restore themselves. Yi-Yun had to tear it apart before the spatial barrier fully restored, but this was easier said than done. By just slashing about a dozen strikes with his sword, Yi-Yun already felt the energy deficit in his body, and he felt faint. Oh! Yi-Yun frowned slightly. He knew that this was due to the impure energies in his body. In this alternate dimension, Heaven Earth Yuan Qi had been isolated. So for all this time, Yi-Yun and Lin Xintong would rely on the energies supplied to them through desolate bone relics, be it for their body consumption, healing or nomological meditation. The more desolate bone relics they ate, the more impure the energies in their bodies were. This was inevitable. After taking a deep breath, Yi-Yun calmed himself again. Ever since he entered the Yuan opening realm, the battles he went through and the insights he gained over the years, as well as the arduous cultivation in this alternate dimension, Yi-Yun had long consolidated his realm. He could now greatly improve his cultivation level. As long as he broke through the spatial barrier, he would be able to absorb Heaven Earth Yuan Qi and make a breakthrough immediately. But now, the spatial barrier had yet to be torn apart. Yi-Yun was in no hurry. He meditated quietly in front of the spatial barrier, while the Tao leaf floated in front of him. The leaf veins shimmered with a golden glow. Open! Yi-Yun roared as he slashed out with the pure yang broken sword. Xie! The spatial dimension forces were severed by the pure yang broken sword, as a large spatial rift 100 foot long appeared in front of Yi-Yun. It's opening! Lin Xintong's eyes lit up. Just producing a few more of such spatial rifts would cause the spatial barrier to collapse, however, at this moment. With a crisp but nearly imperceptible chipping sound, an inconspicuous black charm seal shattered along with the spatial rift's appearance, transforming into strands of black gas. This black charm seal was embedded in the chaotic spatial dimensional forces, so it was difficult to detect it. So even though Yi-Yun had some knowledge of spatial dimension laws, he could tell that something was amiss with this charm seal. Yi-Yun shuddered for a moment as he slowly lowered his broken sword. What's wrong? Lin Xintong asked. I seem to have triggered the black-armored demon god's trap, or it might be some form of alert mechanism. Oh? Lin Xintong was astounded. Isn't the black-armored demon god asleep? He can still wake up with the alert mechanism? Yi-Yun shook his head. It's impossible that he can wake up as he pleases. If not, the black-armored demon god's slumber would be like child's play. The moment he enters deep slumber, he definitely cannot be awoken easily. If that happens, his soul might collapse immediately. Besides, I still have the evil energy left inside his soul. See? Yi-Yun's gaze was cold as he forcefully gathered Yuan Qi, slashing out again with the pure yang broken sword. In the alternate dimension, Heaven Earth Yuan Qi was isolated, so Yi-Yun's stamina was being quickly depleted. He lacked the energy required to tear apart the space. I'll help you. Lin Xintong held onto Yi-Yun's hands, as a continuous stream of purine Yuan Qi surged into Yi-Yun's body. The two of them cultivated the Great Empress Heart Sutra, so despite them not having much Yuan Qi left, and were relying on the impure Yuan Qi from desolate bone relics to sustain themselves, the Jade Marrow spiritual energy and Nine Yang spiritual energy that was in its truest origins remained intact. This was the foundation of the Great Empress Heart Sutra. Lin Xintong and Yi-Yun held hands as the Jade Marrow spiritual energy and Nine Yang spiritual energy slowly blended together. Yi-Yun felt a refreshing feeling flowing into his body, like his nearly dried-up meridians were being revived. Another slash! Yi-Yun roared as all his body's energy surged out without reservation. Shi-La! The thick spatial barrier was split apart by Yi-Yun's strike. Following that, the spatial dimension forces sealed in the spatial barrier surged out like a storm. Even the spatial maze and array formation seals set up by the black-armored demon god were completely shattered. Yun's muscles ruptured as the strike he just dealt was something his body could not withstand. It was open. Yun and Lin Shintong were delighted. Yun's strike had opened up a spatial passage, and after the spatial storm dissipated, what welcomed Yun and Lin Shintong was an independent space. This space was filled with a thick, evil aura. It belonged to the black-armored demon god. Yun focused his eyes as a stalwart man, dressed in torn armor, was floating in the void. His arms were around his chest, and his eyes were shut. He was deep in sleep. This was the black-armored demon god. It's him! Black-armored demon god. Lin Shintong's pupils constricted and the frost chi in her sword surged. The black-armored demon god was indeed deep in slumber, and even though they had torn the spatial barrier apart, he remained asleep. Maybe he knew about what was going on, but he could not wake up immediately. Take advantage of his perilous situation. Yun had charged at the black-armored demon god, and at the same time, the Draco first true gold avatar and his Dantian flew out. It wore a pale gold robe, and 999 flying sabers revolved around it. Thousand Snow Domain. Yun's actual body flicked his hands, as the death soulwood began to spin in front of his body. The withering domain immediately caused the murderous aura in this space to wither and die out due to the death soulwood. Die! Yun shouted. Just as Lin Shintong thought he was about to kill the sleeping black-armored demon god, Yun and the Draco first true gold avatar flew past the black-armored demon god's body. Oh! Lin Shintong was startled. But in a blink of an eye, Yun and the Draco first true gold avatar had flown 1,000 feet away from the sleeping black-armored demon god. Here, the 1,000 snow domain's 999 flying sabers condensed into one, slashing into emptiness with withering sword intent. Translator's notes: we begin the chapter explaining the different capabilities of spatial dimension laws, and indeed, they are important if Yun ever wants to become someone extraordinarily powerful in the Tian Yuan world. We then have some action as Yun tears apart the void to face the BADG in his slumber. We also see how Lin Shintong is crucial in all of this despite being a silent protagonist. Without her providing Yin energy to nourish Yun of his depleted reserves, he would not have been able to tear the void open. This chapter also foreshadows that Yun will enter the Heaven Ascension realm soon, having consolidated his cultivation for so long. It has probably been about 2 years since he entered the Yuan opening realm. We also see how the spatial barriers set up by the BADG are powerful and not easily destroyed as it should be. But thanks to Lin Shintong, Yun is able to destroy it, and wiping out any traps or warning mechanisms the BADG had set up. I have a feeling that by doing so, the author is speeding things up, knowing the readers want the BADG dead as soon as possible. He could have very well put Yun in a spatial maze and spend several chapters letting Yun navigate through it. So don't keep thinking that the author is just trying to drag things out for money. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 756, Killing the Demon God. Chapter 756, Killing the Demon God. Bam! A terrifying explosion torn up the space completely as Yun used spatial dimension laws to transfer the damaging energy into a spatial rift. Roar! A terrible roar echoed out of the spatial rift caused the alternate dimension to tremble. In the void, the sleeping black-armored demon god figure suddenly began to distort like a reflection on a water surface before it gradually disappeared. Phantom image? Lin Shintong was surprised, but she immediately understood that the sleeping black-armored demon god that she first saw was just an illusion. It could have even been a trap, used to attract attacks. Once the black-armored demon god illusion was attacked, it might trigger some array restrictions, but Yun had managed to see through all of this almost immediately. He had even found where the black-armored demon god was hiding. It was the place where Yun and the Draco first true gold avatar attacked. The black-armored demon god would have never imagined that the sealed Yun, who did not know any spatial dimension laws, would not only be able to tear apart the spatial barrier while he was sleeping, but even precisely locate his true location. Yun could do this firstly because of the purple crystal's energy vision, and secondly, because of his connection with the evil energy. As it was sealed in the black-armored demon god's soul sea, Yun knew its location very clearly. Hence, even though the black-armored demon god's true body was hidden in a spatial rift, he failed to escape Yun's fatal blow. The black-armored demon god in the spatial rift roared crazily. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were blood red. Yun's pure yang broken sword had already penetrated the black-armored demon god's chest. The withering concepts had been injected, causing the black-armored demon god's organs to begin to lose their vitality. The black-armored demon god's physical defenses were at their weakest while in slumber. You! The black-armored demon god spat out black blood as he grabbed Yun's pure yang broken sword. Pathetic lifeform, you want to kill me? I'll kill you. The black-armored demon god was forcefully awoken from his slumber. His broken soul was once again dealt a severe blow and his life was on the verge of collapse. The black-armored demon god had extremely great vitality. He had been sealed by the Azure Yang Lord for tens of millions of years, having weakened through all those years. His seriously damaged vitality had also received numerous attacks from Yun. However, no matter how great his vitality was, he was put in the most terrible of situations. He was completely on the boundaries of death. Phew! An ice lotus bloomed in the void as Lin Shintong appeared while riding a frost wind. With the sword in her hand, she stabbed into the black-armored demon god's throat like a ghost. This strike caused the black-armored demon god's life to collapse completely. At the same time, Yun triggered the evil energy that the black-armored demon god had suppressed. It began to wantonly devour the black-armored demon god's soul. The black-armored demon god roared in excruciating pain as he threw a punch at Yun's heart. If it hit its target, Yun's chest would definitely be penetrated. Yun flew backwards and as he retreated, he threw the death soulwood in his hand. Phew! The death soulwood flew into the black-armored demon god's chest like a javelin, embedding itself in the hole left behind by the pure yang broken sword. Pwah! Blood dyed the death soulwood, but it was rapidly absorbed by the death soulwood. This divine piece of wood had previously been dyed by a demon god's blood. It had absorbed it, resulting in its death. It embodied the concept of decline and withering. Back then, the ancient demon god that died on the death soulwood was much stronger than the black-armored demon god. The death soulwood was embedded in the black-armored demon god's chest like a nail in a monster. The black-armored demon god's life force was rapidly depleting. His armor began to shatter, and his body began rupturing. Blood kept on flowing. Just opening his mouth caused black blood to rush out. As the black-armored demon god looked at Yun, his gaze looked like it wanted to penetrate Yun. You want me dead, I want you to accompany me. The black-armored demon god enunciated each word bit by bit, as his teeth was stained with blood. At this moment, the black-armored demon god looked like a demon that had crawled out from hell. The black-armored demon god roared as every inch of his muscles ruptured, causing chaotic energies to vent out of his body. These energies filled the alternate dimension, causing the spatial dimension forces to turn chaotic. A visible crack appeared in space as it rapidly expanded. Yun's expression changed. This was collapse. The black-armored demon god roared as the spatial boundaries began to explode and shatter, causing a terrifying spatial storm to surge around freely. I'll make this alternate dimension completely explode. Let us be embroiled in the spatial turbulence at the boundaries of this great world, forever drifting in it, experiencing eternal death. The black-armored demon god had already fallen into madness. As his energies were wantonly surging out, he revealed a ferocious and tragic laugh. At the moment of his last laugh, the the black-armored demon god's life was completely extinguished. Boom! With an explosion, the black-armored demon god's soul finally collapsed. The dissipating black-armored demon god's soul was devoured freely by the evil energy. The black-armored demon god's eyes turned dimmed as his body began to quickly lose its vitality. This ancient demon god that had existed for so long had finally been completely eliminated, dying at the hands of Yun. However, at this moment, the terrifying spatial storm began to sweep at Yun and Lin Xintong. Careful! Yun's expression changed greatly as he grabbed Lin Xintong's hand and held her by the waist. At this moment, Yun was in a terrible situation. He injected the tiny yuan qi that was left in his body into the Dao leaf, causing the Dao leaf to shimmer. A transparent membrane of light enveloped him and Lin Xintong. As the spatial storm came sweeping over, the membrane of light looked like a bubble in a storm. It looked like it would burst at any moment. Yun struggled to hold on, but his yuan qi had been greatly depleted. He could not control where to go in this spatial storm. He watched helplessly as this energy bubble was swept around by the spatial storm, floating in a haphazard fashion. It was beginning to enter deep into the spatial turbulence. The deeper he went, the harder it was to return to the world where the Tian Yuan world and divine wilderness was. Yun was mortified. His insights into spatial dimension forces were just at the beginning stage. Although he could tear the spatial void, to return to the Tian Yuan world, he still needed more research. But now, he and Lin Xintong had been thrown into the spatial turbulence, and the deeper he was, the harder it was to find the way back. And with time, it would be as the black-armored demon god said, they would be lost in the spatial turbulence, floating in space for eternity till their deaths. Seeing themselves drifting farther away, Yun's heart turned cold. He found it very demanding to already support the energy membrane of light, much less float upstream against the spatial storm. Did the heavens want me dead? Yun gritted his teeth. He was indignant, for he had just begun his life, so how could he die here? Translator's notes, ding dong. The witch demon is dead. There's nothing much to be said about this chapter, since it's mostly action. The past few chapters have been laying the foundations for future chapters in order to make a smooth transition, and this is where we begin transiting to the aftermath of the BADG. I didn't expect much of a fight with the BADG, since the author had previously mentioned how the BADG was powerless in his sleep, and indeed, it was game over once Yun found the badge's resting place. I like how Yun impaled the death soulwood into the badge's chest after Yun retreated backwards, and along with the evil energy eating at the badge's soul, the BADG couldn't be any more dead. Again, the purple crystal's energy vision is once again highlighted for its usefulness. Underestimation of the purple crystal has caused severe trouble to the antagonists faced in the story. And finally, the common trope of the final boss launching a final attack to die along with the protagonist happens. How would Yun survive this outcome? In my opinion, the solution is rather interesting and leaves a lot of possible shenanigans to happen in the future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 757, Crazy Idea. Chapter 757, Crazy Idea. As the storm raged on, Yun and Lin Xintong began to drift deeper into its core. The membrane of light created by the Dao leaf began to vibrate intensely, and it seemed like they would forever be lost in the void. Yun and Lin Xintong held hands, and using their yin and yang energies, they maintained the membrane of light, preventing it from rupturing. However, if this carried on, it was equivalent to being sitting ducks. Yun was anxious. In this scenario with death assured, he could not think of any ways out. What could he do? What? Yun's mind raced with thoughts, and at this moment, he suddenly saw a shadow flash past in the turbulent spatial storm. Oh? That is? Yun's eyes flashed as he made out the shadow in the spatial storm clearly. It was actually a floating corpse, the dead black-armored demon god's corpse. The black-armored demon god's soul sea had collapsed and it had been completely extinguished. However, his powerful body had managed to remain intact in the spatial storm. Corpse. Black-armored demon god's corpse. Yun lit up his mind in a flash of brilliance. Yes, the demon god's corpse. The evil energy. In the black-armored demon god's soul sea, there was the evil energy, and it was taking advantage of his shattered soul sea, wantonly devouring his spiritual energies. The evil energy had an uncanny ability to grow. Previously, it had devoured the masked man's soul, and many of the inspectors in the soul tomb. It had absorbed all this soul energy to aid its growth. The evil energy could not only devour soul energy, it could also control a soul unnoticed. Back then, the masked man from Blood Moon had been controlled by the evil energy, and it was eventually made into a puppet by Yun. With the masked man as a puppet, Yun had even managed to read a portion of his memories. This allowed him to have a smooth experience during the battle in the Soul Tomb, allowing him to successfully crush Blood Moon's plan. Controlling puppets. Reading memories. A crazy idea suddenly developed in Yun's mind. Since he could use the evil energy back then to make the masked man his puppet, then why couldn't he do the same thing now? He could make the black-armored demon god his own puppet, right? The moment he had this idea, it began to take root in Yun's mind, as he got obsessed with the idea. Puppet. It was a demon god puppet. The black-armored demon god was indeed powerful, but no matter how powerful he was already dead. After his soul sea collapsed, his powerful soul could only be used as nourishment for the evil energy. By absorbing the demon god's soul, the evil energy could rapidly grow, and even grow to the point of being able to control the black-armored demon god's body. As for the black-armored demon god's body, it had been honed and it could be compared to a peerless enchanted object. However, without a soul supporting it, it was just a dead item. It was impossible to control it. If he possessed such a demon god puppet, then in the future, be it Yun's strength or his nomological insights, they would take a big step forward. In addition to the Draco first true gold avatar, he would then have a puppet and an avatar. Together with himself, they would be practically redoubtable. Besides, the evil energy could obtain a portion of the original soul's memories through its devouring. The black-armored demon god had deep knowledge of spatial dimension laws. But of course, these nomological insights could not be exactly replicated into Yun's brain through the evil energy, as the memories obtained through the evil energy were generally very vague. But even so, they would give Yun great inspiration and guidance. The spatial dimension laws that Yun understood at this moment were through trial and error. He lacked heritage, but with the black-armored demon god's memories, it was equivalent to having a teacher. With the black-armored demon god's strength, leaving this void would not be a problem. After all, this void was opened up by the black-armored demon god to begin with. If Yun controlled the black-armored demon god, it was equivalent to holding the key to opening this space. We can go out. In the storm, Yun said this anxiously as his eyes flickered with excitement. Oh? Lin Shintong was surprised. At this moment, Yun had begun interfacing his spiritual energy with the purple crystal. His perception emanated, projecting itself onto the black-armored demon god's corpse. The suppression brought by the purple crystal had long left a deep impression on the evil energy. Probably no matter how powerful the evil energy grew, it would not be able to defy the purple crystal's will. It was a suppression that derived from the origin of laws. Come over here. Yun waved his hand as the black-armored demon god's corpse began to rapidly approach them in the spatial storm. Finally, the corpse entered the membrane of light, allowing Yun to retrieve it successfully. Devour. Devour the black-armored demon god's soul. Completely control this body. Yun issued an order to the evil energy through the purple crystal. His life and everything he held dear now lay with the evil energy. With the black-armored demon god puppet, Yun could even forcefully break through the void. All this while, Yi Yun had used the evil energy to do many things. But similarly, the evil energy also relied on Yi Yun greatly. By following Yi Yun, it had devoured all the inspectors in the soul tomb, and now, it could devour the black-armored demon god's soul, allowing it to grow rapidly. It would take time for the evil energy to control the black-armored demon god's body. By now, the spatial storm was gradually weakening as Yi Yun and Lin Xintong had already drifted deep into the void. With Lin Xintong's jade marrow spiritual energy, she nourished Yang with Yin, allowing Yi Yun to continuously maintain the light membrane through the Dao leaf. The energy membrane looked like a gigantic, transparent egg in the void that enclosed Yi Yun and Lin Xintong in layers. And the demon god puppet underwent embryonic development in the gigantic egg. Yi Yun believed that he could perfectly control the demon god puppet in a few months' time, at the most. Time quickly went by, and in a blink of an eye, several months passed. As Yi Yun and Lin Xintong were refining the demon god puppet, the Tian Yuan world was undergoing tumultuous changes. Before the black-armored demon god entered his slumber, he had declared that he would back in 20 years, returning to the Tian Yuan world at his peak to slaughter all that lived under the heavens. Although the legendary human figures had intentionally concealed this matter to ensure stability, there were just too many people who knew of this matter. This news had proliferated in the Tian Yuan world. Immediately, a sense of despair emanated throughout the Tian Yuan world. The black-armored demon god's appearance had swept the Tian Yuan world in an indomitable fashion. In 20 years' time, he had threatened to return in peak condition. When that happened, who could stop him? Didn't that mean that everyone only had 20 years left in their lives? The Sanctuary Island couple and some legendary human figures had announced news that Yi Yun and Lin Xintong had only been sucked into the alternate dimension, and they had not died. They could still return in 20 years to battle the black-armored demon god. However, very few people believed their words. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong were strong, but they were still far weaker than the black-armored demon god. How was being sealed with the black-armored demon god in an alternate dimension different from a mortal being locked in a cage with a tiger? Was it even possible that they could survive? Without Yi Yun and Lin Xintong, there was no one who could stop the black-armored demon god. And as people were feeling despair, a twist occurred. The sovereign of the Eventide appeared, and he declared that he had found an escape route for all the warriors in the Tian Yuan world. Translator's notes, that sure was an ingenious solution, wasn't it? The BADG is now like a gift that keeps on giving. Spatial dimension laws teacher? Check. Super powerful puppet? Check. And somehow, I feel like someone is going to shit his pants when he sees the BADG. Also, the imagery of the BADG puppet being an embryo born from the couple felt kind of weird but funny. Many readers seem to worry about the evil energy gaining sentience, but this chapter seems to reiterate that Yi Yun would not allow it to, nor would it be able to do so anytime soon, and even if it did gain sentience, it might not be a trouble for Yi Yun. In the final part of the chapter, we see the Sadi proceeding with his plans, feeding on the despair and helplessness people were feeling. But with this chapter foreshadowing that Yi Yun's return will be soon, the Sadi won't be acting so freely for long. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 758, Yi Yun returns. Chapter 758, Yi Yun returns. In the world that the Tian Yuan world resided, no one from the human race or the desolate race had a chance of surviving the black-armored demon god's slaughter. The so-called escape route was none other than the 12 Empyrean heavens. The legendary human figures of the Tian Yuan world had vaguely read records regarding the 12 Empyrean heavens, but it appeared as a legend to them. Only when the black-armored demon god appeared did they learn new things, confirming the legend. The legend said of the 12 Empyrean heavens was a place with more resources, richer heaven-earth Yuan Qi, and a more brilliant world of martial arts. This was extremely alluring for the Tian Yuan world warriors. The sovereign of the Eventide claimed that whoever followed him could open up a passage to the 12 Empyrean heavens with him. When the time came, he would use a mobile immortal residence to take these people away with him from the Tian Yuan world to the 12 Empyrean heavens. The moment this news came out, all the warriors in the Tian Yuan world were stunned. A few felt hope appear in the midst of despair as they seemed to be unexpectedly rescued from a dreary situation. They thought about following the sovereign of the Eventide to the 12 Empyrean heavens. However, there were people who did not believe the sovereign of the Eventide at all. Opening a passage to the 12 Empyrean heavens? Was that so easy? Even though the sovereign of the Eventide was the strongest person in the Tian Yuan world, with his strength and his handful of followers, he was still a great distance away from opening a passage to the 12 Empyrean heavens. As for his mobile enchanted treasure, it was a question if it could really take people to the 12 Empyrean heavens. Even if they followed the sovereign of the Eventide in order to head to the 12 Empyrean heavens, it might all end up as a ruse. Many Tian Yuan world warriors had lived for hundreds, if not thousands of years. They would not easily trust others, even if the person who said this was sovereign of the Eventide, the person who had the highest authority in the Tian Yuan world. However, there were a lot of warriors who chose to believe the sovereign of the Eventide. They might have had their doubts, but they believed that no one would be a match for the black-armored demon god in 20 years' time. So at least, there would be hope by seeking refuge with the sovereign of the Eventide and opening a path to the 12 Empyrean heavens with him. These people also knew that opening a path to the 12 Empyrean heavens was extremely difficult. They might even turn into cannon fodder, but people could not just live on as sitting ducks. At least, it seemed that opening a passage was easier than killing the black-armored demon god. Hence, as time went by, the number of sovereign of the Eventide's followers increased. There were even a minority of legendary human figures who wavered. The 12 Empyrean heavens was too mysterious to the Tian Yuan world warriors. At this moment, in the remote mountains, Desolate Race Palace. The meditating Sanctuary Island Lord had also recently received news regarding the sovereign of the Eventide. This news made him frown slightly. To protect the Desolate Race, the Sanctuary Island couple, as well as a couple of legendary human figures who shared the same values as the couple, had decided to live permanently with the Desolate Race. As such, the sovereign of the Eventide would not be able to wreak havoc in the Desolate Race, but for the Tian Yuan world. Without the Sanctuary Island couple and the legendary human figures, the sovereign of the Eventide had no match in the Tian Yuan world. As the strongest person in the Tian Yuan world, it was easy for him to expand his power. With the apocalypse approaching, people inevitably had a slavish mentality. Many of them would tend to seek refuge with the strongest person in the Tian Yuan world, the sovereign of the Eventide. Besides, the sovereign of the Eventide had indeed given a lot of people hope. Opening up the passage to the 12 Empyrean heavens. What naivety! If it was that simple to open a path, it would have been opened up long ago. The Sanctuary Island Lord said as he crushed a news jade slip. The sovereign of the Eventide had claimed to have found a secret spatial node, making it 100 times easier to open up a passage, but the Sanctuary Island Lord refused to believe him. Even if the sovereign of the Eventide had really found a spatial node, his strength was likely insufficient to survive the long spatial storms before he arrived at the 12 Empyrean heavens. Maybe it was for this reason that the sovereign of the Eventide needed the God Advent Tower to protect him. From the world where the Tian Yuan world resided into the 12 Empyrean heavens, nearly no human had traversed it. So no one knew how dangerous it was. It was a question whether the sovereign of the Eventide could mind himself. As for taking his followers, how could it be possible? Eventide is expanding his power. I suspect he is trying to stir up a war between the humans and Desolate Race. Behind the Sanctuary Island Lord, the former Desolate Queen walked over slowly. She had a heavy expression as she did not have an easy time recently. With the dark energy entering Jiang Xiao's body, it made her bloodline's energy extremely unstable. She did not know if Jiang Xiao would be able to hold on, and if so, how long. As for the storm stirring the Tian Yuan world, the sovereign of the Eventide had gathered a large number of minions, making the former desolate queen suspect that he was preparing for war. If the sovereign of the Eventide really was able to open up a passage from the Tian Yuan world to the 12 Empyrean heavens, he did not need to consider the consequences of the black-armored demon god appearing again. He could let the human race and desolate race go to war for his goal, and none of this would affect him negatively. Eventide is no match for us, the Sanctuary Island Lord said indifferently. Even though he and the legendary desolate race figures were injured and suffered a drop in cultivation realms, they had many experts. The sovereign of the Eventide had amassed a large following, but his followers were of average strength. There were very few legendary human figures who sought refuge with the sovereign of the Eventide. Even if the mighty figures of the human race believe that Eventide has the ability to open a path to the 12 Empyrean heavens, they would not blindly follow him. If war breaks out, many legendary human figures would stand on the desolate race's side. Right and wrong could be inferred and reason existed. The legendary human figures could at least be able to understand reason, the only problem was whether they would act in accordance with reason. However, the former desolate queen shook her head at the Sanctuary Island Lord's words. Eventide does not want to wipe us out, he only wants the sacred spirit's remains. For your esteemed race's legendary figures to stand on my desolate race's side, I am extremely grateful, but the legendary human figures would only protect my desolate race only in times of danger. But for them to risk injury or even consume their lifespans to protect a sacred spirit's corpse doesn't make sense. The sacred spirit was the desolate race's totem. The desolate race could give up their lives to protect a corpse because of their faith and as a form of reciprocation to the sacred spirit. But to the human race, the sacred spirit was just a powerful desolate beast. Getting them to protect a desolate beast's corpse did not make sense. Furthermore, just years ago, the sacred spirit, who had protected the desolate race, was an arch-enemy of the human race. I do not know what Eventide is planning on doing, but if Eventide attacks, it is because he has the absolute confidence. This is because he knows very clearly how much combat strength we have. It is impossible for him to wipe us out, but to take the sacred spirit's remains, he might still have the means to do so. The former desolate queen sighed while shaking her head. As the former desolate queen and the Sanctuary Island Lord were discussing the situation in the Tian Yuan world, in the land towards the far north. Swish! With a crisp sound, space began ripping apart as a black-clothed youth and a white-dressed fairy slowly walked out of the spatial rift. Seeing this cold and desolate land, Ian exhaled. He was finally back. Destroying the black-armored demon god and breaking through the confines of space, they had walked out of the jaws of death. Now, everything had finally passed. Translator's notes: this chapter goes into greater depth of the psyche of people when a Messiah appears, professing a path to a literal heaven. As with most false prophets or scammers, many promises are made, such as better martial heritage, better heaven-earth yuan qi and better resources. In real life, this happens with get-rich-quickly schemes employed by scammers, and even if one remains doubtful about it, it is easy for these scammers to prey on the weak or when people are approached in their times of need. In contrast, we have the former desolate queen and the Sanctuary Island Lord being the voices of reason. If it was so easy to accomplish those promises, wouldn't that have been done earlier? The chapter also seems to question how much would you fight for someone's religion? Would dying for the sacred spirit's corpse, a more powerful desolate beast's corpse, be worth it? It shows how the former desolate queen is cognizant of this point, giving some dimension to the two races too. It is the classic conundrum between reason and faith. Which is more right? Reason says that the sacred spirit's corpse is useless lying underground, and it should be used to improve the powers of a human, saving them all. Faith says that the sacred spirit's corpse should be sanctified. But there is a twist added to this. Is it reasonable to go to war against the desolate race to obtain the sacred spirit just for a slim chance at salvation? Whose side would you stand on if you did not know all the facts and situation? As you ponder over the deeper questions in life, Yun is back by the way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 759, Pagoda Refinement. Chapter 759, Pagoda Refinement. This is the far north. Yi-Yun had come here before. So with the place lingering with Yin-Chi and filled with killing aura, he was able to recognize this place immediately. The land of the far north was a long distance away from the Tian Yuan world and the divine wilderness. However, this distance could no longer deter Yi-Yun, who had already grasped spatial dimension laws. He could reach the divine wilderness in a very short period of time. ZZZ. The spatial rift above Yi-Yun began to emit black bolts of lightning as a stalwart, bare-chested man stepped out of the spatial rift. His muscles were sculpted like metal, and purple veins lined his muscles. It looked like a demonic totem. After the stalwart man appeared, he stood respectfully behind Yi-Yun. He was like a towering pagoda, emitting a fearsome and sinister gaze. After subduing the black demon, making him his puppet, it was equivalent to Yi-Yun having a super hitman. At the current stage, just this puppet alone had much greater combat strength than Yi-Yun and his avatar combined. Yi-Yun was eager to try this puppet's combat strength. And just as Yi-Yun had this idea, he suddenly felt a prick in his soul sea. It was a sting that disappeared in a flash. Yi-Yun's expression sunk. The prick was a result of the God Advent Tower. Over all this time, the person who had robbed the God Advent Tower had been trying to incessantly wipe away the imprint he had left in the God Advent Tower. And now, he finally managed to touch the imprint Yi-Yun left behind in the constantly weakening defensive arrays in the God Advent Tower. Of course, this was still a long way from him being able to fully wipe away Yi-Yun's imprint. Yi-Yun sneered. He was interested to see who dared to covet the God Advent Tower while he was sealed in the alternate dimension. Shintong, let's go. I want to see who it is. As Yi-Yun spoke, he held Lin Shintong's hand and began flying. Behind him, the demon god puppet followed closely behind, just like it was Yi-Yun's super bodyguard. Phew! Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong, along with the demon god puppet, charged out of the land of the far north. Yi-Yun's speed did not seem fast, but the space beneath Yi-Yun began warping. It was really like he traveled thousands of miles a second. At this moment, in the square in front of the umbriferous divine palace, there were thousands of warriors gathered. These people were the followers of the sovereign of the Eventide. With the apocalypse impending, the sovereign of the Eventide had become the Messiah in the eyes of these people. The thousands of warriors stood in a gigantic array. Their energies were constantly acquired by the array. And in the core of the array, there was a 6-story pagoda the height of a person. It was floating there, with numerous blood-colored runes circling it. These blood-colored runes were like leeches, absorbing the God Advent Tower's energy. And the array beneath the pagoda was producing new runes constantly, adding it to the array formation. At a certain moment, pang! With an explosion, all the blood-colored runes in the air exploded, disappearing into uncountable black specks of energy. The God Advent Tower was unharmed, but around the God Advent Tower, the Eventide monks who were controlling the array had turned pale from the energy backlash. Those with weaker cultivation levels even lost all their blood and chi, as their bodies jolted. Buzz! The gigantic array trembled violently before it finally dimmed. The sovereign of the Eventide looked at the infinitely sturdy God Advent Tower with a calm expression. It was still a while before the black-armored demon god would appear again. He had plenty of patience, and having gathered so many followers, using the array to wipe the imprint that Yi-Yun left behind would be 10 times faster at the very least. He believed that in time soon to come, the God Advent Tower would be his. Senior Eventide, this pagoda is the enchanted treasure that will protect us on our voyage to the 12 Empyrean heavens? Amongst his many followers, some, who had just joined, asked. This was the first time they saw the God Advent Tower while witnessing the pagoda's refinement process. This pagoda was left behind by young Master Yi? Someone else asked. The news of the desolate race losing the God Advent Tower had long proliferated, so all of them had caught wind of it. That's right. The sovereign of the Eventide admitted frankly. This is indeed the God Advent Tower left behind by Yun. You probably know that I took the God Advent Tower away from the desolate race. Yun had battled the black-armored demon god and he was sealed in an alternate dimension by him. Now, Yun and Lin Shintong are likely dead. Yun is a member of our race, so the God Advent Tower he left behind is wealth that belongs to the human race. As such, it should be returned to the human race. However, the desolate race took it for themselves, and what right did they have to do so? I was only taking back something that belongs to the human race. I have never concealed this intention of mine. The sovereign of the Eventide said it as a matter of fact. His words stirred up a number of his passionate followers as they cheered him, but there were a considerable number of people who maintained their silence. Seeing these silent people, the sovereign of the Eventide sneered. Over the past few days, the number of the sovereign of the Eventide's followers were rising dramatically, but many of these followers came only because of hope. They did not truly believe in him, nor were they loyal to him. Why? Do you expect that when the apocalypse begins, the desolate race will protect you? We can only rely on ourselves. The sovereign of the Eventide said coldly. He was speaking to those followers who were still on the fence. He wanted to refine the God Advent Tower as soon as possible, and use these people to steal the sacred spirit's corpse. Are young Master Yi and Fairy Lin really dead? A follower asked, unwilling to give up hope. Yun and Lin Shintong enjoyed an extremely high reputation in the Tianyuan world. Many people had heard of Yun and Lin Shintong's tremendous strength and they hoped that the two were still alive, and that there would come a day when they would defeat the black-armored demon god. Of course they are dead. The black-armored demon god possesses extraordinary strength and he is proficient in spatial dimension laws. The spatial dimension seal he set up is indestructible to anyone. My understanding of spatial dimension laws can be said to be the best in the Tianyuan world, but when I went to the place where the black-armored demon god set up the seal, I could not even find the location of the alternate dimension. Yun and Lin Shintong's understanding of the spatial dimension laws are greatly inferior to mine, so what do you think their outcome would be? The sovereign of the Eventide retorted with a rhetorical question. The follower who asked previously remained silent. Indeed, no matter how strong Yun and Lin Shintong were, there was nothing that they could do in such a situation. Besides, their great power was only relative to the people from the Tianyuan world. In front of the black-armored demon god, Yun and Lin Shintong could only be described as puny. Such a pity. Many people shook their heads and sighed. They were feeling sorry for Yun and Lin Shintong's demise. If they were able to mature further, they would have been able to prevent the apocalypse. A dead genius is no longer a genius. When people practice martial arts, they have to rely on themselves. If all of you can go to the 12 Empyrean heavens and obtain ancient heritage, cultivating peerless martial arts, how negligible would the black-armored demon god be? But to take you along with me to the 12 Empyrean heavens, I need to first see your value. In time to come, I will establish a powerful faction in the 12 Empyrean heavens. And the you today will become a foundational cornerstone of this faction. Translator's notes, the BADG has become Yun's puppet, and there is so much to look forward to. There is no question that the BADG puppet is the strongest being in the Tianyuan world, but how would he size up if he were to go to the 12 Empyrean heavens? Then, we have the Sadakamli trying to refine the God Advent Tower, thinking he has all the time in the world, without knowing that Yun is back, along with the BADG. It kinds of creates a dark humor with the words he says, as we know how much his face is going to be smacked shortly. He proclaims how powerful the BADG is and it seems like he will be living proof of that soon. His short-lived and miserable plan might also seem humorous, considering he has no idea what the 12 Empyrean heavens are. To think that he could set up a powerful faction is just laughable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 760, Evening Out Debts. Chapter 760, Evening Out Debts. The sovereign of the Eventide's words were extremely provocative. To establish a faction after going to the 12 Empyrean heavens and obtaining heritage from the 12 Empyrean heavens was extremely tempting to the Tian Yuan world warriors, especially the younger ones. They also knew that the strength levels of the 12 Empyrean heavens far exceeded that of the Tian Yuan world. It would certainly be extremely difficult when they first arrived in the 12 Empyrean heavens. However, they believed that the reason that the 12 Empyrean heavens was powerful was because of its powerful heritage and rich resources. In the Tian Yuan world, they were limited by heritage and resources, destining them to mediocrity. It was not because they were weak, it was because they were limited by external conditions. As long as they were in the 12 Empyrean heavens, they would be able to grow slowly and establish a small faction. By starting from scratch, it was still possible to develop into something great. Today, I will take point here. The umbriferous divine palace will be the place that I set off. In the next 20 years, I will conquer the divine wilderness stage so we can complete great things. Your future will depend on your choice and your striving. Your hard work will be remembered by me. When the forces are built up in the 12 Empyrean heavens, I will reward you accordingly. All of you envy Yi Yun and Lin Xintong? That's right, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong are powerful. But in the future, when you obtain the heritage of the 12 Empyrean heavens, you would surpass them sooner or later. They are already dead, dying at the hands of the black-armored demon god who they couldn't resist against. A dead genius is no longer a genius. And when our faction is established, your children might be on par with Yi Yun in their 20s or 30s. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong are nothing at all. The sovereign of the Eventide gave an impassioned speech, which roused the masses. Even the followers, who were still wavering, could not help but be engrossed in the future described by the sovereign of the Eventide. In times of despair, people needed beautiful fantasies, even if they knew that these fantasies might end up bubbles, bursting at any time. However, for some reason, the audience were no longer excited. They stared blankly at the empty space above the sovereign of the Eventide. Their eyes turned stiff as many people had expressions like they had seen a ghost in the day. Astonishment, confusion, disbelief. Oh! The followers' reaction made the sovereign of the Eventide pause. Everyone's eyes were concentrated on a spot behind and above him. What had happened? The sovereign of the Eventide's heart missed a beat. Could it be that something had appeared behind him? With his powerful perception, how could something strange suddenly appear behind him without him knowing? His perception range allowed him to lock onto a small bug even a radius of 10,000 feet. What is it? The sovereign of the Eventide jerked his head back suddenly. In the sky behind him, 3 figures had appeared out of thin air. These 3 people seemed to be distorted in the void. A black-clad youth was nonchalantly sitting on the void. One of his legs was outstretched, while the other leg was bent in front of him. His left arm was casually placed on his knee. In his right hand, he held a strange-shaped tree leaf that was slowly rotating. The leaf veins were shimmering with a charming luster. And behind the black-clad youth was a white-dressed girl. She held a sword to her chest, and with her cold expression, she seemed to have an outstanding air to her. Finally, there was a tall, dark-skinned man, who had muscles as firm as divine iron that made him look like a metallic tower. He stood behind Yi Yun and Lin Xintong, with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Only a silhouette could be seen as he looked fuzzy. This stalwart man had a perfectly proportioned body, and although his muscles looked exaggerated, it did not give an endearing feeling. It was more of the beauty that came from the embodiment of absolute strength. Upon seeing these 3 people, the sovereign of the Eventide was completely dumbfounded. As a sovereign, he was the strongest person in the Tian Yuan world and he had lived nearly 100,000 years. Now, because of these 3 people's sudden appearance, his lips were trembling, and his face turned as white as a sheet. He failed to recover even after several seconds. He could hardly believe everything he saw in front of him. Yi Yun, Lin Shintong, as well as the one that gave him a suffocating feeling, the black-armored demon god. And at this moment, the black-armored demon god's aura was completely converged on himself. He was quietly following Yi Yun, like he was an attendant to Yi Yun. This. Impossible. Impossible. The sovereign of the Eventide felt like his mind was crumbling. He could not believe what he was seeing at all. Black-armored demon god. That is the black-armored demon god. Amongst the crowd, someone suddenly yelled. Instantly, there was chaos throughout. Many of them had never seen the black-armored demon god, as nearly everyone who saw the black-armored demon god had been killed. Wherever the demon god passed, life would be extinguished. However, there were still many people who had seen projectory images of the black-armored demon god, so they were able to recognize him. And with the demon god here, even though he had deliberately converged his aura, the pressure that came from the difference in life's natural order still caused their blood and chi to boil, and their hearts stopped beating. That black-clad youth is Yi Yun. And there's Lin Shintong as well. They are still alive, and furthermore, why are they together with the black-armored demon god? People could not believe the scene in front of them. Yi Yun and Lin Shintong's return was already unbelievable. What made people wonder if they were dreaming the black-armored demon god behind Yi Yun and Lin Shintong? Weren't they archenemies? At this moment, the sitting Yi Yun gently put down the Dao leaf in his hand. Without looking back, he said to the black-armored demon god, "Black demon puppet, go." With a simple thought from Yi Yun, the black-armored demon god moved. He turned around, and his eyes emitted a divine beam that exploded like lightning, tearing the void apart. His aura also emanated as a result. Whoever came into contact with the black-armored demon god's gaze felt a pressure press down on them. The warriors present felt that their blood was in chaos as their faces turned white. They nearly knelt down to the ground. As for those with weaker cultivation levels, they felt like their soul seas were collapsing. It was too terrifying. It was definitely the black-armored demon god. Only the black-armored demon god could push their minds so close to collapse with a single look. And at this moment, the black-armored demon god moved. His body transformed into a black flash of lightning, appearing instantly in front of an Eventide monk. This Eventide monk was presiding over the array formation, and he was a slave of the sovereign of the Eventide. His cultivation level had reached the Yuan opening realm. However, at the instant the black-armored demon god moved in front of him, the pressure that followed seemed to envelop him like a storm. Under this pressure, the monk began to bleed from all his 7 orifices while his pupils lost focus. His strength could not bear the frontal brunt of the black-armored demon god's pressure. The black-armored demon god put his hand out and grabbed the Eventide monk's neck before flying upwards, like an eagle catching mice. The black-armored demon god flew towards Yi Yun and threw the Eventide monk in front of him. This Eventide monk had unfocused eyes, and his soul sea already collapsed. With only a few breaths left, it was clear that he would not live. Translator's notes: more impassioned speech from Sadi that makes you wonder. Would you have believed him if you were one of those people present? Oh well, doesn't matter, since Yi Yun had to crash the party with his appearance. The fear the people have of the BADG is pretty well described in this chapter, and indeed, we see why he can garner such reactions. Go super bodyguard puppet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 761, A Piercing Lance Strike. Chapter 761, A Piercing Lance Strike. This. When the warriors in front of the umbriferous divine palace saw this scene, they were all overcome with fear. It was not in awe of the black-armored demon god using his aura to disperse a yuan-opening realm expert's soul sea, but that Yun could so casually order the black-armored demon god, like he was his war slave. Just now. A legendary human figures, who had lived more than 10,000 years, said with a stutter through his quivering lips. Yun had called him the Black Demon Puppet. Puppet? Could the stalwart man be Yun's puppet? However, this stalwart man's aura and his suppressive feeling made everyone certain that he was definitely the black-armored demon god. Even if he wasn't, he was definitely a terrifying existence not much different from the black-armored demon god. Such an existence was causally ordered around by Yun? Black Demon Puppet. Black-armored demon god. Could it be? A legendary Tian Yuan world figure suddenly realized a crazy possibility. That was, Yun had managed to refine the black-armored demon god into his puppet. After some peerless figures died, it was possible for them to be refined into puppets. When he proposed this idea, all the warriors present were flabbergasted. How was it possible that Yun had killed the black-armored demon god and then refined him into a puppet? They could no longer think carefully as Yun, and the black-armored demon god's appearance placed a huge pressure on them. With their minds oppressed, it was difficult for them to have any thoughts. Many of them, especially the older freaks that had lived more than 10,000 years, were now breaking out into cold sweat. Although they admired Yun and marveled the battle of cosmic proportions that Yun had with the black-armored demon god, they had sought refuge under the sovereign of the Eventide for their survival and future. They knew deep, down in their hearts, what sort of person the sovereign of the Eventide was. The legendary human figures knew that his claim of Yun being human, and how that meant that the god Advent Tower belonged to the human race, was something absolutely not in line with Yun's will. With the sovereign of the Eventide treating Yun as an enemy, then by following him, it was equivalent to betraying Yun. What sort of outcome would it be, having betrayed Yun? They did not dare to think any farther. Maybe the younger ones would be better off. They were young and unaware of the truth, but for those above the Yuan opening realm, or even those old freaks that had reached half-step into the Heaven Ascension realm, they were in for trouble. Yun ignored these people. He only coldly stared at the Eventide monk in front of him. In fact, Yun had arrived here a long time ago. He too had heard the sovereign of the Eventide's passionate speech. From that, he learned that the sovereign of the Eventide had attacked the desolate race and had stolen the god Advent Tower. After the battle in the remote mountains, all the legendary desolate race figures were injured and they had suffered a drop in cultivation realms. However, the sovereign of the Eventide had been absent in battle, allowing him to perfectly preserve his strength. And it seemed that the sovereign of the Eventide's strength had increased compared to their initial meeting at the Tian Yuan Elder Consortium. Under these circumstances, Yun was very worried that the sovereign of the Eventide had done something irreparable to the desolate race. Yun grabbed the Eventide monk with one hand, and he directly searched his soul. The art of soul searching only allowed one to obtain vague information. For example, it was impossible to obtain any nomological heritage through this method. However, for Yun, that was already enough. Instantly, whatever the sovereign of the Eventide did to the desolate race, including his attack on Jiang Sharo and using her as a threat, had been seen by Yun. Yun's face sank all of a sudden. Murderous intent boiled around him as he locked onto the sovereign of the Eventide with a cold gaze. At that instant, people felt that Yun was like a primordial divine beast. No one could stop him from killing anyone. You are so deserving of death. Yun articulated his sentence word after word, embodying actual killing intent. He locked onto every part of the sovereign of the Eventide's body. The sovereign of the Eventide felt all the energy in his meridians retarded in their flow. He felt fear, a stifling fear. In his long life, this was the first time that he had experienced so much fear. He knew that he was a life form not on the same level as Yun. And at this moment, the black-armored demon god stretched out his arm and swiped it across the void. Crackle! The void was ripped apart by the black-armored demon god as numerous lightning gathering around the spatial rift. A terrifying spatial storm began to sweep up. A long lance that had black lightning winding around it flew out of the spatial rift and into the black-armored demon god's hand. It was the black-armored demon god's weapon. Back in his battle with Iyun, the black-armored demon god had thrown this weapon, dropping it in the Tian Yuan world. Finally, when the black-armored demon god entered his slumber, the black lance had disappeared into the void. Now, with the black-armored demon god returning, a casual stroke to rip the void apart allowed him to retrieve his weapon. With the lance in hand, the black-armored demon god's gaze locked onto the sovereign of the Eventide. So, the black-armored demon god moved. Like a tornado touching down, he charged at the sovereign of the Eventide. The terrifying aura restricted the sovereign of the Eventide's body. He faced the direct assault from the black-armored demon god with a pale face. His strength was being repressed, preventing him from using even 20% of his energy. And even if he could use all his strength, he was in no way a match for the black-armored demon god. Pang! 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 With the explosion of blood and flesh, the lance's suppression caused several Eventide monks beside the sovereign of the Eventide to turn into a mist of blood. A single strike by the black-armored demon god was something that no one could withstand. Even Iyun had to use the Daolith's strength, or he would not have been able to withstand his attack. The sovereign of the Eventide roared as he bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood essence. At the risk of exploding his meridians, he finally broke through the restrictions of the black-armored demon god's aura, allowing him to use the strength in his dantian. He suddenly threw out a pale gold seal, slamming it at the black-armored demon god. Ka-cha! The pale gold seal, which had been tempered numerous times while being kept in the sovereign of the Eventide's dantian, had shattered. In front of the black-armored demon god's lance, it was like lust that could not withstand a single strike. The sovereign of the Eventide's facial features distorted as he spat out fresh blood. The attack that he burned his blood essence for had failed to hinder the black-armored demon god. Pwah! The black lance did not lose momentum, piercing the sovereign of the Eventide's chest directly. The sovereign of the Eventide was dangling on the black-armored demon god's lance after having been pierced. He did not die, but he was grabbing desperately at the black lance's body while trembling incessantly. The sovereign of the Eventide, who had a tall build, only reached the black-armored demon god's chest. As the black-armored demon god stood in front of the umbriferous divine palace, he lifted the sovereign of the Eventide up with his lance. At this moment, the black-armored demon god's body was burning with black flames. He looked like an invincible evil demon that emerged from hell. Upon seeing this scene, the people around could not help but tremble. The sovereign of the Eventide, whose strength stood at the peak of the Tian Yuan world, had been in high spirits, announcing his dream of establishing a faction in the 12 Empyrean heavens. But now, he was being dangled like a dead dog by the black-armored demon god on his lance. Resistance was futile. That was the black-armored demon god, a terrifying existence that far exceeded the Tian Yuan world's strength. As for Iyun, he had killed the black-armored demon god, and even refined the black-armored demon god into his puppet. Then, what sort of extent had Iyun's strength reached? Translator's notes: too bad for the Sadi that Iyun learned about Zhang Sharo, if not he probably would have only gotten a bricking. When it comes to a grudge, there's no fun in games for Iyun. And through this, we see again how much Iyun treasures his loved ones, and it's really not the best choice to pick on any of them. Iyun sure is enjoying have the BADG to order around, getting him to do all the dirty work. As expected, the Sadi is no match against the BADG, and we see him have a tragic end. As for those followers who either blindly or intentionally came to seek refuge with the Sadi, what would be their outcome? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 762, Annihilating the Umbriferous Divine Palace. Chapter 762, Annihilating the Umbriferous Divine Palace. Everyone shuddered in fear as they watched on, and Yun gave the sovereign of the Eventide a nonchalant glance. At this moment, the sovereign of the Eventide's pupils were lacking in will and he was foaming in the mouth. He was trying his best to look at Yun, but his vision was turning blurry. You. The sovereign of the Eventide made an effort to open his mouth, but whatever he said was said in a staccato manner. As his lung had been pierced, it made it difficult for him to speak a word. Yun gave a cold sneer and said without any expression, "Destroy this place." Upon receiving the order, the black-armored demon god suddenly took a big step forward. Looking at the umbriferous divine palace, he suddenly struck out with his lance. The black lance was brandished around, with the sovereign of the Eventide pinned onto it, like a dancing black flood dragon. The void was cut through and every stroke of the lance caused a spatial storm. Boom! The entire umbriferous divine palace collapsed. The terrifying power had raised the umbriferous divine palace to the ground, and even the gravel that flew up was turned into dust by the spatial storms, subsequently disappearing. The sovereign of the Eventide's divine palace, that he had painstakingly built, was annihilated in a split moment. However, the sovereign of the Eventide was not yet dead. His body was covered in blood, his meridians were severed and his body was convulsing. The former strongest person in the Tian Yuan world now no longer looked human. One reason why the sovereign of the Eventide remained alive was because he had a strong vitality, and the second reason was because Yun did not want him dead so soon. He was human scum. While the desolate race was desperately fighting off the black-armored demon god, and even many legendary human figures had made important sacrifices, he had turtled up. Only when the calamity of the black-armored demon god was temporarily put on hold did he appear once again. He even wanted to use the resources in the Tian Yuan world to escape to the 12 Empyrean heavens, and by employing despicable means, he had used darkness energy to nearly take Jiang Xiaoro's life. Yun felt that it was too cheap to kill such a person directly. Eventide's cronies, kill them all. Yun gave another order. The Eventide monks, as well as the direct subordinates of the sovereign of the Eventide, felt their hearts turn cold when they heard Yun's announcement. Some wanted to plead, while others tried to escape. There were even some Eventide monks who wanted to put up a fight. However, the black-armored demon god moved too fast. Before the sovereign of the Eventide's cronies could even react, more than 100 black energy arrows shot out from the black-armored demon god, piercing their soul seas directly. The energy arrows were imbued with the black-armored demon god's spiritual pressure. As these people's soul seas were directly shattered, they seemed to have their souls extracted instantly. They quickly went limp like rotten pieces of meat. In just a few seconds, Yun's two lines had destroyed the entire umbriferous divine palace. It was the strongest faction in the Tian Yuan world, and it was also the most mysterious faction of them all. But it was now, all gone. And at this moment, there were many followers who had come to the sovereign of the Eventide to seek refuge, standing in the vicinities of the umbriferous divine palace ruins. These followers were covered in sweat and their faces were pale. The black-armored demon god was too powerful. The entire umbriferous divine palace, with all its mighty figures, including the sovereign of the Eventide, had been destroyed almost instantly. The terrifying black-armored demon god, as well as the yet-to-make-a-move, but definitely more powerful, Yun. In fact, regardless of Yun's strength, it made no difference to them. Destroying them was just a thought away. A short moment ago, Yun's simple sentence of "destroy this place" made them think that they were about to die. However, the black-armored demon god had only destroyed the umbriferous divine palace and the direct cronies of the sovereign of the Eventide. They still had their lives for the time being, but it did not seem permanent. Now, Yun cast his gaze towards these people. Everyone was distraught as they shook in fear. The double pressure from Yun and the black-armored demon god caused them to nearly fall to their knees. There were more than 10,000 warriors present. Yun knew that a majority of these people had blindly followed the sovereign of the Eventide. He knew that faced with the despair of the black-armored demon god appearing once again, they had no choice but to rely on the sovereign of the Eventide, hoping that they could save their skin during this calamity. However, even so, they were accomplices of the sovereign of the Eventide, so they were still guilty. All of you can be spared from death, but there is no sparing a punishment. Yun's cold voice resounded everywhere. With a thought, Yun waved his hands, causing more than 10,000 golden runes to appear out of his hands. These golden runes were Yun's energy mark formed from his pure yang energy. These marks flew towards the warriors present and they descended on their faces, with one person per mark. Following that, the pure yang energy exploded. Ah, ah, ah. Some people cried out in pain, as their faces were burnt by the pure yang energy, leaving behind a scar. The marks burned by pure yang energy seemed to be like brand marks in the mortal world, in which a mark was left behind on their faces using a molten piece of iron. With Yun's comprehension of pure yang laws, there was no one else in the Tian Yuan world who could match him. It was impossible to wipe away this mark, or even use disguise techniques to hide it. Unless Yun allowed removal, the marks would follow them for life. To warriors who placed great importance in honor, this was definitely a lifelong disgrace. It was easy to guess that with Yun's return, and the threat of the black-armored demon god removed, it was time for him to establish a new order. These people would be looked down upon by others because of the marks on their faces. Regardless of the case, they had managed to have their lives spared. You can't be spared a punishment. By leaving the brands behind, it is to warn you. In the future, I will leave the Tian Yuan world, and the method of removing the brand will be left to the former desolate queen. If you were to do good, rendering good service, she can remove your brands. By passing the method behind the brand to the desolate race, it was also a form of deterrence to these people. At this moment, Yun waved his hand. Boom! The God Advent Tower began to tremble and it burst out of the array's confines. Numerous runic patterns shattered as the God Advent Tower returned to Yun before being put in his dantian. Following that, the black-armored demon god also waved his hand to summon his black lance. At this moment, the sovereign of the Eventide, who was in a deplorable state, was still hanging on the lance with scarcely any breath left. He looked utterly wretched. The black-armored demon god flew up and he used his lance to lift the sovereign of the Eventide up. Yun planned on taking the sovereign of the Eventide to the desolate race, so he could redeem himself with his life in front of Jiang Sharo. Let's go! Yun and Lin Xintong transformed into streams of light, while the black-armored demon god followed closely behind. They streaked across the skies, using spatial dimension laws to shorten the distance. In seconds, they had traversed thousands of miles. Seeing Yun and company come and go so quickly, the warriors in front of the umbriferous Divine Palace ruins were still lost in shock. They had survived. Yun did not kill them. As they touched the brands on their faces, an excruciating pain reminded them that everything that just happened was not a dream. Yun was not dead. He has returned. Not only was he not dead, his strength had improved tremendously as well. People previously even had hoped that Yun did not die, allowing him to devote himself to cultivation so that he could kill the black-armored demon god in the future. But the current situation was that he killed the black-armored demon god in the alternate dimension, and even refined the black-armored demon god into his puppet. The calamity in 20 years naturally no longer existed. They need not worry anymore, but they were now burdened with a stigma. However, this was of their own choice, so there was no one to blame. Translator's notes: this chapter teaches us a moral lesson. There are always consequences from your actions, and you will have to bear them because of your choices. Speaking of choices, I just begun translating a new novel, Absolute Choice, hosted on Wuxia World. Give me face and read it. Thanks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 763, Returning to the Desolate Race. Chapter 763, Returning to the Desolate Race. Divine Wilderness, in the Remote Mountains. Ever since the Sanctuary Island couple and a number of legendary human figures had settled in the remote mountains, more and more mighty human figures came to the remote mountains through a passage built through the Divine Wilderness. This place had become the frontline command post in the Allied war against the black-armored demon god. They knew that in 20 years' time, the black-armored demon god would appear again, so the human and desolate race certainly could not sit idle. At this moment in time, the sun had yet to rise. The remote mountains were covered in clouds, as endless mist slowly rose up through the night, blanketing the mountains and valleys. Under this mist, there was a palace and immortal caves that spread for more than 100 miles. It was a residence built for warriors. There was nothing in the remote mountains to begin with, but through the combined efforts of the mighty human and desolate race figures, a series of buildings in the palace compound with arrays had sprung up in a few short months. With these arrays, the heaven-earth Yuan Qi in a radius of tens of thousands of miles was gathered towards the remote mountains, supporting the cultivation of warriors. Not only that, the desolate race had rebuilt their most defensive array, with the divine bone altar at its core. This array enveloped the entire remote mountains. The moment that this array was set up, it began to accumulate energy. As long as an enemy came attacking, the array would be activated, releasing all the energy that it had previously accumulated. Of course, against the black-armored demon god, it was hard to tell how effective the array would be. There were many warriors, and there were many arrays. To allow warriors to cultivate daily and to power these arrays would naturally consume a lot of resources. Hence, there would be a group of high-level desolate heaven masters in the remote mountains who would refine all sorts of relics on a daily basis, giving them to the allied desolate race and human race army. At the break of dawn, the mist was suddenly dispersed by the cries of warriors. In front of the palace compound, the aura from the human race and desolate race warriors' cultivation swept up like a strong wind, dispersing all the clouds in a 50-mile radius. As the clouds dispersed, the scene in the remote mountains could clearly be seen. More than 10,000 array flags were inserted into the ground of the divine wilderness. Each array flag was engraved with runic patterns, and as the strong winds blew the flags, they created a strong, fluttering sound. For the weak to fight the strong, they could only rely on arrays to gather all their strength, a tactic that took advantage of their numbers so they could resist the strong. Ha! Ha! Earth-shaking roars echoed in the valley as the human and desolate race warriors were relying on their individual arrays to engage in an intense opposing combat exercise. Instantly, all sorts of divine beams flashed as energy storms surged wantonly. The entire remote mountains began trembling. Activating such large arrays expended a lot of energy and large quantities of relics. But in the face of the destruction of the Tian Yuan world and the divine wilderness, the various human race factions and the desolate race couldn't selfishly hide their possessions any longer. All sorts of valuable resources that were accumulated over millions of years were taken out without any delay, and they were provided to the warriors. Weak. Too weak. What are all of you doing? 10 arrays burned up more than 10,000 relics in an instance. Look at the attack that all of you had just launched. The Yuan Qi efficiency was less than half. An azure-clothed youth hovered high in the air, as he watched the intense battle below. The azure-clothed youth was none other than Shepherd Boy, who was responsible for the daily training of the human and desolate race warriors. In recent days, Shepherd Boy enjoyed extremely high prestige, even amongst the human race warriors. Although the human race was unfriendly to the desolate race, they too admired the strong. With his talent and powerful strength, Shepherd Boy had won over the human elite's respect. At this moment, the floating Shepherd Boy suddenly realized something as he moved downwards and landed on a mountain peak. On the mountain peak, there was a palace standing on it. At this moment, in front of the palace doors stood a red-dressed girl who looked pale. She was Jiang Xiaro. Ever since the sovereign of the Eventide's darkness energy was planted in her soul sea, Jiang Xiaro had endured the erosion of her life force by this energy. The feeling of having her soul sea eroded was excruciating, and yet, Jiang Xiaro had endured the pain for nearly a year. In the past year, Jiang Xiao had suffered all sorts of torture. The Sanctuary Island couple were helpless against this darkness energy, and they initially believed that Jiang Xiao's life force would be slowly expended, making her gradually turn weak to the point of being bedridden. But unexpectedly, Jiang Xiao had managed to survive through it. Not only that, her bloodline and life force was constantly in a struggle against the dark energy. At this moment, Jiang Xiao's cultivation level had been repressed by the dark energy, so she did not experience any growth over the past year. But the power in Jiang Xiao's blood, as well as her soul, was slowly strengthening. The dark energy did not take down Jiang Xiao. If the dark energy planted by the sovereign of the Eventide was a rock and Jiang Xiao was a weed, then she was being pressed down by a rock. However, her life remained as firm and tenacious as ever, growing through the cracks in the rock and maturing with great difficulty. It's the desolate race's queen. Many of the human warriors, who were cultivating in the remote mountains, also saw Jiang Xiao. They were deeply impressed by Jiang Xiao. They had heard of the darkness mark planted in her. A frail girl like Jiang Xiao had managed to endure an attack from a peak middle-stage heaven ascension realm figure, and her life force was even being constantly honed and strengthened due to the presence of this energy. It could be said to be a miracle. Jiang Xiao had created a miracle, so was it possible that another miracle would happen to them in the battle against the black-armored demon god in 20 years' time? Carry on practicing. Even though they knew that the black-armored demon god was powerful, and they knew that their battle against the black-armored demon god was like an egg striking a rock, they still had to do their best. Maybe many of them would turn to ash in a second during the actual battle, despite their 20 years of hard work, endured through sweat and tears, or they might not even be qualified to touch the black-armored demon god's weapon, but they wanted to devote all their lives for that instant. Furthermore, they also knew that a traitor, sovereign of the Eventide, had appeared from the human race. At this moment, he was gathering followers en masse, and a war might break out before the black-armored demon god appeared. With an indomitable enemy before them, it was extremely tragic for there to be infighting amongst the human race. 20 years. Their destiny would be decided in these 20 years. They all had to do their best, and it might only be a slim hope. But they knew that if they didn't do so, there wouldn't be a trace of hope at all. Practice again! Shepherd Boy shouted. Every practice using the arrays was a huge expenditure, so they had to cherish every opportunity to practice with the arrays. If not, no matter how much accumulated resources the human and desolate race had, it would not be able to withstand such splurging. Just as Shepherd Boy said those words, and the human and desolate race warriors were gathering their energies, two extremely thick pillars of yuan qi shot up into the sky. Suddenly, a blackish-red beam of light appeared along the horizon. This beam of light was incredibly fast, and even with Shepherd Boy's deep and profound cultivation level, he did not discover it any earlier than the other younger warriors. The black beam of light arrived at the human and desolate race's training ground in a blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. Energy exploded as space warped. People could barely make out that the black beam of light was actually the flight of 3 people. Their boundless aura had torn apart the void, and the 2 large yuan qi pillars of light had broken as a result of their powerful aura. All the heaven-earth yuan qi was instantly drained from the human and desolate race arrays by the people's flight in a split second. This was the heaven-earth energy gathered through large arrays built by tens of thousands of human and desolate race elites. Yet, it could not withstand the impact of the people's aura. Furthermore, this was just the aura from their flight, and not an aura from combat. Who are these people? Shepherd Boy's face changed as the human and desolate race elites prepared to stand their ground against a powerful foe. For there to be such a powerful existence, there was only one person they could think of. Black-armored demon god. However, wasn't the black-armored demon god only going to appear again in about 19 years' time? The people held their breaths as they intently looked up in the sky. And when they saw the figures of these people, they were alarmed. All of their expressions were twisted in ways more complex than the runic patterns on those array flags. The tallest amongst the 3 figures was most eye-catching. He was a stalwart man, holding a lance, and he was barebacked. Wasn't he, the black-armored demon god? Black-armored demon god. The human and desolate race warriors looked on in shock. Although they had already honed their minds to embrace death all this while, they still could not bear the sudden appearance of the black-armored demon god. Facing the black-armored demon god, who had attacked them about a year ago and whose powerful aura from his flight was enough to break the energy pillar accumulated by the large arrays, their confidence crumbled, even if they were determined to fight to the death. It was such a terrifying enemy, whose power had far exceeded their imaginations. But very quickly, something even more surprising happened. In front of the black-armored demon god, there was a black-clad youth and a white-dressed girl. Upon seeing these two people, everyone was shocked beyond words. Their minds went from despair to utter shock as they experienced mental fluctuations. Aren't the two of them Yi Yun and Lin Xintong? They are still alive? Furthermore, why are they with the black-armored demon god? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 764, Everything is Over. Chapter 764, Everything is Over. Lin Xintong, Yi Yun, as well as the black-armored demon god. Furthermore, dangling on the black-armored demon god's lance was a half-dead middle-aged man. After scrutinizing the man's look, everyone was stunned. Isn't that the sovereign of the Eventide? The sovereign of the Eventide was the strongest warrior in the Tian Yuan world and the divine wilderness. In recent times, the human and desolate race's greatest enemy was the black-armored demon god, but the black-armored demon god had yet to appear, so they were wary of the sovereign of the Eventide only. He wanted to use all the resources in the entire world to escape to the 12 empyrean heavens. He was like a venomous snake that lurked in the dark, threatening to bite them at any time. But now, the sovereign of the Eventide dangling on the black-armored demon god's lance. What the hell happened? Had the black-armored demon god controlled Yi Yun and Lin Xintong, then killed the sovereign of the Eventide? The human and desolate race warriors were momentarily at a loss. Even Shepherd Boy, who was the commander, was shocked. He could clearly tell that the scene in front of him did not look like Yi Yun had been enslaved by the black-armored demon god. On the contrary, it looked like Yi Yun had enslaved the black-armored demon god because he was following Yi Yun. The black-armored demon god had been subdued? Was that even possible? The Allied Forces array had its Yuan Qi columns broken as a result of Yi Yun and the black-armored demon god's appearance. At this moment, the desolate bone relics were burning crazily in the array, but no one could care for them. Phew! 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 At this moment, more than 20 beams of light flew into the sky from all corners of the remote mountains. The Sanctuary Island couple, the former Desolate Queen, as well as the legendary human and desolate race figures, had all been stirred. When the black-armored demon god came flying towards the remote mountains, with the terrifying pressure, as well as the momentum that drained the heaven-earth Yuan Qi dry, how could they not have discovered the sudden change? More than 20 human and desolate race imperial kings were scattered everywhere in the sky with Yi Yun, who was clad in black and had chiseled facial features, in the middle. From top to bottom, there was a majestic and aggressive aura that lingered around him, causing apprehension in the people around him. Beside Yi Yun was Lin Xintong in her snow-white dress, as well as the black-armored demon god, who was dangling the sovereign of the Eventide on his lance. The stalwart but horrific demon god seemed to appear extremely respectful to Yi Yun. "Sanctuary Island Lord, Your Majesty, it's been a while." Yi Yun casually cupped his fists and greeted them. The Sanctuary Island Lord opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He pointed at the black-armored demon god and said, "That is the black-armored demon god." "Yes." Yi Yun nodded his head, and said, "I was sealed in an alternate dimension and I was at the end of the rope. But in the final moment, I happened to gain some insights into spatial dimension laws by chance, allowing me to break the spatial barrier open. I then killed the black-armored demon god, and then refined his body into a black demon puppet. After all this, I returned to the divine wilderness. As for the sovereign of the eventide, I have learned of the sins that he has committed in the past year. So I captured him, bringing him here so that he can repent for his sins." Ian mentioned what happened casually, but when his words entered the ears of others, they were all dumbfounded. Sealed into an alternate dimension, gaining some insights into the spatial dimension laws by chance. Spatial dimension laws were already extremely difficult to learn or master. Few people in the entire Tian Yuan world could do it. Furthermore, Ian did not know any spatial dimension laws in the past, preventing him from being able to escape the alternate dimension. Yet, he had managed to gain some insights into the spatial dimension laws by himself, returning to the divine wilderness. This method of gaining insight into spatial dimension laws sounded like child's play. As for killing the black-armored demon god, refining his body into a black demon puppet, that rendered the legendary human and desolate race figures even more speechless. They had been cultivating arduously for the black-armored demon god here, day in and day out. They were already determined to fight to the death. But on Ian's side, he had already killed the black-armored demon god, and he even refined him into a puppet. As for finally dangling the sovereign of the eventide on the lance, that was considered nothing. With Ian having the strength to kill the black-armored demon god, dangling 100 sovereign of the eventides was nothing difficult. What more one? Young Master E, you really are. The Sanctuary Island Lord attempted to say something, but he stopped himself midway a few times. He was completely at a loss how to express the feelings he harbored. Sanctuary Island Lord, Your Majesty, the sovereign of the eventide shall be left to you. As Ian said that, the black-armored demon god swiped his lance, while the sovereign of the eventide let out a painful grunt. The wounds that sported black blood had been torn open once again as his body flew off the lance's tip. Being removed from a lance that was about the thickness of a baby's wrist was excruciatingly painful. The sovereign of the eventide spat out blood and there was a tragic smile on his pale face. His dantian had been shattered by Yun, and his cultivation was crippled. He was only left hanging on his last breath. All he wished now was death, but Yun deliberately left him alive. Eventide. The Sanctuary Island Lord sighed. For a mighty figure of a generation to come to such an end, he found it extremely regrettable. He had the intention to give the sovereign of the eventide a quick death. But the way that the former desolate queen stared at the sovereign of the eventide, there was still a deep sense of hatred in her. Even though the sovereign of the eventide's outcome was currently so miserable, it could not resolve the hate that the former desolate queen had for him. Zhang Xiao had nearly lost her life because of him. The former desolate queen waved her hand, sending dozens of seals to infuse themselves into the sovereign of the eventide's body. These seals repressed the vitality of the sovereign of the eventide, but they also prevented his death temporarily. Throw him into the dungeons. The former desolate queen directly threw the sovereign of the eventide downwards. And at this moment, Ian scanned the crowd and he saw a red-dressed figure standing on one of the tall mountains. Yunar. A crisp voice echoed. Standing on a cliff, Zhang Xiao looked at Yun with eyes brimming with tears. Yun had disappeared for a year, and during this time, Zhang Xiao constantly worried about him. Yun had been sealed in an alternate dimension, with slim chances of survival. Even the Sanctuary Island couple, who said that Yun would definitely return, did not believe their own words deep down. As for Zhang Xiao, she was enduring the devouring of her life force from the darkness energy, while waiting for Yun's return. It was like she had returned to more than a decade ago, during their last few moments in the cloud wilderness. Yun had gone to the Tao tribal clan to participate in the Jin Longwei selection. As for Zhang Xiao, she had no choice but to hide deep in the mountains, afraid that the Lian tribal clan would look for her. She spent every day in a treehouse in the mountains, waiting for Yun's return. She even remembered that scene on that day so many years ago, where Yun returned while riding a Jin Longwei mount, dressed in a flying fish robe. And because of his return, everything had changed. Sis Xiao. Yun's figure flashed and he had already landed on the cliff, standing in front of Jiang Xiao. It was over. At least in the world where the Tian Yuan world and the divine wilderness was, everything was over. Yun held Jiang Xiao's hand. As the rays of the sun shone down on the remote mountains, it illuminated Jiang Xiao's pale skin like dancing golden pixies. The bit of cinnabar in the middle of her eyebrows bathed in the sunlight and it looked like a blooming red plum. Yun sensed that Jiang Xiao's life force had not been weakened by the darkness energy, and was relieved. Sis Xiao, I'll help you extract the darkness energy. With the purple crystal origins, even if Yun did not know the laws of darkness, it was still possible for him to do such a trivial thing. However, Jiang Xiao shook her head as she softly said, "There's no need. I will slowly make it disappear." Translator's note: been a bit busy translating my other novel, Absolute Choice, so I won't have time to put translator's notes for the time being, tongue sticking out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 765, Legendary Figures Convention. Chapter 765, Legendary Figures Convention. Make it disappear? Yun was momentarily surprised, but only then did he realize that although the darkness energy lurking in Jiang Xiao's body was constantly eating away at her life force, Jiang Xiao's bloodline was also being stimulated by this external force, and it slowly experienced an awakening. Jiang Xiao's bloodline was powerful, so powerful that even the black-armored demon god coveted it. However, in the Tian Yuan world, due to a lack of heritage, Jiang Xiao's bloodline failed to produce any heaven-defying effects. But now, due to this darkness energy, Jiang Xiao's bloodline was beginning to develop a portion of its miraculous effects. There was such a thing? Yun had originally been worried about Jiang Xiao. But now, due to the catalytic properties of the darkness energy, it could be said that it was a blessing in disguise for Jiang Xiao. In such a situation, there was indeed no need for him to do anything. If he allowed Jiang Xiao to use her own strength to swallow the darkness bit by bit, it could be an opportunity for her. Only Jiang Xiao could turn this catastrophe into an opportunity. If an ordinary person had been implanted with the darkness energy, their life force would have been drained. Alright, Sis Xiao. If there is come a day when you don't feel right, be sure to tell me. With the purple crystal origins, Yun could monitor the darkness energy in Jiang Xiao's body, so he was not worried. Jiang Xiao nodded and whispered, "Okay." At this moment, Yun suddenly thought of something as he called out to the Sanctuary Island Lord. "Island Lord Ing. Is there something you want from me, young mastery?" In front of Yun, the Sanctuary Island Lord spoke respectfully. Yun had defeated the black-armored demon god nearly single-handedly, relieving the calamity of the Tian Yuan world and the divine wilderness. This feat made him worthy of receiving the respect and gratitude of every warrior. I want to call upon every legendary figure in the Tian Yuan world and the divine wilderness to have a convention. The venue shall be here in the remote mountains. I'll trouble Island Lord Ing on informing everyone. Years ago, after Blood Moon was destroyed by Sovereign of the Eventide, he had held a convention at Greatsword Mountain, establishing the Tian Yuan Elder Consortium, in a bid to establish a new order in the Tian Yuan world. Now, Yun was holding a convention in the remote mountains, and this convention would not only be limited to the legendary human figures, the legendary desolate race figures would also be attending. For both the mighty figures of the human and desolate race to attend such a meeting, it was unprecedented. All right. The Sanctuary Island Lord agreed immediately. I'll immediately begin to pass on the news. After the Sanctuary Island Lord bade farewell, in a couple of hours, he and other legendary human figures used various transmission methods to inform the rest of the Tian Yuan world that Yun had subdued the black-armored demon god, as well as how he handled the Sovereign of the Eventide. In fact, previously when Yun arrived at the umbriferous Divine Palace, and destroyed it completely, there were already followers of the Sovereign of the Eventide who had spread the news of Yun subduing the black-armored demon god. However, as Yun had grasped spatial dimension laws, his speed was too fast. Flying from the Tian Yuan world to the remote mountains just took an extremely short period of time. As such, the news had yet to proliferate. Now, with both sides were spreading the news, with one faction spreading the news to 10, and 10 to 100. Very quickly, the entire Tian Yuan world was shaken. The black-armored demon god was dead. The sovereign of the Eventide, who wanted to escape to the 12 empyrean heavens and had caused strife, had been killed. The sovereign of the Eventide was nothing much, but the black-armored demon god was a knife that hung over their heads. The death sentence in 20 years meant a single path of death. Yet now, it had been shattered by Yun. Not only that, Yun was even controlling the black-armored demon god. It was equivalent to subduing that knife and then using for himself. Yun's strength already made him the strongest person in this world. Even Heaven Ascension realm experts were no match for Yun. Now, Yun had even gained control of the black-armored demon god. This black-armored demon god puppet might even be more powerful than Yun. There was also the equally powerful Lin Shintong, who followed closely behind Yun. Yun's wishes were Lin Shintong's wishes. There was also no need to doubt Lin Shintong's strength. And there was the desolate Queen Jiang Sharo from the desolate race. She was Yun's elder sister, and the desolate race looked up to Yun for directions. All these levels of relations made Yun the absolute ruler of this world. Flipping his hand revealed clouds. Laying his hands brought rain. Regardless of which superfaction it was, a simple word from Yun and it would be destroyed in an instant. There was even no need for Yun to do it himself. As such, the large factions that previously had feuds with Yun, such as the Shintu family clan, the Li Fire sect, and the Totem Mystic clan, were all trembling in fright. Yet now, Yun had called for an assembly of the Tian Yuan world and desolate race legendary figures in the remote mountains. He had requested that all perfect Yuan opening realm, half-step Heaven Ascension, and even Heaven Ascension realm warriors to participate in it. Who would dare not to come to such a convention? After the black-armored demon god was subdued, Yun was already the sovereign of this world. Compared to the ancient great empress tens of millions of years ago, he was in no way worse. Furthermore, Yun was still extremely young. What sort of achievements would he receive in the future? It was unimaginable. There was no doubt that in less than 10 years, he would make a breakthrough in his realm. And then, even if he wanted to destroy the entire Tian Yuan world, it probably wouldn't be difficult, much less one faction. In that case, the remaining legendary figures of the Li Fire sect and the Shintu family clan felt like the legendary figure convention in the remote mountains was like an execution ground. However, they still rushed to the remote mountains, and they did not dare to delay one bit. Ignoring these few factions, even those factions who had no grudges with Yun were having butterflies in their stomach. A month later, the remote mountains. After the black-armored demon gods ravaging, a large number of Tian Yuan world and divine wilderness legendary figures had died, especially when it came to the Tian Yuan world, less than half were left. There were only slightly more than 20 people at the Heaven Ascension realm. As for the half-step Heaven Ascension realm, there were about 30. The Heaven Ascension realm was a threshold that many people had a bottleneck just before it, unable to make that final step past it. However, even so, they had been given the title of Imperial King. Below half-step Heaven Ascension, there were quite a number of perfect Yuan opening realm warriors. They numbered more than 200, and adding all of them up, the number of legendary human figures that could come to the remote mountains numbered less than 300. These 300 people had used the teleportation arrays that the desolate race set up beforehand to arrive in the remote mountains. The venue of the convention was in the desolate race palace. Now, these 300 people were gathered in the external perimeter of the desolate race palace. This group of people was the people who controlled the entire Tian Yuan world's order. If they joined forces, they were in control of more than 90% of the Tian Yuan world's forces. But now, all these important figures stood outside the desolate race palace in a respectful manner. they did not even dare to breathe out loud. Residing in the desolate race palace, Iyun have free reign on deciding their lives and deaths. Not only that, the black-armored demon god's aura leaked out of the desolate race palace faintly. Even though the demon god had repressed his strength, the immense pressure that came about from the difference in life's natural order caused them to feel breathless. Young Master Yi summons all of you in. At this moment, a legendary desolate race figure walked out of the gates of the palace, inviting the legendary human figures, just like an emperor summoning his retinue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 766, New Divine City. Chapter 766, New Divine City. The legendary human figures entered the desolate race palace one by one. At this moment, the elders from the Shintu family clan and Li Fire sect were all trembling in fear, and they had extremely ugly expressions. Shintu family clan's head, Shintu patriarch, was already dead, so the ones joining this meeting were only ordinary Shintu elders. As for the Li Fire sect's grand elder, who was an ugly old man, he was still alive. He was truly being very careful at this moment. He would take every step gingerly, afraid that he might shatter a brick tile on the ground, and when he opened a door, he was worried that he would break the handle. The reason why he was so careful was seemingly because he was afraid that Iyun would casually come up with an excuse to kill him. Of course, he also knew that even without an excuse, Iyun could destroy him in one strike, and no one would champion his oppression. At this occasion, with Iyun's strength, he could completely rule over everything. Even though he was extremely reluctant, he still had to meet Iyun. When the final door to the hall was open, the legendary human figures entered a vast hall that was hundreds of feet wide. They saw Iyun sitting high at the seat of honor. Beside him was Lin Shintong, and behind him stood a man with squirming muscles, who looked like a gatekeeper that protected Iyun. Black-armored demon god. Everyone held their breaths as this stalwart man was the black-armored demon god. Now with Iyun sitting, while the black-armored demon god stood behind him, like some lackey, it was naturally because Iyun had refined him into a puppet. Although they already knew about it, to truly witness it with their own eyes was shocking. More than a year ago, just seeing this demon god was like seeing death. Everyone was panicked and they would try to scatter in all directions. A year later, the black-armored demon god had been subdued by Iyun, but they still trembled when seeing him and they felt the pressure. This was like a mortal seeing someone else bring a ferocious tiger around, but this tiger was completely unleashed. It was hard for the mortal not to be afraid while sharing the same room with the tiger. Surrounding Iyun and Lin Shintong were the legendary desolate race figures. There was a big and long table in the middle of the hall. Those who could sit around the table were the desolate race equivalent of Heaven Ascension realm figures. As for the other Yuan opening realm equivalent warriors, they could only sit on the smaller side tables. Shepherd Boy, the former desolate queen, and Jiang Xiaro were all sitting at the main table. At this convention, all the important figures of this world had gathered. Although Iyun was a junior, many legendary human figures still bowed to Iyun. Our greetings to young Master Yi. Many legendary human figures cupped their fists. In the world of warriors, the strong enjoyed the prestige, rather than one's age. Sit. Iyun waved his hand very frankly, as all the legendary human figures sat down. As a form of respect for Iyun and due to the pressure at the venue, many legendary human figures only sat on a third of their chairs. They maintained their bodies in an upright position. Young Master Yi sure is a talented young man. Back when the black-armored demon god appeared, none of our lives were guaranteed. All the heritage in the Tian Yuan world was also threatened with destruction. However, not only has young Master Yi defused the crisis, he has even subdued the black-armored demon god. It is truly impressive. For young Master Yi to be able to free himself from the sealed space, that truly is an astonishing feat. All life under the heavens has to thank young Master Yi. Young Master Yi has saved the entire Tian Yuan world, as well as the divine wilderness. The legendary human figures took turns to flatter him. Most of this flattery was heartfelt. Ian's subduing of the black-armored demon god had allowed everyone to escape this calamity. Although the stress of sharing a room with Ian was not insignificant, they were similarly very grateful to Ian. The black-armored demon god was also my enemy. He wanted to kill me, and kill the people around me, so I naturally have to engage in a life-and-death battle with him. There is no need to thank me, Ian said lightly in a very calm tone. Today, I called upon all of you here to discuss a few matters. Please speak, young Master E. We will definitely do our best. The leaders of a few surviving top factions immediately answered. With Ian's present position, was there a need to discuss with something that he commanded? That was practically a holy decree from heaven. Who would dare to defy it? Ian said, the human race and the desolate race have been engaged in fighting for tens of millions of years. I do not wish to see this carry on any longer. For this matter, I have already talked to the desolate race about it, and I have received the desolate queen's agreement. I plan on building a divine city on the boundaries of the divine wilderness. I will leave some heritage in the city. Be it young elites from the human race or the desolate race, they are free to enter this divine city for training. Those with excellent results will receive rewards in terms of resources. If you want to nurture your future generations, you can send the young geniuses of your clans or factions to this divine city. Of course, the treasury in the divine city has to be provided by each and every one of you, as a form of reward for the future generations. The divine city that Ian wanted to establish was a replica of the Taya divine city from before. Of course, compared to the Taya divine city, this new divine city would be several hundred times more powerful. Be it the resources, rewards, heritage or teachers, they were things that the Taya divine city could not match at all. Ian planned on providing the heritage that he had gathered over the years. A lot of it was from the collection in the God Advent Tower, and most of them came from the 12 Empyrean heavens. Of course, core heritage like the Great Empress Heart Sutra, or the Azure Yang Lord's sword techniques, Ian would not pass them down. He only left behind the heritage that was of little value to him. The effects of learning them wasn't too much, and it was a waste of time. However, these heritages were much better than the original heritage in the Tian Yuan world. As for rewards like relics, pills, weapons, Ian did not plan on providing them. They were to be provided by the large factions in the Tian Yuan world. By throwing this out there, which faction wouldn't dare to bleed themselves dry to fulfill it? If Ian was dissatisfied, their factions could very well be finished. Besides, with this divine city, it could nurture stronger talents in this world, and secondly, it allowed the human and desolate race elites to cultivate in this city. They could mix with one another, and no longer behave like how fire and water did not mix. The heads of the various large factions all expressed their utmost support. From their looks, it was like these people wanted to rush to the boundary of the divine wilderness to build the city this very moment. Ian nodded and then said, "There is a second thing." As Ian spoke, his gaze nonchalantly swept over the elders of the Shintu family clan and the Li Fire sect. Just this glance made the elders turn pale, as their heartbeats stagnated. They felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. They felt like Ian's gaze was like a god's sort of punishment that was piercing them. They simply wished that they could become a rock or a pile of dog shit. At least in that case, Ian would not focus on them. Shintu family clan. Li Fire sect. Totem mystic clan. Ian paused after saying this as he looked at the corresponding elders. The elders from these named factions turned pale in the face. What was to come has come. Never in their wildest dreams would the Ian, who they had added insult to injury 10 years ago, had grown so fast. In a blink of an eye, he had reached the point where he dominated their lives and deaths. Ian did not speak, he just watched this group of people. The group of elders were sweating profusely. They did not know how Ian wanted to dispose of them, and at this moment, every second felt like a year. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 767, Shinto Family Clan's Outcome. Chapter 767, Shinto Family Clan's Outcome. Young Master E. A timid Shinto family clan elder almost rolled out of his seat. With what the Shinto family clan had done to Yi Yun, it would be no surprise if Yi Yun decided on completely wiping them out. Yi Yun coldly glanced at the Shinto elder who spoke. He was never a person who rewarded injury with kindness. These factions had kicked him while he was down, with the Shinto family clan and the Li Fire sect being the worst. Of course, as Yi Yun was strong enough, he did not suffer any major losses. But what if he wasn't strong enough? Then, his outcome would definitely be tragic. Furthermore, Yi Yun wanted to head to the 12 Empyrean Heavens, so he did not wish to see any factions that had a grudge against him left in the Tian Yuan world. Even though those people might be completely trivial to him, Yi Yun also wanted to put an end to the possibility that they would be able to stir any waves in the future. Your family clans and sects, from today onwards, dissolve them. With this said, every legendary figure widened their mouths. A simple sentence had dissolved 5 top-ranked Tian Yuan world factions. If this sentence was said during ordinary times and by any other person, it would have been a joke. The sovereign of the Eventide could not have done it. Even if the sovereign of the Eventide had said it together with the Sanctuary Island couple, no one would have heeded them. However, Yi Yun had said it. In one breath, he was dissolving 5 top-ranked factions, but no one dared to treat his words as a joke. There was no need to mention dissolving the 5 factions. If he really wanted to wipe them all out, he did not even need to move his hand to do so. Amongst these factions, the most ancient one, the Totem Mystic race, had already existed for millions of years. But now, this faction was probably going to become history in the Tian Yuan world. Young Master E. A Li Fire sect elder's voice trembled. A simple word from Yi Yun and his sect would no longer exist. It was too aggrieving. What? You don't agree with it? As Yi Yun spoke, he looked coldly at the Li Fire sect elder who just spoke. Just this glance was enough to make the Li Fire sect elder shudder. He had no doubt that a single thought of Yi Yun was enough to reduce him to ash. If we were to dissolve our factions and clans, then our disciples, all of us, where do we go? Yi Yun only declared that these factions were to be dissolved, but he did not wish for there to be a slaughtering. Although these factions had kicked him while he was down, many of the disciples of these factions were actually innocent. Those members of the upper echelons that made those decisions would be dealt with by the desolate race through a trial. As for the junior disciples, they were guilty to begin with. Joining other factions would do. I will let the Lin family take a portion. It shall be the same with the accumulated resources of your sect as well. Yi Yun did not stand on ceremony. After these factions were dissolved, he planned on splitting their resources to the other factions. In this case, the few factions that were dissolved would gradually be assimilated by the other factions. Of course, the Lin family would receive the largest slice of the pie. But if it took it too much, the Lin family would not be able to digest it. With too many external personnel joining, it would inevitably cause instability. When Yi Yun said this, the elders from the other factions were secretly pleased. By dissolving 5 top factions in one go, it would be a huge pie. And now, Yi Yun was splitting the pie, letting everyone have a bite. After all, there were only about 20 to 30 top-ranking factions in the Tian Yuan world to begin with. After the black-armored demon god had wreaked havoc, some of these top-ranked factions completely collapsed, while some were reduced to being second-tier factions. Now, Yi Yun was removing 5, so there were only slightly more than a dozen top-ranked factions left in the Tian Yuan world. The landscape had completely changed. In addition to Yi Yun taking a large portion of heritage out to establish the new divine city, which allowed all family clans and other factions to send their young elites in for training, this was a good opportunity to rezone territory in the Tian Yuan world. By grasping this opportunity, there was a possibility for them to become the second largest faction in the Tian Yuan world. Of course, the title of the largest faction would be left for the Lin family. With Yi Yun and Lin Xintong's support, even if the Lin family lay down and did nothing, they would definitely be the largest family clan in the Tian Yuan world. The mighty figures who participated in this legendary figure convention had already made guesses as to what would happen before the convention began. This convention would most likely change the future situation of the Tian Yuan world and the Divine Wilderness. Thinking through the entire convention, it only took about 10 minutes. A few simple words from Yi Yun was enough to be fully implemented due to his authority. In the next 100 years, the 5 named factions would slowly dissolve and would be divided. The young disciples of those factions would be absorbed and assimilated by other factions. Gradually, they too would lose their sense of belonging to their original factions, and they would be fully integrated into other family clans or factions, becoming a member of that family or faction. Of course, that would be the epilogue. At this moment, after the legendary figure convention, Yi Yun went to the inner sanctums of the desolate race palace. Lin Xintong, Zhang Xiao, and the former desolate queen were waiting there. The calamity that the Tian Yuan world faced had finally subsided. The black-armored demon god had been subdued, while the sovereign of the Eventide was dead. The factions that had a grudge with Yi Yun were dealt with. For Yi Yun and the desolate race, this entire world could be said to be peaceful. The former desolate queen had a feeling that she could heave a sigh of relief. However, when she looked at Zhang Xiao's expression and then at Yi Yun, she knew that it was time for their separation. "You plan on going to the 12 Empyrean heavens?" The former desolate queen suddenly asked Yi Yun. The Tian Yuan world was only a world that was used as a seal. It was equivalent to a container that sealed a demon god. A sealed container was still a closed-off world, even if the Azure Yang Lord had opened up a small opening tens of millions of years ago. If Yi Yun wanted to grow stronger, he had to leave and see what the exterior world was like. The 12 Empyrean heavens had a unique allure for the Tian Yuan world warriors. Actually, even the former desolate queen wanted to go to the 12 Empyrean heavens to take a look. She wanted to see what sort of level true mighty figures and true brilliant heritage would be like. She hoped to see dazzling martial arts civilizations. And also, the former desolate queen had the tiny hope of finding Zhang Xiao's father. Having been separated from Zhang Xiao's father for so many years, the former desolate queen did not even know if he was dead or alive. She wanted to look for him, but she knew that with her potential mostly spent, it was very difficult for her to make any leaps in cultivation level, even if she were to go to the 12 Empyrean heavens. In the Tian Yuan world, she was a sovereign that ruled the Divine Wilderness, but in the 12 Empyrean heavens, she was a small fry. She might even be killed instantly by others. In the vast 12 Empyrean heavens, trying to find a person was equivalent to searching for a needle in a haystack. And there was too many things that she needed to do in the Tian Yuan world. She had her mission that she needed to guard. In her youth, she had been headstrong once. Now, she had passed that stage. She still chose to silently protect the Divine Wilderness and the members of the desolate race. For the people who had spilled their blood on the wilderness, she could not abandon them. "I indeed want to go to the 12 Empyrean heavens." Yi Yun nodded. "Your Majesty, may I take a look at the traces that Sis Xiao's father left behind when he returned to the 12 Empyrean heavens?" Zhang Xiao's father had fled to this world with serious injuries. His origins were a mystery, but he gave Zhang Xiao an unparalleled bloodline. However, his background was something that even the former desolate queen knew little about. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 768, Departure. Chapter 768, Departure. Yi Yun originally was of the impression that when Zhang Xiao's father left the Tian Yuan world, he would leave behind a complex and powerful teleportation array. He planned on using the teleportation array to find spatial nodes. Using the spatial nodes, he could cross the void to arrive in the 12 empyrean heavens. But when he arrived at the spot where Jiang Xiaorou's father left the Tian Yuan world, there was nothing there. It was a hidden valley, and in the valley, there was a lingering thin layer of mist. The heaven-earth Yuan Qi around the area was not rich, and the only difference was that there was a bit of disorder in the spatial dimensional forces in the vicinity. Spatial dimension disorder meant that there could be a spatial dimensional channel around here that had been sealed. With Yun's present understanding of spatial dimension laws, he felt like he could easily tear apart the void to enter the turbulence of space, and following that, find the spatial node. However, having read a portion of the black-armored demon god's memories, Yun knew that traveling through spatial nodes was extremely difficult. He had to make the adequate preparations so that he would not be lost in the spatial turbulence. Space travel was easier said than done. As for the sovereign of the Eventide, Yun did not believe the sovereign of the Eventide had the ability to reach the 12 empyrean heavens. The Tian Yuan world's warriors did not understand a thing about the 12 empyrean heavens' spatial turbulence. The sovereign of the Eventide's best outcome was probably reaching a smaller world, relatively closer to the Tian Yuan world, but was beneath the 12 empyrean heavens. If he was unlucky, he might end up lost in the spatial turbulence, unable to find a way out forever. Yun was in no hurry. He entered reclusive training in the valley, and as he meditated over the spatial dimensional laws, Lin Xintong joined him in meditation. They began making their final preparations for their trip to the 12 empyrean heavens. Now, Yun's nomological insights were solid enough, the only thing lacking was his cultivation level. However, with solid laws, the improvement of cultivation level was just a matter of time. Seasons passed as Yun spent a long time in the valley. Not far from the valley, on the boundary of the divine wilderness, a magnificent divine city was erected. The walls of this divine city were already 300 to 400 kilometers long. The various major factions of the Tian Yuan world established divisions in the divine city, while the former desolate queen used Yun's name to name the city Cloud, Yun, City. The heritage provided by Yun was all sealed within Cloud City's treasury. Other than that, the resources provided by the major human factions, as well as the desolate race, were also placed in Cloud City's treasury. This place became a holy land every human and desolate race genius longed for. Many young elites would compete intensely just to receive the qualification to enter Cloud City. However, entering Cloud City was too difficult. Even geniuses from major factions, who gained the qualification to take Cloud City's entrance exams, were eliminated in large numbers later. The remaining could only become Cloud City's normal cultivators. Above normal cultivators, there were core cultivators, and the number of people who could become core cultivators numbered not more than 10 annually. These 10 people could enjoy the best resources and able to learn top heritage. The intensity of the competition when only 10 people were chosen from the entire desolate race and human race was imaginable. At this moment, in the vast desolate lands, a simply clad girl and a youth, dressed in beast hide, was heading towards Cloud City. There was a no-fly zone with radius of 500 kilometers around Cloud City. Everyone, regardless of them being imperial kings or royalty, had to walk. The beast hide-clad boy and girl were in a crowd and looked inconspicuous. However, if Yun was here, he would have been able to recognize the duo. They were the brother-sister duo Yun first encountered in Heaven Marshal City after coming out of reclusion from the God Advent Tower. The elder sister's name was Ayu, and the younger brother's name was Anyo. Back then, they brought an invaluable world stone to the Li Fire sect, hoping to sell it. They were nearly scammed by the Li Fire sect, before Yun bought the world stone from them. Hence, a conflict broke out with the Li Fire sect. After Yun leveled a Li Fire sect store, the conflict escalated, but it also allowed Yun to join the Heavenly Tao Union. The world stone was used when Yun broke through to the perfect Tao seed realm. As for the siblings, they went to the Lin family to cultivate under Yun's recommendation. Now, they were headed for Cloud City to participate in the city entrance exams. They also knew that the Jianyadao, who recommended them to the Lin family, was actually Yi Yun, the one who subdued the black-armored demon god and killed the sovereign of the Eventide. They had met a figure that far surpassed the confines of this world, and he had even given them an opportunity. In retrospect, it all seemed like a dream. Although they knew Yi Yun, Anyo naturally could not use their ties to enter the Divine City, so he could only attempt the entrance exams. Cloud City had been recruiting cultivators for the past few days. As such, it was packed outside Cloud City. The people who dared to come were elites from all corners of the world, and the chances of passing amongst these elites was 1 in 10,000. Against these people, Anyo felt the pressure, but it also made the fighting spirit in him burn. He wanted to use his own strength to enter Cloud City. The Cloud City entrance exams had 5 rounds. Most people would be eliminated in the first round. People who reached the second round were already pretty impressive. Only those who passed the third round could enter Cloud City, becoming ordinary disciples. Those who passed the fourth round were made elite disciples. As for the fifth round, in the 3 years of Cloud City's establishment, not a single person had managed to pass it. Passing the fourth round allows you to study laws with imperial kings and enjoy all sorts of resources. I wonder what is it like to pass the fifth round. Is there a possibility of becoming young Master Yi and Fairy Lin's disciple? At the city gates, Anyo heard a youth beside him speaking. His expression looked like he was in reverie, as though he was fantasizing a beauty scene. If one could become Yi Yun's disciple, it would be no trifling matter. However, at this moment, someone dampened his enthusiasm by saying, "Stop dreaming. Let's not even mention the fifth round, you can already count your blessings if you were to pass the second round." Furthermore, young Master Yi has been meditating over laws in recent years, apparently to make the final preparations before heading to the 12 Empyrean Heavens. The 12 Empyrean Heavens is something even Fairy Jiang is temporarily unable to go. You expect young Master Yi to take us in as disciples? Do you think he will bring us to the 12 Empyrean Heavens? How is it possible? Many people scoffed. Becoming Yi Yun's disciple was impossible. However, it was rumored that passing the fifth round would give them the chance at learning top techniques left behind by Yi Yun, including a Dao map that Yi Yun wrote himself, as well as his insights. That was already extremely impressive. Phew. Hearing the conversations of these people, Anyo took a deep breath as he clenched his elder sister, Ayu's hand tightly. "Sis, I must enter Cloud City." He was also considered a person Yi Yun had given pointers to. If he could not enter Cloud City even with that, then he would be too useless. Just as Anyo was having such thoughts, in the distant horizon, they suddenly saw a golden divine beam of light shoot up into the sky. This divine beam of light was extremely thick, like a pillar that reached into the heavens. In the beam of light, there were phantom images of a faint golden bird and a purple 9-headed hydra. They were dancing around with blue lightning bolts flashing around them. Every lightning was like a god's whip, producing an overpowering scene. This is... The young disciples, who were waiting to take the entrance exams around Cloud City, were all amazed. This divine beam came from the valley where Yi Yun was in reclusion. It was only several hundred miles away from Cloud City. It's young Master Yi. Young Master Yi is... Yu and Anyo looked each other in the eyes before they saw the sky torn apart by this beam of light. A black, gigantic swirling vortex opened up in the sky, and looked like it had devoured the sun. The vortex swirled slowly as the beam shot deep into the vortex. It was as though it led to another world, extremely deep and terrifying. Was this the opening of a passage to the 12 Empyrean Heavens? Everyone stared intently as they saw a faint tiny pagoda slowly spinning, and along with the golden beam of light, it flew into the vortex. In less than a moment, the tiny pagoda was devoured by the vortex. Lightning flashed as spatial storms churned. The clouds in the sky had been swept away, and the terrifying energy turbulence shook the hearts of people. Despite them being so far, they still found it hard to breathe as their hearts stagnated. This was the pressure that came from the power of heaven and earth, as well as the immense energy consumed when Ian opened the spatial node. This situation lasted for nearly a minute before the divine beam gradually weakened, turning thinner and thinner. Following that, the vortex also slowly disappeared. The blue bolts of lightning sank into the vortex and soon subsided. Finally, only a thin beam of light was left, blurred in between the heavens and earth. It lasted for 15 minutes before it slowly disappeared. Following that, calm was restored, as if nothing had ever happened. Young Master E, has young Master E left? Someone asked in a daze. They had all heard that Yun was apparently heading to the 12 Empyrean heavens, but as to when, none of them knew. And today, the sudden tearing of space and Yun's traveling to the 12 Empyrean heavens happened all too suddenly. Yun, having subdued the black-armored demon god, and being equal to the ancient Great Empress, had left this world, headed for a world even more vast. People thought about Yun's legendary life. It was truly like a fantastic dream. At this moment, hundreds of miles away, a girl in a red long dress stood on a tall mountain, holding a bone staff in hand. She remained silent after seeing the spatial vortex disappear in the sky. Beside the girl, the former desolate queen, dressed in white, sighed as she said softly, "It's time go back rower. Now is not the time. In time, you can also head there." "All right." John Sharrow nodded her head gently, as she looked away. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 769, Trip Filled with Extreme Bliss. Chapter 769, Trip Filled with Extreme Bliss. Translator, Seetulin. Editor, Seetulin. The distance between the Tian Yuan world and the 12 Empyrean heavens was beyond imagination. If one flew there directly, even 2 to 3 million years would not have been enough. Through spatial nodes, distant spaces could be connected through spatial channels. As such, the distance would be shortened by a factor of 100,000. However, it would still take a long period of time to fly. In the spatial turbulence, Yun and Lin Shintong could not constantly rely on the God Advent Tower, despite having it. This was because the moment that the God Advent Tower was summoned, its large size made it experience greater impacts from the spatial storms in the spatial turbulence. This would result in the rapid energy depletion of the God Advent Tower's arrays. Besides, in the spatial storms, trying to recharge the energy of the God Advent Tower's arrays was not easy. For the past few years, in order to prepare for his journey to the 12 Empyrean heavens, Yun had amassed large quantities of pills and desolate bone relics. While flying in the spatial turbulence, they would spend most of their time outside the God Advent Tower, using their own understanding of spatial dimension laws to shuttle through space. Yun's insights into spatial dimension laws were naturally better than Lin Shintong's. Holding her hand, he took up a spot in front of her, and together, they were like fishes that swam against the water flow. Lin Shintong followed Yun. Although her nomological insights were slightly inferior, she just needed to handle the pockets of the spatial turbulence that Yun missed out, so it was something that she could handle. Whenever their Yuan Qi was greatly depleted, they would summon the God Advent Tower and rest in it for a while to restore their stamina. Along the way, Yun managed to see many worlds through the mazes in the spatial turbulence. The worlds were of all sorts of sizes. Some were like the Tian Yuan world, a floating continent, while there were some that were round planets. The smaller planets were about the size of the Taya Divine Kingdom, while the larger ones were several times larger than the world that the Tian Yuan world and Divine Wilderness resided in. They were massive giant planets hidden in endless space. Just to look at them was shocking. Yun knew that in these worlds, there was life, martial civilizations, sects, and family clans. There were top geniuses and mighty figures, who were bestowed with the titles of sages and emperors. Their martial arts civilization might be inferior to the Tian Yuan world, or they might even far exceed the Tian Yuan world. Upon thinking of this, Yun had mixed feelings. The universe was large, far beyond the imagination of anyone. Just the Tian Yuan world alone was inconspicuous if placed in the various great worlds. And above these worlds, there was the more brilliant 12 Empyrean heavens. That was where true martial art heritage was vibrant. Even a corner of the 12 Empyrean heavens was more terrifying than the Tian Yuan world. Yun, I feel like I'm a frog in a well. Just by looking at these worlds, all of them are so magnificent and brilliant, especially those giant planets. Touring them wouldn't be a waste of time, however, there are so many worlds. Even spending one's entire life to travel through these places would be like a drop in the ocean. Lin Xintong sighed gently. In the spatial turbulence, they could enter any of those worlds if they saw them. They just needed to open a spatial rift to do so. Back then, the sovereign of the Eventide probably planned on using these worlds as springboards. He could recover his stamina in these worlds as he flew to the 12 Empyrean heavens. Of course, that would take him an extremely long period of time. Yun said, Xintong, we do not need to travel to every world. We just need to conquer the most magnificent world. Yun's voice was filled with an indescribable feeling of confidence that slightly stunned Lin Xintong. Conquer? Yun's idea of conquering was to conquer the most magnificent world, giving them the freedom to traverse the 12 Empyrean heavens. Instantly, Lin Xintong felt infinite lofty enthusiasm. After all, a warrior's life was a fight against fate. She wanted to go to a bigger world, to gain control of her fate. Yun and Lin Xintong shuttled through the spatial turbulence while cultivating along the way. Traveling through the spatial turbulence was itself a form of training. By bearing the impact of the spatial turbulence, they could strengthen their cultivation levels. Searching for a path through the complex spatial turbulence allowed them to improve their nomological understanding. And while resting in the God Advent Tower, Yun and Lin Xintong would engage in dual cultivation of the Great Empress Heart Sutra. With the passage of time, Yun and Lin Xintong's accumulation in laws and cultivation level finally allowed them to master the second stage of the Great Empress Heart Sutra, formally reaching the third stage. This was a qualitative leap forward. At the third stage, they could begin a complete integration as man and woman, the harmony of yin and yang. To perfectly combine the long-accumulated 9-yang spiritual energy and extremely pure jade marrow spiritual energy, it needed Yun and Lin Xintong's body to become one, which was also true dual cultivation. In the Dark God Advent Tower, Yun's muscular body and Lin Xintong's soft and white body were buried opposite each other, their limbs entwined like they were joined in an embrace. Their feelings for each other had reached a point where everything was natural. Lin Xintong's body was bathed in sweat, her wet hair clinging to her forehead. While duo cultivating the Great Empress Heart Sutra, the pure yang energy would enter her body, causing her purine body to feel an intense heat. This intense heat made her white porcelain body turn ruddy. While engaging in dual cultivation, Yun and Lin Xintong's cultivation levels soared like a mountainous torrent, rising at a rapid pace. From the Tian Yuan world to the 12 Empyrean heavens, the journey was long and felt endless. While immersed in the double joy of sex and the improvement in strength, they found it irresistible. Even the pure Lin Xintong could not remain indifferent under such pleasure. The excitement her body gave to her was indescribable. Time slowly passed. What was an otherwise lifeless travel through the spatial turbulence was a trip filled with bliss and a strange debauchery for Yun and Lin Xintong. They traveled through space, hand in hand, watching the wonders of worlds that numbered in their thousands, enjoying the life of an immortal couple. With that, 5 years passed. Yun and Lin Xintong's cultivation level had risen to the late stages of the Yuan opening realm. With their strength greatly boosted, it instilled greater confidence in themselves for their travel to the 12 Empyrean heavens. However, the two of them never expected that after their strengths were greatly enhanced, a danger would befall them. It was a black hole that suddenly appeared. Black holes, which were hidden in empty space, were extremely terrifying objects as Yun was unable to detect them. When he felt his body being pulled in by an invisible force, as they were being dragged deep into an abyss, and how the golden pure young yuan chi beam he shot out disappeared strangely, Yi broke out into cold sweat. Under extreme distortions of space, black holes were formed. They could swallow up and distort light, preventing one from seeing them with the naked eye. Approaching them, without realizing their presence, meant facing great danger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 770, Spirit Cruiser. Chapter 770, Spirit Cruiser. Shintong. The black hole's gravitational strength was too strong, and it sucked them in silently. Yi-Yun immediately grabbed onto Lin Shintong's hand. Lin Shintong's understanding of spatial dimension laws was weaker than Yi-Yun, so it was naturally impossible for her to resist the black hole's gravitational pull. Now, they were truly at the end of the rope. Hiding inside the God Advent Tower led to a dead end too, as they would be sucked into the black hole, along with the God Advent Tower. Yi-Yun, let's try to move backwards again. Lin Shintong turned anxious. At this moment, she could only inject all her yuan qi into Yi-Yun's body. By combining their strengths, they could use Yi-Yun's understanding of spatial dimension laws to break free from the bondage of the black hole. With their lives on the line, Yi-Yun's mind churned quickly. They were like swimming in rapids, and behind them was a waterfall. The water flow was too fast, so regardless of how they swam, they were only sliding backwards. If this went on, it would be disastrous. Yi-Yun clenched his fists. In about half a minute, they would completely be locked on by the black hole, their deaths ensured. But what if he tore the void? Yi-Yun's mind lit up with a flash of brilliance. They were still in the midst of the spatial dimensional turbulence, but the space here could still be torn open. However, in the vicinity of the black hole, due to the severe distortion of space, Yi-Yun had no way of predicting what would happen when he teared the space open. But at this moment, he no longer had time to consider any of these. He could only try his luck. Shintong, give me your strength, all of it. Yi-Yun shouted. Without any hesitation, Lin Shintong immediately circulated the Great Empress Heart Sutra. All her yuan qi surged into Yi-Yun's body like a torrential flood. Yi-Yun felt his dantian swell instantly, as though it was going to explode. Shao! The golden crow and 9 neonates' phantom image appeared behind Yi-Yun's body simultaneously. At the same time, the black-armored demon god and the Draco First True Gold Avatar were summoned out by Yi-Yun as well. In a combination of avatar, puppet, along with all of Lin Shintong and Yi-Yun's strength, Yi-Yun threw out the God Advent Tower. Suppress! The God Advent Tower struck the void. This was Yi-Yun's strongest attack. Ka. The space in the vicinity of the black hole contained greater amounts of energy. If this was the Tian Yuan world, Yi-Yun's strike would have caused the space to collapse, but now, it only resulted in tiny fractures and was even quickly mending itself. Demon God Puppet. Yi-Yun roared. The Demon God Puppet, which had already spent a great deal of energy from the previous strike, struck the void with lance in hand like a meteor bombardment. Ka-cha! The fractures expanded once again, however it did not completely crack open. Yi-Yun's pupils constricted, and at that split second, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence and burned it. Suppress it again. The God Advent Tower's second strike was augmented by the strength Yi-Yun obtained by burning his blood essence. Time was too tight. In that short time window, be it Yi-Yun, the Draco First True Gold Avatar or the Demon God Puppet, they had used a strength their bodies could not withstand. Boom! Space finally completely shattered. Endless spatial storms swept up as Yi-Yun held onto Lin Shintong's hand. Using all their strength, they charged into the spatial turbulence. As to what there was behind the spatial turbulence, Yi-Yun did not know, but it was definitely better than falling into a black hole. Yi-Yun clenched his teeth while enduring the storm's engulfment. He felt as though his body was about to crack apart, while he kept his Draco Avatar and the Demon God Puppet. the Draco avatar moved through Yun's will. If Yun's consciousness turned dull, he would not be able to move himself easily, so the Draco First True Gold avatar would naturally be useless as well. As for the demon god puppet, its body was extremely strong. Despite the impact from before, it could still move freely, but Yun could not let the demon god puppet stay by his side. The thing controlling the demon god puppet was actually the evil energy. In an extremely weakened state, he would not be able to control the evil energy. He needed to keep the demon god puppet in his dantian, sealing the evil energy into the purple crystal, only then would it be the safest. Yun desperately held onto Lin Shinton's soft hand, as he felt like he was a leaf, drifting in the storm. The storm grew in intensity, while Yun's energy quickly depleted. He had just burned a large quantity of his blood essence. Being weak in both blood and chi, it was very difficult for him to withstand the terrifying forces. As his consciousness turned blurry, Yun bit his tongue, using the pain to keep him awake. However, he still was unable to fight against the powers of the universe. After an unknown period of time, as though he had a lengthy dream, Yun opened his heavy eyelids with great difficulty. He felt as though his eyelids were as heavy as lead, making it extremely difficult for him to open them fully. His vision was still in a blur. He felt as though he was still drifting through the void, and his body felt weightless. In his stupor, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes opened up widely immediately as he broke out into cold sweat. His hand was empty. Shinton. Shinton. Yun subconsciously stretched his hand out to make a grab, but all he caught was nothingness. Lin Shinton, who he was desperately holding on to before going unconscious, had disappeared. Yun turned his neck with great difficulty to survey the surroundings, however he saw nothing as far as his vision could go. It was just black nothingness. There was nothing at all. He had been separated from Lin Shinton. After being swept into the spatial turbulence, the both of them lost consciousness, and they must have been separated by the chaotic spatial dimensional forces. How was he to search for Lin Shinton in this vast emptiness? And his body was now in a wretched state. Not only were his organs ruptured, many of his meridians had been severed. His body's energy was nearly completely depleted. It was difficult for him to fly, much less talk about void tearing. This endless sea of stars made distances between every world extremely far. In Yun's situation, trying to cross the sea of stars to another world was nearly impossible. With this thought in mind, Yun's heart turned cold. Now, trying to extricate himself from this spatial maze was a huge problem, much less find Lin Shinton. Yun felt hatred. These hidden black holes in space were relatively few in the endless void, but yet he had the bad luck to encounter one. Being pulled into the black hole's gravitational pull was something he could do nothing about. Even warriors from the 12 Empyrean heavens would be lost in it if they were not careful, much less him. Having been separated from Lin Shinton, and his body severely injured due to the spatial turbulence, he floated in the void without any form of resistance. The only thing that still had its strength conserved was the demon god puppet, but Yun did not dare to summon it easily so as to prevent him losing control of the evil energy. At this moment, the only thing Yun could do was rely on the purple crystal to absorb the minute amounts of yuan qi in the void, supplementing his exhausted energy. But tragically, Yun's meridians and pores were like a sieve, making him lose 99% of the energy he absorbed into his body. Trying to keep this energy required mending his meridians, but to mend his meridians needed even more energy. This made him fall into a vicious cycle. If this went on, Yun did not know when he would be able to mend his body. He had to find an area with rich heaven-earth yuan qi, and slowly nurse himself back to health. However, where was he to find such a place? Just as Yun felt like he was at the end of the rope, he suddenly saw a red beam of light shoot at him. He could tell that it was a spirit cruiser. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 771, Emblem of Fire. Chapter 0771, Emblem of Fire. Spirit cruisers were commonly seen in the 12 Empyrean heavens. After all, not every warrior was proficient in spatial dimension laws or had the ability to do void transference. If they needed to make long-distance space travel, they could only rely on spirit cruisers, using the arrays in the spirit cruiser to tear the void. Yun found it incredulous that he would encounter a spirit cruiser. He vaguely felt that he had stepped into the 12 Empyrean heavens. The number of warriors in the 12 Empyrean heavens numbered like the number of sand in the Ganges River, but when it came to the space around the 12 Empyrean heavens, the number of spirit cruisers were extremely few in number. He found it hard to believe that he encountered a spirit cruiser as he reached the end of the rope. And at this moment, the spirit cruiser had taken the initiative to fly towards Yun. The spirit cruiser released an intangible energy that enveloped Yun, slowly pulling Yun towards itself. At such a close distance, Yun was able to see the spirit cruiser in its entirety. It was in the shape of a shuttle, and was light gray in color. In the middle of the spirit cruiser, there was a striking fiery red emblem. It was a burning flame. This is probably the emblem of the faction that owns the spirit cruiser. Yun did not resist, allowing that energy to pull him towards the spirit cruiser. In his present situation, resistance was futile. He did not know what sort of people were on the spirit cruiser, but he would take things one step at a time. In the spirit cruiser, Heaven Earth Yuan Chi was a lot more richer and Yun was isolated behind a light curtain. His mind was in a trance-like state, and he looked like he was in a coma. But in fact, Yun's perception was using the purple crystal's vision to pass through the light curtain, as he radiated it everywhere. Vaguely, Yun began to hear someone discussing about something. Their language was different from the Tian Yuan worlds, but it was quite similar to the language used by the Azure Yang Lord tens of millions of years ago. Yun had to use the fluctuations in their mental processes to barely understand the context of their conversation. Where did this young man come from? A middle-aged man asked with a deep voice as he looked at Yun, who was bound by a light curtain. Just now, space around the 100 Wraiths black hole tore apart, causing a small spatial storm. We came to investigate this situation and found this person. He was severely injured, so we saved him. It's unknown if he was injured by the spatial storm. Replying the middle-aged man was a girl dressed in purple clothes. Her voice was clear and pleasant to the ears. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "This young man's cultivation level is only at the Yuan opening realm. If he were to be swept up into that sort of storm, he would have long been dead. You wouldn't even see his corpse, much less save him. He is probably a drifter in space. Maybe his spirit cruiser malfunctioned and was lucky enough to be saved by you. Also, Foamling, you are just too kind. It's best not to save strangers like these by bringing them onto the spirit cruiser. You have no idea what sort of person he is. Our mission is to patrol the 100 Wraiths black hole. The spatial node it seals connects to a sealed world, a world that is one of routes of retreat for our Luo clan. It's especially important now, so remember our mission." The middle-aged man glanced at the purple-dressed girl with a deep, meaningful look before he turned around and left. "Sorry, I will be careful next time." The girl nodded. She took a glance at Yun, and after confirming that he was still unconscious, she left. Yun was still immersed in white light. He felt empty-headed, and was slowly recovering his strength in his half-awakened state. He opened his eyes a few times and saw the warriors on the spirit cruiser. Many of them wore a flame mark on their right breasts. The Luo clan and that purple-dressed girl. Recalling the middle-aged man's words, he figured that the black hole he had encountered was probably called the 100 Wraiths black hole, and it sealed a spatial node. The middle-aged man even said that the spatial node connected to a sealed world. Without a doubt, that sealed world was the world where the Tian Yuan world resided. Due to the existence of the eternal whirlpool, that was indeed a sealed world. Yun had used a spatial node from the Tian Yuan world to travel to where he was. According to the Azure Yang Lord's memories, the world where the Tian Yuan world resided, was a vessel used to seal a demon god. The number of spatial nodes connected to the 12 empyrean heavens were extremely few in number. There might only be one or two. That was to say that by using this fixed spatial node to travel to the 12 empyrean heavens, it would always take him to a particular region in the 12 empyrean heavens. And the Luo clan they were mentioning. Yi Yun recalled this name, as he could not help but make some connections. Tens of millions of years ago, the Tian Yuan world seal was released because of the Azure Yan Lord. With that, one or two spatial nodes appeared, then naturally, people from the 12 empyrean heavens could use those spatial nodes to travel to the Tian Yuan world. However, as there were very few spatial node, the number of 12 empyrean heavens warriors who went to the Tian Yuan world were extremely few in number. And thinking back to the strange girl he met in the Taya Divine City. That Luo Hoyer, she couldn't be from the Luo clan, right? However, upon careful thought, it did not seem like a coincidence. As there were only one or two spatial nodes, the spatial node linked two fixed spots, this region in the 12 empyrean heavens and the Tian Yuan world. If this fixed exit was in the Luo clan, then it was not surprising that the Luo clan would use the hidden Tian Yuan world as a route of retreat. Back then, when Yi Yun separated from the elvish girl, she had indeed said that she came to the Tian Yuan world to seek refuge. In the Taya Divine City, she was a mystery for she never displayed her true strength. The Taya Divine City had three roles of honor, the heaven, earth, and man. She was only ranked first in personal wealth, on the man roll of honor. As for the earth roll of honor, which ranked people's battle rankings, as well as the heaven ranking, which ranked the killing of desolate beasts, she had never appeared on them. People guessed that Luo Hoyer had extraordinary strength, but she never showed it. She only brought a little maidservant named Donger with her, fooling around all day in the Taya Divine City. Although she looked as though she did nothing decent, the Taya Divine City elders treated her well, because of her mysterious and powerful background. Her identity was a mystery, and even the Taya Divine City Lord did not know who she was. The person who had introduced her into the Taya Divine City was extremely powerful and seemed like a big shot. But now to think of it, this so-called big shot was probably a steward sent from the Luo clan to the Tian Yuan world. It was very normal for a super clan, who used a hidden world as a form of retreat, to arrange for a steward to pave the way. When the family clan was in trouble, and with their survival at stake, the family's children could hide in this small lower realm and remain incognito. As such, they would be naturally safe. If their family clan was destroyed, then their family's descendants could still pass on their heritage. This was the role of the Tian Yuan world in the grand scheme of things. When the desolate race invaded the Taya Divine City, the Luo clan did not do a thing. They chose to leave. It was then when Yi Yun separated from Luo Hoyer. The beast horde that Shepherd Boy led to invade the city would have been trivial for the Luo clan. If they acted, they could have destroyed all the desolate beasts, but they did not choose to do so. This was probably because they were facing enemies that were pursuing them. By recklessly showing power from the 12 empyrean heavens, they would greatly increase the risk of being discovered by their enemies. Hence, the family clan had ordered for them to leave the Taya Divine City while keeping a low profile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 772, Thousand Fei. Chapter 772, Thousand Fei. The spirit cruiser shuttled through the cosmos, but although it traveled at a high speed, in the vast cosmos, it felt as though it was not moving. It was like a dead branch floating in water in an extremely quiet fashion. Yi Yun had already arrived in this spirit cruiser for several hours. When he woke up again, he realized he was sleeping on a soft depression. Below him was a thick mat. It was unknown which spirit beast's feathers the mat was made of. It was extremely soft, and he was covered in a cotton quilt which was very warm. At this moment, Yi Yun was already fully awake, but was only extremely weak. Having consumed his blood essence and then using power his body could not withstand, he had received an energy backlash. Following that, after entering the spatial storms, most of his meridians were severed, so his present situation was truly wretched. If an ordinary warrior were in Yi Yun's situation, it would be a question if they could even recover from those injuries. It was very likely to cause lingering problems in the future, affecting their martial paths. However, Yi Yun had the purple crystal origins, allowing him to constantly absorb heaven-earth yuan qi to repair his body. Furthermore, his body was a perfect yang body, so he was not afraid that he could not join his meridians back up. He did not need to worry about this at all. The only problem was Yi Yun having to spend a period of time being weak. Inside Yi Yun's dantian, the injuries the Draco First True Gold Avatar and Demon God Puppet received were much lighter, especially the Demon God Puppet with a strong vitality. It nearly did not lose any of its combat strength. Yi Yun estimated that once he recovered 30 to 40% of his strength, he would be able to control the evil energy. Then, he would be able to summon the Demon God Puppet, and not be afraid of losing control of it. This way, he would have the means to protect himself. Now, Yi Yun was only worried about Lin Xintong. Having been caught up in the spatial vortex, it was unknown where Lin Xintong had gone. "Eh, you have awakened?" At this moment, a girl about 13 to 14 years of age with a round face walked into Yi Yun's resting room. Her skin was white and she had rosy cheeks. She looked very cute. The girl made a pot of tea after entering the room. Her dressing looked like she was a maid-servant, but of course, that pot of tea was not prepared for Yi Yun. "Yes, I have woken up, thank you for saving me," Yi Yun said sincerely. If not for the spirit cruiser, he would probably be floating in space for 7 to 8 years, slowly recovering his injuries by absorbing minute amounts of heaven-earth yuan qi. Although 7 to 8 years was considered a very short period of time for Yi Yun's lifespan, but time was very precious in the first half of Yi Yun's martial path. Warriors had long lifespans, easily 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years. However, they could only improve their cultivation realms fastest in their youth, when their life's potential was at its fullest. Many warriors would do it in one go and rush to the highest cultivation realm they could. Once their potential was exhausted at a particular realm, or if they encountered a bottleneck, then they would be stuck in that realm. In the hundreds of thousands of years in the future, their cultivation level realm would, at best, improve by one full realm. Unless they encountered a stunning opportunity, nothing surprising would happen. The 7 to 8 years was not something Yi Yun could afford wasting. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, the maid-servant began to giggle. "The way you speak sounds so funny." The maid-servant felt as though she had discovered a new continent. Having arrived in the 12 Empyrean heavens for the first time, Yi Yun did not know the 12 Empyrean heavens' language well. He could only use the memories of what the Azure Yang Lord used back in the Great Empress Mystic Realm, hence, the sentences he said were broken and sounded weird. But because of that, he was made fun of by this maid-servant who still had a young childlike heart. "If you want to thank my missus. She was the one who saved you," the maid-servant said, but suddenly thought of something, before carrying on. "My name is Tower. Stay here and rest. Our spirit cruiser will probably take another 4 to 5 days before returning." Seeing the maid-servant carry the teapot away, Yi Yun hurriedly called out to her to stop her. "That, Miss Tower, I wonder where your missus is. I want to meet her and thank her in person." Having been saved by others, meeting them personally to thank them was courtesy. Besides, the crux of the issue was, Yi Yun wanted to gather news about Lin Xintong. After Yi Yun and Lin Xintong attained the third stage of the Great Empress Heart Sutra, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong had already begun developing a vague sense of telepathy between themselves. At distances very close to each other, they could vaguely sense each other's presence. But now, Yi Yun could not sense her at all. Without a doubt, Lin Xintong was not on the spirit cruiser. But even so, Yi Yun wanted to ask the missus the maid-servant talked about. He wanted to hold on to the unlikely hope of being able to find Lin Xintong's whereabouts. "That isn't necessary." The maid-servant nonchalantly waved her hand. "To speak the truth, our missus might have saved you, but it's just a trivial matter for her. She wouldn't put her mind on it. My missus is busily cultivating, and has many important things to do. I believe our missus will not have the time to meet you." After the maidservant said with a giggle, she turned around and left. Seeing the door close, Ian sighed. Indeed, in his present state, he was like a refugee. He was injured from top to bottom. Tower's missus saved him only out of the kindness in her heart. As for thinking highly of him, that was impossible. It was a question whether he would be able to meet the missus while the spirit cruiser was out on a mission for 4 to 5 days. And even if he met her, she would most likely not help him find Lin Shintong. Shintong. Nothing must happen to you. Lin Shintong's nomological insight might be inferior to his, but her cultivation level was similar to his. Since he was fine passing through the spatial turbulence, Lin Shintong should be fine. Yun tried to console himself, and began to meditate. He was severely wounded, so he needed to take the opportunity to recuperate. The spirit cruiser sailed through the cosmos, and the Luo clan seemed to be carrying out a mission. There were people entering and exiting the spirit cruiser on a daily basis. After all, in the territory of others, Yun did not probe what they were doing. He only stayed in the room, as if he had been forgotten. In the next few days, only Tower would occasionally appear in his room, to retrieve something or bring Ian some spirit food. As time went by, Ian became rather familiar with the maidservant. Although Tower was a 14 to 15-year-old maidservant, she was already at the peak of the purple blood realm and was about to break through into the Yuan Foundation realm. Compared to the young elites in the Taiya Divine Kingdom, she was already nearly a grade above them. The maidservant wasn't a scheming person. She told Ian many things, and from their conversations, Ian slowly had a general idea of the 12 Empyrean heavens, or at least, he knew which of the 12 Empyrean heavens he was in. Back when Ian planned on heading to the 12 Empyrean heavens, he wanted to go to the Yang God Empyrean heaven the most. The Yang God Empyrean heaven was the hometown of the Azure Yang Lord, where he rose up, becoming one of the 72 divine lords of the Yang God Empyrean heaven. Finally, after being betrayed by his beloved woman, he lost his position as Divine Lord. He was then severely injured, affecting his cultivation level greatly. It could be said that he was left with nothing. The Yang God Empyrean heaven buried the Azure Yang Lord's ambitions, and made him obsess over it. Even though the Azure Yang Lord met the ancient Great Empress, and fell in love with her, he never got rid of the obsession regarding the Yang God Empyrean heaven. Only at his death did he see through it all. However, when the Azure Yang Lord slightly opened up the Tian Yuan world seal, revealing 1 or 2 spatial nodes. This spatial node linked not to the Yang God Empyrean heaven, but the 10,000 Fei Empyrean heaven. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 773, Luo Clan, Fire Cloud State. Chapter 773, Luo Clan, Fire Cloud State. 10,000 Fei. Yun took a deep breath. Yun had roughly read through information regarding the 12 Empyrean heavens from the records left behind by the Azure Yang Lord. The 10,000 Fei Empyrean heaven was given this name because the rulers were from members of the Fei race. There was a lot of Fei race of different forms. Their species numbered in the thousands, with all sorts of bloodlines. And the Fei race was a race that valued bloodlines the most. The ones with strong bloodlines were born to be kings. The ones with weaker bloodlines were born to be mediocre, or even be tagged as slaves. Ian recalled that Zhang Xiaoro's father was likely from the 10,000 Fei Empyrean heaven. After all, the Tian Yuan world spatial node led to the 10,000 Fei Empyrean heaven. Or it should be said that Zhang Xiaoro's father was a member of the Fei race in the 10,000 Fei Empyrean heaven. And it was because of this that he left such a powerful bloodline for Zhang Xiaoro. I wonder which exact race Zhang Xiaoro's father is. Ian muttered to himself. Zhang Xiaoro was born in a lower realm, and without the Fei race's inheritance, she could not develop the power of her bloodline. Instead, it should be said that Jiang Xiao's bloodline was constantly in a sleeping state, yet to be awoken. Compared to the long lifespans of the Fei race, the present Jiang Xiao was probably an infant. Even though Jiang Xiao was so weak, her worshipping at the divine bone altar caused the sacred spirit that defended the desolate race to descend, personally approving of Jiang Xiao. In fact, the sacred spirit which protected the desolate race was a Fei beast from the 12 empyrean heavens. In the battle with the black-armored demon god, only Jiang Xiao could withstand the possession of the sacred spirit. Finally, Jiang Xiao's bloodline was coveted by the black-armored demon god. He lay a mark on Jiang Xiao's body so as to obtain her bloodline. If Jiang Xiao's father was said to be a member of the Fei race, then everything could be explained. After Yi Yun thought of this, he subconsciously looked at Tower and could not help but size her up. A 14-year-old girl could be said to be like a lotus bud, looking exquisite and cute. Being sized up by Yi Yun suddenly, Tower's face blushed as she fell into panic. Why are you looking at me this way? Yi Yun smiled. Sorry, it was a rash action on my part. I was actually suddenly thinking about Miss Tower's name. Are you related to the peach, Tao, tree? In the 10,000 Fei empyrean heaven, plants could become Fei. For example, peach trees were plants that could very easily cultivate into a Fei. Peach trees were spiritual. In the mortal world, there were 1,000-year-old peach trees that were used to ward off evil spirits. Besides, in the 10,000 Fei empyrean heaven, many peach trees could absorb the spiritual energies of the heaven and earth, transforming into young girls. In response to Yi Yun's question, Tower spat out her tongue and said softly, "No. I'm human and my natural talent is very ordinary." I see. Yuner nodded. He noticed that Tower's face looked slightly lost. The position humans had in the 10,000 Fei empyrean heaven was quite awkward. The 10,000 Fei empyrean heaven was ruled by the Fei race, and the Fei race were born with powerful bloodlines, so they had an advantage over the human race. Furthermore, with the number of humans in the 10,000 Fei empyrean heaven being fewer in number, they were naturally disadvantaged. Hence, humans did not enjoy a good status in the 10,000 Fei empyrean heaven, for example Tower. She was not only human, her talent was also not outstanding. Under normal circumstances, she would not be able to lead a good life. For Tower to become a maidservant of a large clan was already a pretty good outcome. Yi Yun traveled along with the spirit cruiser until it began to make its return voyage. Very suddenly, the missus who saved Yi Yun appeared in Yi Yun's room. This missus looked like she was 16 to 17 years old, but of course for warriors, when they broke through to a very high cultivation realm at a young age, they could maintain their 16 to 17-year-old appearances for several years, so appearance could not be used as a reference for age. Even Yi Yun himself looked like a 16 to 17-year-old youth. The girl was dressed in a purple dress. Her eyebrows were smoky, and her eyes were like water. She looked like she had a special kind of temperament. Was she a member of the Fei race? From the purple-dressed girl's body, Yi Yun could sense an aura different from humans. In the 10,000 Fei empyrean heaven, the human and Fei race could coexist peacefully. However, most of the powerful figures in the 10,000 Fei empyrean heaven were from the Fei race. Thank you to this lady for saving this lowly one. I wonder what this lady's name is. Yi Yun cupped his fists and thanked the purple-dressed girl from the bottom of his heart. Luo Fengling. The purple-dressed girl answered tersely and simply. You come from a lower realm? Yi Yun's proficiency in the language of the 12 empyrean heavens was not well practiced, so it was easy to tell. Yi Yun nodded in admission. From which lower realm? Roughly where is the spatial node? The purple-dressed girl asked again. Hearing the purple-dressed girl inquire, Yi Yun hesitated slightly. He decided to hide the matter that he came from the Tian Yuan world. Previously, he had heard the purple-dressed girl say that the world the Tian Yuan world resided in was an important route of retreat for the Luo clan, mainly because the Tian Yuan world was hidden and difficult to be discovered. Even if the route of retreat was not considered highly confidential, the Luo clan naturally did not want too many people to know. After all, they seemed to be at war with an unknown faction. In the intense battle in the past, even Luo Huayr, a direct descendant, had been evacuated to the lower realm, indicating how powerful their opponent was. Under such circumstances, if Luo Fengling knew that he came from the Tian Yuan world, then to prevent information from leaking, what if she put him under house arrest? Now, Yi Yun was seriously injured, and had no way to protect himself. Miss Luo, this lowly one comes from an obscure small planet. The planet's martial civilization is limited, and as there's lacking heritage and spatial dimension laws, this lowly one isn't proficient in it. While traveling to the 12 Empyrean heavens, a spatial storm was encountered, losing my way. If you want to ask me where the spatial node is, this lowly one does not really know. Yi Yun lied. Luo Fengling nodded. Yi Yun was clearly an inconsequential warrior from the lower realm. Luo Fengling did not care about much he said, so she naturally did not have the mind to doubt him. As for Yi Yun coming from the Tian Yuan world, Luo Fengling did not think of it. She did not believe Yi Yun could pass through the 100 Wraiths Black Hole's Tian Yuan world spatial node. What's your name? Luo Fengling asked again. Yi Yun. Alright, Yi Yun. My Luo clan is currently enrolling foreign races as disciples. Previously, my Luo clan experienced a massive war and suffered heavy casualties, so it is in need of revitalizing its strength. I am attached to the Luo clan's Fire Cloud State. The Fire Cloud State disciples came out venturing actually to search for non-Luo surname-bearing disciples with superior qualifications to get them to join the Fire Cloud State. You just came from a lower realm to the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, and since you do not know your way or anyone, be it heritage or resources, it would be difficult for you to obtain them. Joining a large faction is a good choice. In my opinion, for you to single-handedly have the ability to come from a lower realm to the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven means that your cultivation foundation is considered acceptable. Your body was nearly in shambles, yet your life force hung on. Furthermore, in the past few days, you have actually recovered greatly, surprising me. If you wish, you can join my Fire Cloud State and become an external disciple. However, I need to warn you that although my Luo clan beat our opponents in the previous war, we only forced them into retreat. It is unknown when they would make a comeback. When that happens, you might be involved in the war, and your life might be left up to fate. You have to consider carefully if you want to join my Luo clan's Fire Cloud State. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 774, MT Fengling. Chapter 774, MT Fengling. After all the missions were completed, the Fire Cloud State's spirit cruiser shot out a beam of light, tearing through the void open. Following that, the spirit cruiser entered the spatial vortex and completely disappeared. The spirit cruiser was a massive object. Back when Yi Yun was sucked into the spirit cruiser, he estimated it to be dozens of miles long. It was unknown how many refining masters were needed to produce such a massive star fortress. Furthermore, the cost was definitely extremely exaggerated. And for such a massive spirit cruiser to tear space in one strike to do spatial transference required vast amounts of energy. The relics that provided this energy was also a huge expense. These thoughts flashed past Yi Yun's mind. Having first arrived in the 12 Empyrean heavens, he could only use certain external objects to roughly estimate the gap between the factions in the 12 Empyrean heavens and the Tian Yuan world. Yi Yun eventually opted to join the Luo clan as it was very beneficial for him. His body was in a terrible condition, so he needed a large faction's protection to slowly recover his Yuan Qi. Boom! Space was torn open as the spirit cruiser successfully completing its void transference. Through the cruiser's window, all he saw was an endless red sea of clouds. He had previously heard Tower introduce this sea of clouds to him. It was said that this mass of clouds had existed for hundreds of millions of years and had never dissipated before. The name of the fire cloud state was because of the rolling red clouds. In the midst of the endless red sea of clouds floated a giant planet. The planet was blue in color, and about 80% of the planet's surface was ocean. There was a dark red continent in the middle and was the so-called fire cloud state. The fire cloud state actually occupied a planet. All the seas on this planet, including the red clouds surrounding it, was the territory of the fire cloud state. As Ian looked at this planet, it looked about a few thousand miles in diameter, roughly the same size as his home planet, Earth. In the vicinity of the planet, there were a large number of fey beasts shuttling through the sea of clouds. Perhaps due to the vast size of the world, these fey beasts were much larger than the desolate beasts Ian encountered in the divine wilderness. Ian saw a golden fish about 500 kilometers long. Its shape was that of a fish, but it had dragon whiskers by its mouth. Every time it opened its mouth, it would suck and expel red clouds, like a volcano eruption. However, this was just its breathing. Other than that, there were feathered creatures with colorful feathers. They were gigantic pythons with single horns that resembled either dragons or snakes. The dragon horses that pulled spirit boats were endless in number. In comparison, although the spirit cruiser Ian was on was massive in size, it appeared inconspicuous when placed in such a backdrop. The spirit cruiser began to slow down. The closer they were to the fire cloud state, the more amazed Ian became. Although he had heard from Tower describe this to him, it was not as shocking to see it for himself. Compared to the Tian Yuan world and the divine wilderness, the fire cloud state was so much more flourishing. The fire cloud state could not be considered big, as it was much smaller than the Tian Yuan world. However, in the fire cloud state, there are all sorts of floating immortal mountains, immortal palaces, spirit statues, spirit cruisers, etc. They seemed endless and was a dazzling sight. And the experts here were barely countable. In the Tian Yuan world, Heaven Ascension realm warriors were already a dominating force, but in the fire cloud state, they were considered nothing much. As Ian rode on the spirit cruiser, it went straight to the middle of the fire cloud state. There were endless immortal mountains here, and each immortal mountain was nearly 10 miles high. Such tall immortal mountains had immense weight, but through the support of arrays, they were floating in mid-air. Such acts were impossible in the lower realms. After the spirit cruiser flew past an immortal mountain, Ian, together with Tower and Luo Fengling, took a small spirit boat that was deployed from the mothership, finally landing on the top of that mountain. This immortal mountain was one that belonged to Luo Fengling. Over the days, Ian had learned from Tower that Luo Fengling was an influential figure amongst the younger generation in the fire cloud state. Luo Fengling was from the Fire Cloud State's Heaven Fire Hall, which gathered all the top talent amongst the younger disciples in the Fire Cloud State. Of course, there were quite a number of such geniuses, numbering more than 100. Luo Fengling was one of them, and her position amongst the 100 or so elites was above average. Luo Fengling's advantage would be her young age. She was about Ian's age. Now, Luo Fengling was at the perfect Yuan opening realm, higher than Ian by a minor realm. She still had a long way to go and had a promising future. And for the older core disciples in the Heaven Fire Hall, their ages ranged in the hundreds. For warriors in the 12 Empyrean heavens with long lifespans, they were still considered juniors despite being a few hundred years old. When Ian disembarked the spirit cruiser, accompanying Ian were 3 other young disciples, 2 men and a woman. They wore differently and had different cultivation levels. These 3 people were the new disciples the spirit cruiser had recruited from the various smaller worlds. Back then, the spirit cruiser had gathered about 100 people, but only 3 of them were chosen by Luo Fengling. Including Ian, there were 4 prospective disciples. The mountain beneath your feet is called Nte Fengling and was named after me. From today onwards, the 4 of you will be my followers. Luo Fengling spoke simply. I'll first introduce myself. I'm Luo Fengling, a disciple of the Fire Cloud State's Heaven Fire Hall. Amongst the younger generation in the fire cloud state, there are two halls, namely the Heaven Fire Hall and the Earth Fire Hall. To put it plainly, the Heaven Fire Hall are personal disciples. Every Heaven Fire Hall disciple has a mountain for themselves. The entire fire cloud state has a total of 108 Heaven Fire Mountains, which also mean 108 Heaven Fire Hall disciples. The number is fixed so only the lost of one would another be replaced. Every Heaven Fire Hall disciple can recruit external disciples as stewards. When comparing steward disciples to other external disciples, it is easier for them to obtain resources from the Fire Cloud State's Luo clan. At the same time, they have to do some miscellaneous chores. As Luo Fengling spoke, the few steward disciples exchanged glances and nodded. The Heaven Fire Hall disciples were elites of the Fire Cloud State's younger generation. These elites' main task was to cultivate, and with them in charge of a mountain, there were definitely many chores to handle. On a mountain, there was all sorts of chores like resource allocation, the feeding of fey beasts, the planting of herbs that needed people manning them. These matters naturally could not be done by the Heaven Fire Hall disciple themselves, so there was a need for people to serve these Heaven Fire Hall disciples. That was the job of steward disciples. In fact, steward disciples was just a great job. They could follow a Heaven Fire Hall disciple, and at times, obtain resources the Heaven Fire Hall disciple did not use. That itself was a great benefit for them, so many ordinary disciples yearned to become steward disciples. On MT Fengling, there will be many chores, but similarly, there will be greater opportunities. As long as you dedicate yourselves to cultivation, I will not treat you badly. In the future, if you display good cultivation talent, I would nominate you into the Earth Fire Hall. When you enter the Earth Fire Hall, you would be considered a true disciple of the Luo clan. Are all of you agreeable to that? As Luo Fengling said, she scanned the four. There was nothing disagreeable about this matter. The other three yearned it greatly, and even Ian nodded his head slightly. His priority was to heal his injuries, and did not mind where he was as long as it was safe. As a steward disciple, he would be inconspicuous so his safety would not be a problem. MT Fengling was considered expedient. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 775, Green-Eyed. Chapter 775, Green-Eyed. Yi-Yun and the other three people agreed and chose to stay on MT Fengling. Luo Fengling was not surprised with their choice, as without any exaggeration, it was a good deal that numerous people dreamed of, so how could they refuse her offer? At this moment, Luo Fengling suddenly glanced at Yi-Yun. You cultivate in pure yang laws, right? Yi-Yun had a perfect yang body, but as he had suffered severe injuries, leaving most of his meridians severed, his pure yang body was not obvious. But even so, Luo Fengling could sense Yi-Yun's attainment in pure yang laws, hence, motivating her question. After all, the Luo clan focused on fire elemental laws, which had its similarities with pure yang laws. Yes, Yi-Yun nodded. All right. Although I'm in charge of MT Fengling, I do not really deal with the chores at all. I need to enter reclusive cultivation to prepare for the Luo Divine Hall's test. A typical reclusive cultivation of mine would be a year or two, so there will be many matters on MT Fengling that will be your responsibility. Yi-Yun, since you are proficient in pure yang laws, you should have some sense of fire elemental materials. I'll put you in charge of the procurement of materials and the management of MT Fengling's material storehouse. As for Sun Lai, Donghu and Bai Wei, you will be in charge of rearing the fey beasts. On MT Fengling, there are many fey beasts, and they need to be let out to pasture and fed on a daily basis. This shall be your responsibility. Luo Fengling nonchalantly gave them instructions and was about to enter reclusion. Yi-Yun did not mind Luo Fengling's order, but was slightly surprised by the Luo Divine Hall Luo Fengling mentioned. Make preparations for the Luo Divine Hall's test? Fire Cloud State had two halls that took in young disciples, Heaven Fire Hall and Earth Fire Hall. The Heaven Fire Hall was already considered the highest. As for the Earth Fire Hall, even though it was a secondary, those in it were still official disciples. In comparison, Yi-Yun would just be an exterior disciple, and considered titular. Only by being outstanding would he be promoted to the Earth Fire Hall. Clearly, the Luo Divine Hall was on a much higher level than the Heaven Fire Hall or Earth Fire Hall. Yi-Yun could not help but ask, "May I know what is the Luo Divine Hall test that Senior Luo mentioned?" "Oh." Luo Fengling's eyebrows knitted slightly. Typical exterior disciples would hold their breaths when they saw her, and during any interaction, they would only receive instructions and not dare probe further. She did not expect Yi-Yun to ask a question that had nothing to do with what she had instructed. Furthermore, from his appearance, he did not seem to fear her. Luo Fengling answered Yi-Yun, "The Heaven Fire Hall is where the most elite disciples from the Fire Cloud State gather. As for the Luo Divine Hall, it is the place where the top geniuses of the entire Luo clan gather. The Luo clan is extremely massive, and my Fire Cloud State is just one out of 196 states of the Luo clan. And above the 196 states, there is the Luo Divine Empyrean capital occupied by the Luo clan's royalty. This Luo Divine Hall is in the Empyrean capital, a sacred land all disciples from the various states look forward to." When Luo Fengling said those words, she revealed a trace of longing. Entering the Luo Divine Hall was always Luo Fengling's dream. Yi-Yun was secretly horrified hearing this. 196 states? Along with the Luo clan's royalty, how massive was it? With so many states, and with each state having at least 100 personal disciples, the competition was clearly immense. Then Luo Huaer. Could she be in the Empyrean capital? Yi-Yun did not know Luo Huaer's actual identity in the Luo clan. According to what she said, the faction she was in was facing a disaster. As a direct descendant, she had been specially given protection and had been evacuated to the Tian Yuan world. Then, Luo Huaer's identity had to be something special. Just the number of disciples in the peripheral 196 states was a massive number, so it was unlikely for the Luo clan to give all of them special protection. However, Yi-Yun could not ask Luo Fengling about Luo Huaer. He could not explain how he knew of Luo Huaer, and if it involved anything confidential, he might encounter trouble. After Luo Fengling finished speaking, she ignored Yi-Yun. She was in a rush for time, eager to begin her reclusive cultivation in a chamber. This reclusion of mine would take at least a few months. If you encounter any problems in your cultivation, you can ask me after I'm done with my reclusion, to which I'll answer you. Right, this relic is for you. It is good for healing your wounds. As Luo Fengling spoke, she flicked her finger, sending a crystalline relic towards Yi-Yun, which he caught. The relic was warm and moist to the touch. Before Yi-Yun had the chance to look at it, Luo Fengling had already disappeared. And after Luo Fengling left, Sun Lai, Dong Hu and Bai Wei cast their gazes at Yi-Yun simultaneously. Their gazes had a malevolent hint in them. Yi-Yun's job was to manage the material storehouse. The materials collected by Mt. Fengling were naturally very valuable, so while managing all of this, even some less important materials would be of immense value for them. The advantages of being in charge of the material storehouse as well as procurement was obvious. It was definitely a gravy train. As for them, their main task was to feed the Fey beasts. Feeding the Fey beasts, letting them pasture and cleaning the beast pens was hard work. Other than hard work, there was no benefit to it. The differences between the jobs were huge. Furthermore, Luo Fengling had even thrown a relic at Yi-Yun for him to treat his wounds. Looking at the relic in Yi-Yun's hand, the crystalline relic exuded a warm glow like jade. It was definitely a relic of superior grade. This was a relic refined by the Luo clan, so even if Luo Fengling did not mind it, its value was immense for them. After all, in the 12 Empyrean heavens, there were a lot of mortals as well as warriors who lived in the lower echelons. They were born in the 12 Empyrean heavens, and with their ordinary backgrounds, they could not receive much resources. The competition they faced was greater than those faced in the lower realm, and at times were even worse off than the lower realm warriors. They were naturally envious when they saw Ian getting such a good job and having a relic in hand. I say, kid. You come from the lower realms, right? Just from listening to Ian speak, they could roughly guess that Ian was not an original resident of the 12 Empyrean heavens. Ian glanced at the person speaking. His eyes were slender and he had dark skin. He looked like the kind of person who refused to suffer any losses. His name was Sun Lai. Ian did not respond and could not be bothered with such people. Sun Lai chuckled and licked his lips. Kid, it's useless even if you don't admit it. You probably came to the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven just recently. The lower realms you come from is a land of savages. The strength of warriors there are negligible. Being able to come to the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven makes you a general amongst dwarves. With him saying this, a youth beside him, who had a stocky build, roared with laughter. His name was Dong Hu. Kid, why are you so seriously injured? Were you beaten the moment you came to the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven? He. The 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven isn't like your hometown. In your hometown, you can walk any way you like, but in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, you have to crawl. Being too arrogant will get you beaten, just like your present situation. However, getting beaten is a good thing. At least it will open your eyes. The environment we grew up in is not something you can imagine. So kid, let this young lord take a look at that relic in your hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 776, Establishing Authority. Chapter 776, Establishing Authority. Dong Hu was eyeing the relic in Ian's hand. He naturally was not afraid of the injured Ian. Even if Ian was not injured, he was not afraid of him since he had 3 people on his side. Furthermore, Dong Hu had grown up in a Fey race tribal clan that was located in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven. Although the clan's bloodline was average, members of the Fey race had naturally stronger bodies than humans, what more Ian who came from a lower realm. As for whether this matter would result in Luo Fengling's unhappiness, Dong Hu was not worried. A person like Luo Fengling was dedicated to cultivation. She came out of reclusion once every 1 or 2 years, and what she pursued was her entry into the Luo Divine Hall, becoming a powerful figure in the Luo clan. Compared to Luo Fengling's martial path, the matters between them, steward disciples, were completely trivial, so why would she care about it? Even if Luo Fengling came out of reclusion, they might not even be able to meet her. And even if they met her, it was impossible for Ian to complain to her. Has it ever occurred where a court maiden complains to the emperor after a fight amongst court maidens? There were always competing interests between disciples in a sect. It was extremely common. Dong Hu even wanted to take a slice of Ian's pie, the responsibility over the procurement of fire elemental materials, in a bid to obtain some benefits. Kid, it's your first time here in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven. Since you do not know your way or anyone, you will be easily bullied. If not for that, you would not have been beaten up badly. I propose that you follow me and be my subordinate. I'll promise your protection. Dong Hu said with a chuckle. If this kid fell for it, he could help him feed the Fey beasts and leave the good procurement job for himself. He naturally did not mind protecting Ian in that case. In a faction like the Fire Cloud State, being alone was not easy. Taking in some minions allowed him to slowly prosper. Be your subordinate? Ian played with the relic in his hand. In fact, Ian did not care too much for the relic Luo Fengling gave to him. If he was an ordinary late-stage Yuan opening realm warrior, he would have cured most of his wounds by using this relic. However, be it in terms of cultivation technique or nomological insights, including his Yuan Foundation or Dao Seed, they were incomparable to an ordinary warrior. The more powerful a warrior was, the stronger their vitality, so it was more difficult for them to suffer injuries. Correspondingly, once they were injured, the cost of recovery was also greater. Such a relic could not have much effect on the heavy injuries Yun had suffered. Yun's recovery mainly relied on the purple crystal. For the past few days, he had relied on the purple crystal to heal himself on the spirit cruiser, so he had already recovered a bit of his strength. Although he had recovered a bit of his strength, Yun could not use Yuan Qi to do battle. This was because the moment he used it, his meridians would be activated, causing a relapse from his old injuries. He might get a thrilling experience by using a move or two, but Yun would have to pay a greater price after that, so it was not worth it. Although Yun did not care about the relic, he did not plan on giving it to these villains. "Your name is Donghu, Winter Tiger. I guess you were a tiger that gained sentience?" Yun rebutted, causing Donghu's face to stiffen. Immediately following that, his expression turned ugly. The Fey race was split into three major categories: Heaven Fey, Earth Fey, and Ancient Fey. The Heaven Fey was the nobility of the Fey race. There were very few Heaven Fey in the 10,000 Fey Emperor in heaven, so they typically established large family clans, large sects or kingdoms. For example, the Luo clan was a Heaven Fey. All Heaven Fey species had a long history. Noble blood flowed in their bodies which could be traced to primordial powerful figures of the Fey race. However, the richness in their bloodline differed considerably amongst offspring from different families. If one's bloodline was rich enough, they could awaken the powers of the primordial Fey race as they matured. This would then be no trifling matter. The Heaven Fey were a higher level of existence in the Fey race. Their appearances tended to resemble humans. The babies they gave birth to were in the shape of human infants, so other than the difference in bloodline, they looked almost identical. Only very few members of a species with sufficiently powerful bloodlines could transform into an Ancient Fey. That would be their final combat form. The second Fey race species was the Earth Fey, a species far inferior to the Heaven Fey. They were actually originally beasts or plants. After experiencing a sufficiently long period of growth by absorbing the essence of the heaven and earth, they could suddenly achieve sentience one day. Slowly, they could cultivate in the Tao, eventually taking on human form. They had equivalent intelligence as humans and were considered half human and half Fey. As Earth Fey bred, their numbers grew greatly, slowly resulting in the Earth Fey species. The born offspring of Earth Fey would usually have beast-like characteristics. For example, the infant would have fangs, claws, fur, tails, etc. By slowly cultivating, they would completely transform. Members of the Earth Fey had an innate inferiority complex when facing members of the Heaven Fey. But compared to humans, they would have an innate sense of superiority. The bodies of Earth Fey species were significantly stronger than human bodies, but their perception was inferior to humans. To put it bluntly, their intellect was worse than humans, so in terms of the creation of heritage, learning cultivation techniques or matters regarding nomological insights, they were inferior to humans. The final third race, the Ancient Fey, were actually ancestors of the Heaven Fey species. They came into being from the condensation of heaven and earth essence right at the beginning of the universe's formation. They were the first lives in the universe, and were an existence that approached natural gods. The Ancient Fey had interesting legends to them. For example, Fey race legends speak of ancient Fey dragons or Baizé. They could also produce offspring, but their ability to reproduce was dismal. The Ancient Fey were originally few in number, so as time went on, they turned nearly extinct. Hence, when talking about the Fey race in the 10,000 Fey Emperor in heaven, only the Heaven and Earth Fey were typically mentioned. The Fire Cloud states Heaven Fire Hall and Earth Fire Hall's classification also came from a result of the Heaven and Earth Fey. Donghu's family clan belonged to an Earth Fey species. Furthermore, his ancestor was a tiger, who lived tens of thousands of years in the woods, that achieved the Tao. This was not supposed to be a history worth flaunting, and not only did Yun allude to Donghu's humble origins, he even used the words tiger that gains sentience instead of tiger achieving the Tao. This was implying that they, as members of the Fey race, they were analogous to the spirits found in supernatural novels written by humans, so there was no way he could tolerate this. Donghu was infuriated, while the girl named by Wei beside him began chuckling. As she laughed at Donghu's origins, she put on a look as though she was watching a good show, anticipating how Yi Yun would put an end to this matter. Was Yi Yun not afraid of death? Why did he dare to offend Donghu and Sun Lai despite being so seriously injured? In the Luo clan, battles between disciples were usually intense. Donghu gave a nasty look after he was mocked by Bai Wei. As he looked at Yi Yun, he said ferociously, "You lowly human, you even come from a lower realm. You have no rights to mock my ancestor. This is the first time I, Donghu, came to the fire cloud state. I have all this power but with no way to show for it. Today, I shall use you to establish my authority." As Donghu spoke, he grabbed at Yi Yun. His body was large and muscular, and the hair on his body was extremely thick. He looked just like a tiger. The Earth-Fae species may have poor perception, but their physiques far exceeded humans. Especially with Donghu's ancestor being a tiger that achieved the Tao, his physical strength was extremely terrifying. As he watched Donghu charge at him, Yi Yun retreated and in an instant took 5 steps back. Although Yi Yun had recovered slightly, he did not dare to freely fight with others because it might cause his old injuries to relapse. Against Donghu's claw, Yi Yun circulated energy to his dantian. Phew! A beam of light shot out from Yi Yun's dantian, straight at Donghu. This beam of light was Yi Yun's Draco first true gold avatar. Yi Yun himself was injured so he could not fight, but he had recovered a minimal amount of strength. He could already barely use the Draco first true gold avatar. As for the more powerful demon god puppet, Yi Yun was afraid he would lose control of the evil energy, so he did not summon it out. As for the recognizing the Draco first true gold avatar by Donghu and company, it was something he did not need to worry about. If it was a Draco first true gold in its most primordial state, there might be some well-learned members of the Fey race in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven who could recognize it. However, Yi Yun's Draco first true gold had already metamorphosed into a body of flesh and blood. In addition to the Azure Yang Lord's refinement for tens of millions of years, even if weaker mighty members of the Fey race saw it, they might not be able to recognize the material of the avatar. In a blink of an eye, Donghu did not even manage to make out the beam of light, but he did not lose his offensive momentum. Bam! Donghu's claw grabbed at the Draco first true gold avatar's chest, but before he could feel triumphant, he felt like he had grabbed a divine piece of metal. The force from his claw could not tear apart the Draco first true gold avatar's defenses. What is this? Donghu was alarmed. At this moment, the Draco first true gold avatar punched Donghu straight in the face. No matter how powerful Donghu's body was, he was inferior to a divine material like Draco first true gold. This punch resulted in a horrifying cracking sound. Donghu's vision turned black as his legs went limp. The immense momentum caused the tiles beneath him to crack, as he sunk into the ground. Oh! Such a hard head? Yi Yun was also slightly surprised. He believed that the Draco first true gold avatar could smash Donghu's skull to pieces with that punch. Even if the Fey race possessed a strong vitality, he would have to be bedridden for a month or two. He never expected that in that punch, the Draco first true gold avatar felt an immense resistance. Donghu's head could definitely be used as a hammer. But even so, Donghu was in a daze from being hit by the punch and his mind was momentarily vacant. The Draco first true gold avatar leaped up at that moment and jumped right in front of Donghu, sending him a flying kick. This kick landed on Donghu's face. The Draco first true gold avatar's leg was too hard, so it smashed Donghu's nose bridge in. Like a sandbag, Donghu's massive body was sent flying by the Draco first true gold avatar with a kick. But suddenly, the Draco first true gold avatar grabbed the flying Donghu's ankle and smashed him down into the ground. Boom! There was a resounding explosion as Donghu's entire body was smashed deep into the ground. Many of his joints were broken, and he suffered ruptured organs and severed meridians. His injuries were probably not much lighter than Yun's. Ah, ah, ah. Donghu screamed in the pile of rubble. Sun Lai and Bai Wei, who were watching by the sidelines, turned pale. They did not expect the sudden turn of events. The severely injured Yun's Dantian, who looked as though he was at death's doorstep, had suddenly produced a malignant star that flew out of his Dantian, brutally beating Donghu in the process. What is this thing? Is it a puppet or what? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 777, Avatar? Puppet? Chapter 777, Avatar? Puppet? What is this thing? After being brutally slammed to the ground by the Draco First True Gold Avatar, Donghu's back was being held down under the Draco First True Gold Avatar's foot, causing him to spew blood out from his mouth. Bai Wei and Sun Lai's eyes were staring straight at the Draco First True Gold Avatar that had suddenly appeared. He looked exactly like Yun, with the only difference being the pale gold robe he wore. His skin looked like it had a metallic texture to it, somewhat different from Yun's. Avatar? Bai Wei's tiny mouth opened as she found it extremely astonishing. How can it be an avatar? It has to be a puppet. Sun Lai said with an ashen face. There were many similarities between avatars and puppets. For example, they could both be used to kill enemies. There were also many puppets that were manufactured to look extremely lifelike, and there were unsurprising cases where it would look identical to its master. An avatar could also look exactly identical to the original body, but there were two essential differences between avatars and puppets. The first difference was strength and growth potential. Our avatar's strength was largely determined by one's true body. Their nomological insights were identical, and the avatar could grow, cultivating like the true body. In contrast, the moment a puppet was refined, its strength would be fixed. At best, there could be some slight modifications in the future. The second difference was the difference in importance between an avatar and a puppet. An avatar's soul C had a soul split from the warrior's original body. As for a puppet, it had at best a spiritual imprint. The loss of an avatar would deal a major blow to the original body's soul C, and might even affect the person's future success. As for the loss of a puppet, it was actually just the loss of a treasure. With sufficient wealth, it was considered nothing. Sun Lai believed Yun had summoned a puppet, mainly because an avatar, which had the ability to grow, required extremely valuable materials. It was difficult to find them, and it was extremely difficult to refine one. The more valuable the materials, the longer it would take to refine an avatar. Typically, it needed a mighty senior to spend a long period of time to refine an avatar. As for Yun's Draco First True Gold Avatar, it was refined by the Azure Yang Lord personally. After the Azure Yang Lord died, it had been refined in the God Advent Tower's arrays for tens of millions of years. Sun Lai absolutely refused to believe that such a precious item would come into the possession of a warrior from the lower realm. Furthermore, the strength of the Draco First True Gold Avatar was too powerful, so Sun Lai could not accept that it was a junior's avatar. Puppet? Even if it's a puppet, it's so powerful. As Bai Wei rolled her eyes, she looked at the Draco First True Gold Avatar with intense jealousy. She coveted it greatly. She had looked down on Yun from the very beginning. Although her ancestor was a white peony that achieved its Tao, she felt a sense of superiority when she saw humans in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, especially humans from the lower realm. She thought of them as bumpkins with poor backgrounds. Now, she was naturally stunned to suddenly see a bumpkin nonchalantly produce a powerful puppet that was refined with superior techniques. There were such good things in the lower realm? To refine such a puppet would definitely consume a lot of resources, yet this bumpkin had managed to obtain it. It was a true waste of a treasure for a bumpkin to possess such a good item. Why wasn't it hers? Bai Wei felt an imbalance in her mind. She was even thinking of means to obtain this puppet. At this moment, Dong, who was still screaming on the ground. Having been beaten down to the ground by a human, he gnashed his teeth because it was too shameful. "Little bastard, don't you fall into my hands." Dong, whose mouth was full of blood and his nose had collapsed in, but he still squeezed out those malicious words from the gaps in his teeth. The tiger species was a very aggressive species. They were the kind who would refuse to take soft stance even if they were beaten to a pulp. "Oh!" Ian raised his foot and ruthlessly stepped on Donghu's neck, preventing him from producing another sound. "Gee, this ground sure is hard." As Ian stepped on Donghu, he began to comment on the 10,000 Fey Empyrean Heavens ground. Ian could tell that Intifonling did not augment itself with too many arrays, yet this mountain was extremely firm. It was much firmer than the Tian Yuan world. If not, the Draco First True Gold Avatar's nonchalant throw would definitely have sent Donghu deep underground, and not just cause a human-shaped crater. Other than that, the space here was more stable. A move that could tear through the void in the Tian Yuan world was not even able to distort space here. Under such circumstances, if the battle between Heaven Ascension Realm warriors was considered, they could cause the world to tremble while fighting in the lower realm, bringing chaos to their universe. But in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean Heaven, their battle would appear ungaudy. It wouldn't differ much from a battle between Yuan Foundation realm warriors. A large world born out of the chaos during the beginning of the universe is indeed different. Ian said with amazement, but the strength in his foot did not loosen at all. "It ends here." Sun Lai spoke out. The species he belonged to had relations with Donghu's species, so the two knew each other. "Kid, what are you doing? By brutally beating a fellow disciple, aren't you afraid of being punished by the Fire Cloud State?" The competition between Fire Cloud State disciples was intense, but if someone publicly killed a fellow disciple, it was a serious crime. Sunlight put forward the idea of a possible lashback in order to threaten Ian, but Ian took no such nonsense. While still stepping on Donghu's neck, he said, "I have to stop because you say so? Who do you think you are?" Previously, when Donghu wanted to make a move on an injured knee, you were standing by the side, deriving pleasure as though you were watching a show. Now, you suddenly thought of the Fire Cloud State's rules? What a joke. As Ian spoke, he finally lifted his foot. "Alright, since you want to stop me, then you can take his place to lie down here." Towards Sun Lion by way, Ian had no plans on letting them off. They were no different from Donghu. The only difference was that Donghu had acted first. The Draco First True Gold Avatar began walking towards Sun Lion by way. The duo's expressions immediately turned ugly. They had witnessed the abilities of the Draco First True Gold Avatar, and since they were on Donghu's level, they were definitely no match for the Draco First True Gold Avatar. "Human, don't you think that you can do anything you want because of a puppet? You were lucky to find a puppet in an ancient ruin, but a puppet can't grow. In time to come, it will have to be abandoned. The tides will change. Now that you have offended all of us, when your puppet can't keep up with our strength, you will suffer a miserable end." Sunlight threatened Ian, hoping that this method could scare Ian off. However, Ian only sneered and nonchalantly said to the Draco First True Gold Avatar, "Beat him down." Boom! The ground behind the Draco First True Gold Avatar exploded, as he transformed into a pale gold beam of light and charged at Sun Lai. The Draco First True Gold Avatar was extremely fast, so it instantly appeared in front of Sun Lai. Sun Lai's pupils constricted. With a flip of his right hand, a large saber appeared. An intense flame burning on the blade as he slashed at the Draco First True Gold Avatar. He also cultivated fire elemental laws, and it was this reason that made it easier for him to enter Fire Cloud State. Die! Sun Lai roared, but the Draco First True Gold Avatar only lifted its right arm. Dang! An arm directly blocked Sun Lai's blade. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 778, Beating into Submission. Chapter 778, Beating into Submission. Sun Lai was also from a Fey race that was known for its strength. However, his saber strike that used all his strength had failed to even lacerate the Draco First True Gold Avatar's body of flesh. Even the black-armored demon god had previously failed to take down the Draco First True Gold Avatar, so what more Sun Lai? You! Sun Lai was alarmed, and at this moment, the Draco First True Gold Avatar had sent a punch straight into Sun Lai's abdomen. With a quivering jerk, Sun Lai's body bent like a shrimp. The gastric juices in Sun Lai's stomach spewed out from the blow. It was an excruciating pain. Little bastard! Sun Lai cursed. Despite being beaten into such a wretched state, he refused to concede defeat. It was completely unacceptable for members from these Fey race species that enjoyed a strong sense of racial superiority to submit to a human from the lower realm. Hearing Sun Lai's invective, Yi Yun, who was standing far away, pricked up his eyebrow. This sort of person just needed to be beaten into submission. Yi Yun stood motionless while the Draco First True Gold Avatar began giving Sun Lai a brutal beating. Although Sun Lai resisted, he was no match for the Draco First True Gold Avatar. The saber in his hand was forcefully taken away by the Draco First True Gold Avatar, and with a wipe from the Avatar's pale gold palm, pure Yang Yuan Qi devoured all the flames on the saber. Bam! 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 The Draco First True Gold Avatar sent out numerous punches, each one striking at Sun Lai's abdomen. In a matter of seconds, Sun Lai went from spewing out gastric juices to blood. With another strike from an elbow into Sun Lai's back, Sun Lai felt as though his spine had fractured as he went limp and crashed to the ground. The Draco First True Gold Avatar grabbed Sun Lai's ankle and with a throw, flung him on Donghu's back. Bam! Donghu let out a tragic scream as he and Sun Lai were piled together in a heap. The Draco First True Gold Avatar placed his foot on Sun Lai's back as Sun Lai's body jerked abruptly. The blood spewing out from his mouth was like a fish blowing bubbles. Donghu, who was below him, suffered likewise. He felt that the Draco First True Gold Avatar's foot was about to break both their backs. At this moment, the Draco First True Gold Avatar made a flip with his hand, and retrieved a lance of unknown origin. He did not use the lance head, but the lance pole to smash the two of them at the same time. Although Fire Cloud State banned the killing of fellow disciples, it was a gray area when it came to beating each other to a near cripple. Having sustained serious injuries, they would have to recuperate for a year or so, definitely affecting their future cultivation. This way, their ambitions and aspirations would become bursting bubbles. There was no need to talk about entering the Earth Fire Hall. They might even be kicked out because of poor performance. Stop beating. Donghu groaned. Sun Lai's body was also twitching all over, no longer bold enough to keep up with his invectives. At this moment, Ian only waved his hand, making the Draco First True Gold Avatar stop. Following that, Ian looked at Bai Wei. Bai Wei immediately turned pale. I'm not saying anything at all. What do you want? As a man, even if redress has to be sought for any grievance, are you not even going to spare women? Women? Yi Yin gave a scornful laugh. You are only a spirit monster. Even if you are really a woman, I will never hesitate to act against any provocations directed at me. But there was one thing you said right, I will seek redress for any grievance. As Yi Yin spoke, the Draco First True Gold Avatar briskly came in front of Bai Wei and sent a slap at her. Bai Wei screamed. The Draco First True Gold Avatar's slap was extremely fast, so even if Bai Wei could not block it, with her strength, she could have at least reacted and fought back. However, she did not do so. Sun Lai and Donghu, who were stronger than her, had been beaten up brutally because of their resistance. With a loud slap, Bai Wei was sent flying by the Draco First True Gold Avatar. Bai Wei slammed heavily into the ground. Her face swelled up, but compared to Donghu and Sun Lai, her injuries were the lightest. However, Bai Wei felt immense humiliation from being slapped by Yi Yun. With a hand covering her face, she groaned while lying on the ground. She could not do anything to Yi Yun because the puppet was too terrifying. If she could steal the puppet, then she would obtain a power boost to her combat power. As for that human, he would be nothing at all, allowing her to need him as she wished. Bai Wei could not help but have such thoughts. Yi Yun looked indifferently at Bai Wei, Sun Lai and Dong Hu. He knew that although they verbally appeared to submit to him, they still hated him deeply in their hearts. However, with the Fire Cloud State's rules, Yi Yun could not really kill the three of them because he would end up suffering heavy punishment. Yi Yun did not take the matter of having a grudge with the fellow three disciples to heart. The Fire Cloud State was just an expedient place for Yi Yun to recuperate from his wounds. As for Dong Hu and company, they were trivial to him. They were all at the Yuan opening realm, and was not much different from Yi Yun. Compared to Tian Yuan world warriors at the same level, Bai Wei, Dong Hu and Sun Lai were indeed much stronger, but the gap between the trio and Yi Yun was too great. Although Yi Yun came from the Tian Yuan world, he not only had the purple crystal, but he had also entered the Great Empress mystic realm and the Pure Yang Sword Palace, obtaining the top heritage from the 12 Empyrean heavens. And the 3 Fey race members in front of him were just Earth Fey from the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven. It was not incorrect to label them as low-class Fey race. Regardless of the number of geniuses in the 12 Empyrean heavens or the number of experts there were, a few Earth Fey members that came from remote tribal clans would just be demolished by Yi Yun as the gap between them was too great. When Yi Yun recovered from his injuries, the 3 of them would not even be worth mentioning. With a thought, the Draco First True Gold Avatar transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into his dantian. After taking a glance at the trio, Yi Yun turned around and left. Yi Yun did not plan on staying in the Fire Cloud State for long. He remembered the kindness Luo Fengling showed him by saving him. In the future, when he left the Fire Cloud State, he would look for an opportunity to repay her kindness. However, since it was the Luo clan, Yi Yun was also planning on going to the royal capital. The Luo clan could be said to be a clan, but it had established its own nation. Firstly, Yi Yun wanted to see Luo Hoyer, and secondly, if possible, Yi Yun wanted to find Jiang Shiro's father. Various factors seem to indicate that Jiang Shiro's father was in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven. Jiang Shiro had grown up alone and had suffered all her life. If he could help Jiang Shiro find her father, it would fulfill a wish of Yi Yun's. The next morning, moments after dawn, and De Fengling was still covered with a dense fog. Yi Yun was dressed in azure-colored clothes, looking clean and simple. He sat cross-legged in the valley, enjoying the tranquility of the early morning in the mountains as well as explorating heaven-earth Yuan Qi. Mt. Fengling was considered an excellent spiritual ground. Recuperating here allowed him to obtain double the results with half the effort. The relic Luo Fengling gave Yi Yun had already been eaten by him. What surprised Yi Yun was that the relic's effect was much better than he expected. The moment the relic entered his abdomen, it transformed into a warm flow that flowed to his every limb. Despite his meridians being severed, the energy in the relic could strangely flow along them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 779, Recovery Relic. Chapter 779, Recovery Relic. Damaged meridians were very difficult for warriors to fix. The reason was because repairing the damage required the absorption of energy, but with the meridians severed, the pathways for energy flow were also severed. This resulted in a vicious cycle, hence warriors would typically take a long time to recover from their severed meridians. It could even affect their future cultivation. If their meridians were severed and their dantian destroyed, then it was almost equivalent to having their cultivation crippled. They would then return back to being immortal. With this recovery relic, it nearly shortened half the time it needed for Yi Yun to recover, pleasantly surprising Yi Yun. Luo Fengling's relic has helped me quite a bit. Yi Yun murmured to himself, but he knew that as a steward disciple of the Fire Cloud State, Luo Fengling would not have given him a very precious relic. The best relics were of course kept for Luo Fengling herself. But even so, this relic's effects gave him a surprise. It probably has to do with the difference in materials used for relic refinement in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven. Ian knew very well that when comparing the Tian Yuan world to the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, other than the difference in desolate heaven technique heritage, the main reason would be the great difference in the materials used in the desolate heaven technique. The desolate beasts found in the Tian Yuan world and the Divine Emperor were on a completely different level compared to the Fey beasts that lurked in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heavens mountains and lakes. For example, the desolate race's sacred spirit was a Fey beast that came from the 12 Empyrean heavens. It had grown up in the lower realm, which was an inhibition to its natural talent. But even so, it had become the guardian of the desolate race. All the primordial true spirits and primordial species in the divine wilderness were subservient to the sacred spirit. It had lived for tens of millions of years, and even after being killed by the black-armored demon god, its corpse was coveted by the sovereign of the Eventide. He wanted to steal it to increase his own cultivation realm, indicating how valuable the sacred spirit's corpse was. However, if the desolate race's sacred spirit was placed in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, then it would not have been anything spectacular. Many Fey beasts in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven was hundreds or even thousands of times stronger than the desolate race's sacred spirit. What sort of results would happen when these Fey beasts' Fey bones or Fey cores were refined into relics? Even without any refinement, just grinding the Fey bones to powder and eating them might show wonderful effects. As the best cook could not produce anything without grain, even the relics left behind by the ancient Great Empress and the Great Empress mystic realm were refined using the bones of desolate beasts in the divine wilderness. Similarly, they were incomparable to the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heavens relics. Hence, although Ian obtained a large number of relics from the God Advent Tower, their main usage was to maintain the God Advent Tower's arrays. The 10,000 Fey Empyrean heavens Fey bone materials sure are impressive. Speaking about that, isn't it my job to be in charge of the material storehouse? No wonder this job was coveted by Bai Wei, Donghu and company. If one isn't honest, it is indeed easy to reap a lot of benefit. With this thought in mind, Yi-Yun walked towards the material storehouse. In fact, the top materials stored in Mte Fongling were carried by Luo Fongling personally. Whatever stored in the material storehouse were just common materials. These materials were rich in variety, and the material storehouse had a dedicated accounts book. The procurement of every material and warehousing were well documented in it. As Yi-Yun walked to the material storehouse, he suddenly caught a whiff of a faint aromatic fragrance of relics. This gave him a thought as he traced the fragrant smell of the relic. Yi-Yun came to an elegant little courtyard, and in there was a 14 to 15-year-old girl refining relics. Tower? Yi-Yun was slightly surprised. The person refining relics was Luo Fengling's maidservant, Tower. The relic refinement process could not be disturbed, so Yi-Yun stood in his spot and watched silently. At this moment, Tower was in full concentration. Her tiny face was glowing red, and her forehead was covered in beads of sweat. Beside Tower, there was a tiny red cauldron that was spinning. In the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, the relic refining tools used were slightly different from the Tian Yuan world. In the Tian Yuan world, they used disc arrays, but here, the main tool was a relic cauldron. On the surface of the tiny cauldron, there were runic engravings that looked simple as they glowed with different intensities. All the materials were placed inside the cauldron, and by surrounding it with heaven-earth yuan qi, the materials were repeatedly refined. Yi-Yun could not help but open his purple crystal's energy vision. Be it the Tian Yuan world or the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heavens desolate heaven technique, as a desolate heaven master, the most important thing was energy control. And in his energy vision, Yi-Yun could clearly see every detail in Tower's control of energy. However, Tower was only a desolate heaven apprentice, and was only a beginner. She learned the most superficial desolate heaven techniques, so be it her hand seals or energy control, she was only very average. The Fey bones and herbs in the cauldron were also the most common of materials. All of this could be seen just from the energy flow they emitted. But even so, Tower was extremely careful with her every move. It could even be said that she was trembling with fear. More beads of sweat oozed out of the pores on her face, but despite being extremely meticulous, the yuan qi blob in the cauldron was beginning to spin out of control. Ian could see everything clearly through his energy vision, hence, despite him not knowing the hand seals of the 10,000 Fey Emperor in heaven, he could tell through the purple crystal that Tower had made many mistakes in her hand seals. Indeed, moments later, with a pang explosion, all the materials in Tower's cauldron went up in smoke. The Fey bones were shattered and the bone ash flew out. Thankfully, they were all low-level materials, so the explosion was not very powerful. It just blackened Tower's little face and disheveled her hair. I failed the refinement again. Tower did not care about her disheveled hair as she looked completely frustrated and depressed. Tower, can you be any dumber? How many times have you failed? Looking at the material dregs in front of her in the toppled cauldron, tears could not help but well up in her eyes. As a human, she was easily marginalized and despised in the 10,000 Fey Emperor in heaven. Most resources were controlled by the Fey race in the 10,000 Fey Emperor in heaven. If a human wanted to gain success in the 10,000 Fey Emperor in heaven, they had to put in greater amounts of effort. However, Tower's talent was not good enough to gain special attention from the major factions for nurturing. She was just a maid servant, but because of her kind heart, she had been taken in by Luo Fengling. However, she could not rely on Luo Fengling all the time, since she was meant to serve Luo Fengling. She knew that Luo Fengling's goal was to enter the Luo Divine Hall. It was located in the Luo clan's royal capital, a place where top geniuses in the Luo clan gathered. If Luo Fengling were to enter the Luo Divine Hall, she would also accompany her. The geniuses there would also bring their attendants. These attendants also had many things to do, so if she was too useless, she would be causing trouble for her missus in everything she did. It would then be better for her not to accompany Luo Fengling. With this thought in mind, Tower could not help but clench her tiny fist. Tower, come on, you can do it. You can't hinder missus. You can definitely do it. Unknowingly, she said out the words in her heart verbally. After saying that, she suddenly came to realize that someone was standing behind her. Turning back, her face blushed. Brother E. Tower spat out her tongue and was somewhat perplexed. She had failed in her relic refinement and had been muttering to herself. All of that was quite disgraceful, so having all of that seen by Yi Yun naturally made her feel distressed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 780, Luo Clan Desolate Heaven Technique. Chapter 780, Luo Clan Desolate Heaven Technique. Brother E, have you been here for long? Tower asked with a blushed face. I just came. Yi Yun lied as he noticed Tower's awkwardness. Okay. Tower easily believed Yi Yun's words as she obviously heaved a sigh of relief. Brother E, it seems as though you look much better now? Tower was not able to sense Yi Yun's energy flow, but she had guessed from the color on Yi Yun's face. Yi Yun had been heavily injured prior to this. All his organs ruptured, so if it were any ordinary person, they would have been dead. Tower did not expect Yi Yun to look so much better so quickly. This recovery speed was truly impressive. Yeah, Senior Luo gave me a recovery relic which was quite useful. Yi Yun answered her casually. Upon hearing this, Tower smiled, as though she was happy because of Yi Yun's words. The Fey pills or relics refined by the Luo clan are extremely famous, especially in the Luo clan's royal capital. The best desolate heaven masters in the Luo clan are there. They seldom provide their services, but if they were to refine some impressive relic, even the supreme mighty figures in the 10,000 Fey Emperor in heaven would travel personally to obtain one from them. Tower mentioned this pridefully. Although she was human, she was still a member of the Luo clan and felt pride over the Luo clan's might. However, there were few humans in the Luo clan. Furthermore, amongst the humans, one was weaker than the other, making them completely incomparable to the Fey race in the Luo clan. Although the upper echelons of the Luo clan had announced that members of the human and Fey race were equal, it was still extremely difficult to implement it in practice. There were many places in the Luo clan where the humans were ostracized and bullied. It was understandable because in a warrior's world, the weak were naturally bullied. And it was because of this reason that Tower felt such a natural affinity with Iyun, who was also human. Since everyone was human, they were all in the same boat. Oh? The Luo clan has impressive attainments in the Desolate Heaven technique? When Iyun heard what Tower said, he recalled how Luo Horror focused on the Desolate Heaven technique back in the Taya Divine City. Back then, Luo Huayer's Desolate Heaven technique was extremely good, but when she competed against Iyun in energy control, she had lost to the purple crystal possessing Iyun. It caused Luo Huayer to go into a fit of rage. Now that he thought about it, the Desolate Heaven technique Luo Huayer used in the Taya Divine City was likely to be different from the 10,000 Fey Empyrean Heaven. The quality of the Desolate Bones materials was bad, while the hand seals in Desolate Heaven technique heritage was different. With these differences, Luo Huayer had to nearly start from scratch, but even so, she had managed to master the local Desolate Heaven technique quickly. And it could be said that the Taya Divine City's Desolate Heaven technique was something Luo Huayer learned when she had nothing better to do while hiding in the lower realm as a fugitive. She could not use the Luo clan's Desolate Heaven technique that she was proficient in, as she would not be able to explain its origins. It could also risk exposing her identity. Her Desolate Heaven technique, which she had learned in her free time, had complied with the lower realm's rules, yet she was able to defeat and dominate the Taya Divine City's elites in the Desolate Heaven technique. She only failed to match the energy control extraordinaire, Iyun. No wonder she was so unhappy back when I beat her. Iyun muttered and smiled to himself. Luo Huayer came from the 12 Empyrean Heavens, and was a direct descendant of the Luo clan. She was like a proud little cat, feeling superior over the lower realm's Taya Divine City warriors. She believed that the lower realm Desolate Heaven technique she learned in her spare time was enough to dominate everyone else. In Luo Huayer's heart, the people in the lower realm should have surrounded her, praising her for her beauty and peerless talent. Unfortunately, amongst this bunch of bumpkins, Iyun, who did not share the same thoughts as her, had appeared. His control of energy had defeated Luo Huayer, something completely unacceptable for her. It resulted in her flaring up. Iyun could not help but recall how Luo Huayer had tried to entrap him after she had lost to him in energy control. Just thinking of how she ended up falling for her own trap could not stop the corner of Iyun's lips from curling up. He reflected on how time had truly flown. Who knew that more than 10 years later, they would both appear in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean Heaven? Brothery, since your body isn't well yet, drink some medicinal porridge. It's made from spirit grain I grow myself. Tower took out a pot of porridge from her room and said with pride. In Mnifongling, she had a lot of miscellaneous chores to do, so there was no time for her to cultivate. One of her chores included preparing spirit food for Luo Fongling, who was very particular about her daily 3 meals. Most of the dishes were cooked by Tower, so despite having a low cultivation level, she was quite good when it came to cooking. Tower scooped a bowl of medicinal porridge for Iyun. Just from the fragrance alone was enough to make one drool. Not only did this bowl of porridge use spirit rice, but it also used a lot of herbs. It was very beneficial to the body when consumed. After thanking her, Iyun drank a mouthful of the porridge. Indeed, it tasted excellent, and the moment the medicinal porridge entered his stomach, it transformed into a warm energy that made Iyun feel extremely comfortable. However, Tower did not join him in eating the porridge. She faced her small cauldron and began working on her Desolate Heaven technique. The originally red-hot cauldron had cooled down by now, returning to its original black color. It did not look like a particularly good relic cauldron and was probably very cheap. As for the materials, she tried to ration whatever she had. Nurturing a high-level desolate heaven master required large amounts of valuable materials for practice. It was a huge expense, hence, if one didn't come from a famous institute of learning, it was very difficult to succeed as a desolate heaven master. Tower came from a poor background, and not only her, even Luo Fengling was not considered to have come from a good background in the Luo clan before she showed her talent. She had relied on her hard work to come so far. An example of Luo Fengling's diligence was how eager she was to enter reclusive training the moment she returned. Tower understood her own situation very well. She knew it was impossible for her to be a top desolate heaven master, nor did she have such ambitions. She only wanted to keep up with her missus. She wanted to be able to help whenever her missus was refining relics. She would be satisfied if she did not cause trouble for her. As Yi-Yun watched Tower refine the relic, he noticed that there were a collection of books nearby. A few books were even flipped open. Taking a look at them, they recorded Desolate Heaven Technique hand seals in them. This was a Desolate Heaven Technique heritage from the 10,000 Fey Empyrean Heaven. Of course, the Desolate Heaven Technique heritage Tower got to come into contact with were the most basic of techniques, so there was no need to keep them confidential. Hence, the books were just casually placed there, allowing Yi-Yun to take a cursory look. Yi-Yun could not help but pick up a book and began flipping through it. His body had yet to recover, so it was impossible to cultivate. Since he had the free time, he felt that taking a look at the 10,000 Fey Empyrean Heaven's Desolate Heaven technique was quite a good choice. Since the Luo clan's attainment in the Desolate Heaven technique was impressive, then in the Luo clan's royal capital, there would definitely be top Desolate Heaven technique heritage. If he had the chance to learn them, with the purple crystal's help, Yi-Yun would easily be an excellent Desolate Heaven master. As Yi-Yun continued on reading, he opened up his energy vision on a whim. As he read the book, he would match the information in it to Tower's Desolate Heaven technique. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 781, Guidance. Chapter 781, Guidance. The Desolate Heaven technique Tower studied was extremely superficial and easy to understand. However, understanding it did not mean being able to do it. It was like a perfect circle drawn in a book. It may look simple, but replicating it with one's bare hands was difficult. It was a problem resulting in the poor control of one's hand. Likewise, the difficult part of the Desolate Heaven technique was precisely the control of energy. Although the 10,000 Fey Empyrean Heaven's Desolate Heaven technique's heritage was far better than the Tian Yuan worlds, the basic steps needed for the Desolate Heaven technique were the same. Like the Tian Yuan world's Desolate Heaven technique, there were 3 steps, namely: the first step, energy extraction. The second step, controlling the energy seal. The third step, forming the relic itself. The first step was the basics, in which the energy within the Fey bones was extracted bit by bit. Many Fey bones contained great amounts of energy, making them more difficult to control. As a result, it was not easy to handle them as one pleased. If one was not thorough with extracting the energy, not only would it be a waste of materials, but the Fey bone relic would also not be refined properly. As for the second steps, creating and controlling the seals, it was even more complex as there were too many hand seal techniques. There was already no lack of hand seals in the Tian Yuan world, so in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean Heaven, the number of the Desolate Heaven technique hand seals were as many as the stars in the sky. Different elemental Fey bone energy had corresponding hand seals that best suited the energy in question. If one failed to do it well, one could easily end up dissipating the energy that they had worked hard extracting, resulting in an explosion. As for the final step, forming the relic, it was relatively easier, but on the condition that the first 2 steps were done perfectly. Furthermore, this ease was relative. There were also many techniques when it came to forming the relic, and each technique had different effects. Since the 10,000 Fey Empyrean Heaven's Desolate Heaven technique had its similarities with the Tian Yuan world's Desolate Heaven technique, and how Yi-Yun's perception was pretty good, Yi-Yun was able to quickly understand the techniques described in the book. As he compared the book's information with Tower, Yi-Yun quickly realized that Tower was barely able to complete each step. Tower's cultivation level was limited, so it was very difficult for her to control the energy flow in the Fey bones. This caused flaws to occur during her relic refinement. And the more careful she was with the seals, the more Tower was unwilling to abandon them. Noticing that the cauldron of materials were about to be refined into a mess, Yi-Yun estimated that an explosion was just a matter of time. Tower, abandon the 3 seals you formed, now. Yi-Yun suddenly spoke out, giving Tower a fright. The 3 seals on her hand had been painstakingly formed by her. Although she did not manage to control it perfectly, it was already a pretty impressive feat for Tower. She was about to diligently refine the 3 seals into the relic, but Yi-Yun had told her to abandon them. How could she be willing to? Furthermore, in Tower's impression, Yi-Yun had just come to the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven from a lower realm. How could he know anything about the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven's desolate heaven techniques? That should be impossible. Realizing that Tower was momentarily dumbfounded, Yi-Yun repeated, "Follow my instructions and abandon them." Yi-Yun's words were very decisive. The 3 seals you condensed have a total of 17 structural defects. If you mix them into the relic, not only will it not increase the efficacy, but it will also cause the energy to turn chaotic. 17 energy defects? Tower was surprised. Even she did not know how many energy flaws there were in the seals she had condensed, but Yi-Yun had managed to instantly count all of them? Tower found it a bit unbelievable, but she knew that the seals she condensed were very poor in quality. As such, the chances of her refining a successful relic was extremely low. And with Yi-Yun informing her of that, Tower decided to harden her heart and believe Yi-Yun. She might as well follow his instructions as a last resort. With her hand relaxing, the 3 energy seals that had just been condensed were abandoned by Tower. Heaven Eminence Seal, abandon. Fire Willow Seal, abandon. Sun Moon Seal, abandon. Earth Howl Seal, abandon. Disperse all the mentioned seals and refine them again. At this moment, there were colorful seals flying above Tower's cauldron. The marks Yi-Yun mentioned had all been painstakingly condensed by Tower, but with a single instruction from Yi-Yun, she had to disperse them and refine them again from scratch. But Tower was beginning to hesitate as she felt that her remaining Yuan Qi was likely insufficient for her to condense those seals again. However, the resoluteness in Yi-Yun's instructions made her subconsciously listen to him. Tower gritted her teeth and destroyed all the seals Yi-Yun mentioned. Pa! 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 The energy seals exploded into a beautiful rain of light. Although it was very pretty, Tower's tiny face was like a prune as she felt her heartache for them. Form the Heaven Eminence Seal again. Extract twice the energy from before. Yi-Yun began to guide Tower, but this time, she had to extract twice the energy from before, right from the onset. Tower swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Twice the energy? She could barely control the normal amount of energy, wouldn't twice the energy end up exploding? Follow my instructions. The energy flow on your right index finger, suppress it. With the purple crystal's energy vision, Yi-Yun was able to see clearly every strand of energy Tower was controlling. Yi-Yun could tell if there were any defects in each and every seal, and if there were any, where the defects were. He could even predict what the results of the defects were or whether it would cause the relic to explode or not. As Yi-Yun guided Tower, he would also immediately point out her errors or inadequacies. Stabilize your hand. Increase the energy output. Now's the time. Form the seal. Yi-Yun's tone was not to be doubted, causing Tower to follow his instructions to a T. Finally, when her hands folded, the energy condensed together to form a beautiful blue seal that floated in mid-air. This was a Heaven Eminence Seal. The Heaven Eminence seal was a seal that Tower found extremely difficult to condense throughout her Fey bone relic refinement process. It also happened that all the relics Tower needed to refine required this seal, so it vexed her greatly. But now, with this extremely beautiful Heaven Eminence seal floating in front of her eyes with blue light shimmering, Tower found it unbelievable. Although she was bad at condensing the Heaven Eminence seal, she was still able to recognize the quality of the Heaven Eminence seal when she formed it. It was definitely better than any Heaven Eminence seal she had ever condensed before. And even more critically, this Heaven Eminence seal had twice the energy from before, so the efficacy as a result of using this in the relic would naturally be much better. "This is condensed by me?" Tower muttered to herself as she was momentarily dumbfounded. "Don't be distracted." Next, Sun Moon Seal. Yi-Yun had singled out 7 of Tower's seals from before to be redone. The reason was because the quality of the 7 seals Tower had condensed was too terrible. If they were forcefully used to condense the Fey bone relic, it would cause a chain reaction and end up disintegrating all the materials. Oh! Having been alerted by Yi-Yun, Tower had a rude awakening. She hurriedly continued her remaining seals. She knew that she could not be distracted when employing the Desolate Heaven technique. If she were to shatter such a perfect Heaven Eminence seal due to her distraction, she would definitely be too deep for tears. But why did this brother Yi understand the Luo clan's Desolate Heaven technique so well that he could immediately point out her flaws? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 782, Relic Qualities. Chapter 782, Relic Qualities. Tower did not know how Yi-Yun had managed to do it. Although she was limited in various ways, she knew that being able to accurately pinpoint her every mistake she made during her control of energy was an extremely difficult task. Only Desolate Heaven technique grandmasters with rich experience, who often interacted with their disciples, would have been able to achieve this feat of guiding their disciples so well. If it was any ordinary Desolate Heaven master, or even any young genius from the Luo clan, they would only be good at the Desolate Heaven technique, but lacked the experience to guide others. They might not be able to find the flaws during the energy controlling process, much less guide others in real time during an actual execution of the Desolate Heaven technique. Every advice Yi-Yun gave hit the nail on the head. Tower was not a dumb person to begin with, so under his guidance, she began to complete seals that were considered very difficult for her. When she saw the seals that she previously found extremely difficult condense in front of her, Tower became more and more excited, her face glowed red with excitement. Just a bit more, almost got it. When all the seals were completed, these seals gathered together in a central core, finally condensing together. With a flash of light that looked like a dreamlike color, the seals finally coagulated to form a relic the size of a longan. Boop! The relic fell into Tower's hand. It still contained the warm flow of energy within it, making it somewhat scalding to the touch. As Tower held this crystalline relic and felt the warmth it exuded, she felt as though she was in a dream. This was condensed by me? Tower's heart began to thump loudly. Having joined the Luo clan a long time ago, she had some experience about the judgment of a relic's quality. She was sure that not only had this relic been successfully refined, but it was also very well done. In the 10,000 Fey Empyrean Heaven, there was a comprehensive evaluation ranking for relics. The same kind of relic was ranked based on the outcome of the refinement, and went from poor, ordinary, refined, outstanding, excellent, to spiritual emergence. The higher the level of the relic, the harder it was to create a higher quality one. For example, the relics used by supreme mighty figures were already extremely valuable at the ordinary quality. Refined qualities were extremely rare. But if it were a low-level relic such as the one Tower refined, a typical genius Desolate Heaven master would be able to produce it at the outstanding quality. Low-level relics could at best be of the outstanding quality, while the qualities, excellent and spiritual emergence, were exclusive to high-level relics. Especially for spiritual emergence quality, it meant that the relic had evolved a spirituality in it to the point of it being able to absorb heaven-earth yuan qi and self-cultivate. This quality was something low-level relics could not possess. Tower judged that the relic she had just refined was somewhere in between the quality of ordinary and refined. This was a quality that she found unthinkable in the past. After all, she could not even refine a poor quality. She would usually end up exploding the cauldron, turning the materials to ashes. For her to be able to produce a relic in one go that even exceeded the ordinary quality? It was something Tower found unbelievable. As she thought over it, it was indeed possible. Her final seal was done in one fell swoop, and it was because of this that allowed her to have sufficient yuan qi to support her to the very end. Furthermore, a few key seals were done with twice the amount of energy, so it was natural that it would have a good quality. Tower could not help but look at Yi Yun. Her eyes were filled with amazement and puzzlement, and even a sense of reverence. Ever since she began learning the Desolate Heaven technique, all she obtained was frustration and dismay. She did not wish to leave her missus, but her background caused her to experience struggles on her Desolate Heaven technique journey. But today, under Yi Yun's help, she had managed to take a big step forward. How could she not feel reverence for Yi Yun after he had given her such a huge opportunity? Brother Yi, how did you do it? Do you know the Luo clan's Desolate Heaven technique? In Tower's excitement, she could no longer speak properly. Yi Yun shook his head and said, "Not really, but aren't your books placed beside you?" Yi Yun waved the book in his hand. These low-level Desolate Heaven technique methods were not confidential, so any Luo clan disciple could freely read through them. And it was true that Yi Yun had managed to know what seals Tower had formed through his reading of the book. Using his energy vision, he was able to make the correct judgment to guide Tower. Back when he just arrived in the 10,000 Fei Empyrean Heaven, Yi Yun would have been floating in endless space for a very long time, wasting his time, if not for having been saved by Luo Fengling. And during his journey in the Spirit Cruiser, it was Tower who took care of him while his physical condition was terrible. This gave Yi Yun a very good impression of this hardworking maidservant. Noticing how Tower was making many detours in her Desolate Heaven technique, he decided to guide her on a whim. After hearing what Yi Yun said, Tower was completely dumbfounded. She blinked her large eyes, as though the Yi Yun in front of her was like a prehistoric divine beast. He was able to guide her just from reading the book? Tower's cultivation level was only at the peak of the purple blood realm, many realms lower than Yi Yun. Due to the difference in realms, it would naturally result in different perception, insight, and learning speed. What took Tower months to painstakingly learn, a higher-level warrior could learn in days. But even if the difference in cultivation level was acknowledged, it shouldn't have been to the point of being able to easily guide her after flipping through a Desolate Heaven technique book. Furthermore, his guidance was perfect, allowing herself to refine a Fey bone relic that exceeded ordinary in quality. Tower gaped her small mouth, unsure of what to say. She could not help but take the book from Yi Yun's hands, wondering if it was the same book she read. Brother Yi, you must be a very good Desolate Heaven master, right? Tower was in a daze for very long before she asked. She guessed that back when Yi Yun was in the lower realm, he must have been a top Desolate Heaven master in his world. Yi Yun smiled and said, "Not really. I mainly spent my time on cultivating. I do want to learn the Desolate Heaven technique, but due to a lack of time, what I have learned is limited." Yi Yun waved his hand. Ever since he came out of the cloud wilderness, he had been engaging in non-stop cultivation. Be it the threat from Shintu Nantian or the appearance of the black-armored demon god, they all gave Yi Yun a great sense of pressure. Under the threat of life and death, how could he have the time to study the Desolate Heaven technique? Now that he was in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean Heaven, Yi Yun suddenly felt like he could relax. Without a threat, he could lead a comfortable life, focusing on his cultivation, pondering over the laws and improve his cultivation realms. After living a stressed life for so long, such a peaceful life was a kind of enjoyment. Yi Yun was also thankful that he did not spend too much time on the Desolate Heaven technique. After all, the Tian Yuan world's desolate heaven technique, even the ancient techniques, were far inferior to the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heavens. Now that he had come to the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, the desolate heaven technique he came into contact with actually meant rebuilding what he had learned from the past. Upon hearing what Yi Yun said, Tower was at a loss for words. He was so good despite only learning it so superficially? Tower muttered to herself and suddenly felt frustrated. The gap between them was too huge. Yi Yun could tell what was on Tower's mind, so he said, "Your cultivation has just begun. I'll need to recuperate in MT. Foamling anyway, so I can also study some of the Luo clan's desolate heaven technique. Since I have nothing to do these days, if there is any need, I can still help you with your energy control problems." When Yi Yun said this, Tower was overjoyed. "Really? Thank you, Brother E. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 783, Injury Recovery. Chapter 783, Injury Recovery. This was the first time peace and quiet was restored to Yi Yun's life ever since he left the Taya Divine City. Every day he would wake up and sit on Mte Foamling in the morning, where he would watch the rising fog in the mountains and meditate. At noon, he would return to his cabin, and on a table in the cabin, there would be spiritual food awaiting him, specially cooked by Tower. On Mte Foamling, Tower was only responsible for Luo Fengling's meals, but since Luo Fenling was often in reclusion, it resulted in Tower having nothing to do most of the time. Being able to cook about a dozen meals a year was already considered a lot for her. The reason why Tower studied the Desolate Heaven technique was partly because she wanted to accompany Luo Fenling and go far with her in the future, and partly also to produce even better spiritual food. While cooking spiritual food, if one knew the Desolate Heaven technique, they could process the ingredients, releasing all the beneficial yuan qi inside the food. It would result in the food being more easily absorbed and purer in energy. Now, because of Yi Yun, Tower's talent in cooking could once again shine. Tower put in a lot of effort for Yi Yun's meals, because a master like Yi Yun was not easily found even if she tried looking. Over the days, Yi Yun indulged in feasts. The spiritual food cooked by Tower was not only good for replenishing his yuan qi, but they were also extremely delicious. Hence, even though Yi Yun had long reached the state of not needing to eat, he would ease himself during lunchtime for the spiritual food prepared for him. He spent nearly an hour a day to enjoy the meal slowly. Now, Yi Yun had mostly recovered from his injuries due to the spiritual and medicinal food, as well as the purple crystal's conditioning. Even Yi Yun himself was surprised at the speed at which he recovered. He originally thought that he would take months to recover, but now, only half a month had passed since he was rescued by Luo Fenling. And when it came to recuperation, it was always the hardest in the beginning. The closer one was to a full recovery, the faster the healing would be, as there were more meridians that had recovered and joined up. Yi Yun estimated that in a couple of days, he would fully recover from his injuries, reaching his peak state. After a spiritual food lunch, Yi Yun would browse through the Luo clan's Desolate Heaven technique manuals in the afternoon and give Tower pointers. This was extremely helpful for Tower as the days went by. However, the Desolate Heaven technique books Yi Yun had access to were the basics of basics. Over the past few days, Yi Yun had completed reading all the Desolate Heaven technique books he had access to. The only buka lacking were the ones that contained really high-level and profound methods. Brother E, those Desolate Heaven technique books are placed in the Firecloud State's library. If you can become a Earth Fire Hall disciple, you can borrow even more books. As days went by, Tower was more and more impressed by Yi Yun's freakish talent in the Desolate Heaven technique. She also believed that being only be able to read those basic books was extremely unworthy of Yi Yun's talents. Oh? Earth Fire Hall? Yi Yun faltered slightly. In the Tian Yuan world, he did not have any time to study the Desolate Heaven technique, but now in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean Heaven, he had plenty of time. A warrior's life was extremely long while Yi Yun's life had only just begun. The purple crystal made learning the desolate heaven technique extremely easy, an opportunity people yearned but had no chance at it. If he did not use it properly, it would be a great waste. The Luo clan's heritage was noted for its desolate heaven technique. Ignoring everything else, just the recovery relic Luo Fengling gave Yi Yun was enough to interest Yi Yun greatly. That relic was naturally not very valuable, but the energy it contained could still heal his wounds by passing through his severed meridians. What about a recovery relic that was even greater in value? It would be unimaginable how effective it would be for healing injuries. Tower had also mentioned before that true top-level relics were even coveted by the 12 Empyrean Heaven's supreme figures and divine lords. If he could refine such relics, then be it for personal usage or to exchange for treasures, it would be extremely useful for his martial path. Yi Yun did not care too much for the Fire Cloud State's Earth Fire Hall, but it was the beginning of his martial path in the 12 Empyrean Heavens. Even though Yi Yun believed that he had unlimited potential, he was at present just a Yuan opening realm junior from a lower realm. As such, he had to take one step at a time. The Fire Cloud State's Earth Fire Hall was just his first step. Besides, Yi Yun also planned on going to the Luo clan's royal capital. Becoming a core disciple of the Fire Cloud State was also one of the conditions he needed to fulfill in order to go there. How do I become a Earth Fire Hall disciple? Yi Yun asked. Oh, wow. For others it might be difficult, but it will definitely not be difficult for Brother Yi. Each of the 108 mountains of the Fire Cloud State has a chance to apply for an examination opportunity every year. Our MT Fengling has not used the chance this year, so we can just apply for it now. When the time comes, someone from headquarters will come here to test all the steward disciples and miscellaneous choice disciples. You just need to meet their requirements. As for the examination, there will be many topics. As long as someone is sufficiently excellent in any one aspect, they would become a Earth Fire Hall disciple. As for the Luo clan, it places greatest importance on a person's strength and desolate heaven technique talent. Being good at any of these two would make you be valued greatly by the Luo clan. When you take the examination, you just need to pass the desolate heaven technique alone. Brother Yi, you will definitely easily pass it. When Tower knew that Yi Yun planned on becoming an Earth Fire Hall disciple, she was very delighted. As a maid-servant, she was actually also a miscellaneous choice disciple and shared the same position as Yi Yun. However, as Tower had a close relationship with Luo Fengling, she had an extraordinary status in MT Fengling. For example, the application for the Earth Fire Hall test was typically submitted by the mountain's owner, but Luo Fengling was frequently in reclusion, so the authority to submit the application was delegated to Tower. Tower was extremely efficient. By night time, she had submitted the application to the Fire Cloud State's main mountain. And following that, the Fire Cloud State's main mountain sent a Fire Cloud decree. The Fire Cloud decree was naturally not only for Yi Yun, but also for every steward disciple in MT Fengling. It also included Tower in the scope of the examination. The decree was delivering by a 10,000-year-old fire crane. When it flew above MT Fengling, it opened its mouth, exploding the decree scroll in mid-air that revealed a series of text. 3 days later, Earth Fire Hall examination. All MT Fengling disciples are free to join. Upon seeing this row of text, the MT Fengling's miscellaneous choice disciple, especially Donghu, Bai Wei and Sun Lai, were alerted to it, immediately causing excitement in MT Fengling. There were about 20 miscellaneous choice disciples in MT Fengling, and most of the miscellaneous choice disciples had spent a long period of time here, so they knew the difficulty of the Earth Fire Hall examination. They knew that they were likely to fail, so they did not feel excited about it. But Donghu, Bai Wei, and Sun Lai were new to MT Fengling. They believed that being miscellaneous choice disciples in MT Fengling was a waste of their talent, believing that they had sufficient talent to become a higher-level disciple. They only lacked the chance. And now, the chance had befallen them. They did not know why there was this opportunity, but they believed it was time for them to show their prowess, so how could they not be excited? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 784, Fairy Black Bamboo. Chapter 784, Fairy Black Bamboo. Over the past few days, a majority of the miscellaneous choice disciple in MT Fongling spent their days as per usual. After all, despite it being an opportunity, the application for such an examination could be done once a year, so it was not considered rare. As for Yi Yun, he was even calmer. He would follow his morning routine of meditating in the mountains, having a good meal at noon, and then enjoy a leisurely life in the afternoon by reading books and giving tower pointers. Brother E, the Earth Fire Hall examination is nearly here. All the cultivation grounds of MT Fongling have been occupied by the newcomers, Donghu, Bai Wei, and company. Are you not going to cultivate? Tower could not help but ask. The main cultivation ground was located where MT Fongling's spirit root was, but that was naturally used by Luo Fongling. There were a few remaining cultivation grounds left, but they were snapped up by the other miscellaneous choice disciples. There was fierce competition amongst the disciples in the Luo clan. Basically, whoever had the ability would be the one to enjoy the resources. As for Yi Yun, he spent his days without competing for these cultivation grounds. He did not even take a look at them. Yi Yun smiled and said, "My meridians have just been healed, so there's no hurry." The path of martial arts was difficult and long. Many geniuses worked very hard, so although Yi Yun was not as maniacal as Luo Fongling, he was never one to slack on his cultivation. He only rested for a few days because of the injuries to his meridians, and while doing so, enjoy a peaceful life. Upon hearing Yi Yun's explanation, Tower spat out her tongue. Then, was the application submitted too hastily? Not really, it's just nice. Yi Yun's meridians had just recovered and his body was flowing with Yuan Qi. The feeling of energy filling his entire body felt extremely good. For warriors, after they were accustomed to powerful strength, they would find it very uncomfortable when they were suddenly weakened. 3 days later, above the Fire Cloud State Mountains, there was a loud resounding shrill, as a red beam streaked across the mountains. Everyone on MT Fongling looked up and saw a red dot the size of a pigeon's egg in the sky. But in a blink of an eye, this red dot expanded rapidly, and when it dropped towards MT Fongling, the red dot transformed into a 20 to 30 feet fire crane. Its 2 talons were as sharp as blades, so when it landed, it sliced through MT Fongling's mountain rock like tofu. When this crane spread its wings, it was wide enough to cover an elephant completely. Its feathers looked like they were on fire, making it look quite pretty. Ian knew that the Luo clan's ancestors was a divine beast related to fire, and because they had inherited its bloodline, it was very common to see fire elemental fey beasts in the Luo clan. If the fire crane in front of him was placed in the Tian Yuan world, it might be inferior to the desolate race's sacred spirit, but it would definitely be one of the most powerful desolate beasts that ruled the divine wilderness. The 10,000 fey empyrean heavens mountain rock beneath its claws were much stronger than the lower realm. Although it was not difficult to split it apart, just the fire crane's falling momentum was enough to slice it apart, showing how sharp the fire crane's claws were. Standing on the fire crane was a woman with a voluptuous figure. She was dressed in black, and there was a black veil covering her face. She looked cold and distant, making her look at odds with her sultry figure. On the woman's right breast, there was a black fire emblem. It indicated that she was one of the heads of the Luo clan's Earth Fire Hall. This woman looked young, but she was actually thousands of years old. Even without using his energy vision to probe the black-dressed woman's Yuan Qi fluctuations, he could still sense that she was extremely powerful. "Thank you for coming." Tower stuttered. She did not know who this woman was or what her status was, but she knew that there would definitely be no harm bowing. The black-dressed woman floated down from the fire crane's back and used a pair of cold eyes to sweep across all the people present. Her voice was extremely cold too, as she said, "Those participating in MT Fongling's examination this year, are they all here?" "Yes, they are." Tower answered respectfully. And behind Tower, there were a few miscellaneous choice disciples that had spent more than 10 years on an Niflheim who were able to recognize the black-dressed woman. Although Tower represented Luo Fomling on many matters regarding Niflheim, in terms of experience and knowledge, she was inferior to those experienced people that had been around. It's Fairy Black Bamboo. Someone transmitted his voice privately. Fairy Black Bamboo had achieved the Tao as a black bamboo. She did not share the Luo name, but enjoyed immense reputation in the Firecloud state. She usually disliked dealing with people, so for her to have such an impressive reputation, the only reason, other than her powerful strength, was because of the examinations she presided over. All of them were extremely harsh without any exceptions. It even led to many disciples suffering serious injuries because of the examinations she presided over. Forget it. Since it's Fairy Black Bamboo, then let's not join in the fun. There were a few people on Niflheim who wanted to try their luck. They hoped that they could become miscellaneous choice disciples in the Earth Fire Hall, but were now having second thoughts. Even if a more generous head from the Earth Fire Hall presided over an examination, their chances were already extremely slim. What more Fairy Black Bamboo? Not only would they fail, but they might also be severely injured. All right. The veiled woman lightly scanned everyone, including Yi Yun. At this moment, there were people retreating backwards in jitters. As for Dong Hu and company, they were desperately trying to squeeze forward. They pushed the other miscellaneous chores disciples behind, hoping to leave an impression on Fairy Black Bamboo. Noticing Dong Hu, Bai Wei, and Sun Lai's excitement and anticipation, the other miscellaneous chores disciple mostly had a look of pity. Everyone, who just came to the Firecloud state, usually were filled with ambition, thinking that they were amazing. But very soon, they would suffer a setback and learn where they stood in this world. No one alerted Dong Hu and company. These miscellaneous chores disciples did not have a harmonious relationship, so they only wished to see others suffer. Yi Yun nonchalantly stood behind Dong Hu and company. As everyone else chose to collectively give up, there were only 4 people left participating in the examination. The 4 people were all newcomers, so the scene immediately turned slightly odd. Just the 4 of us? Dong Hu was stunned momentarily, and found it slightly weird. However, before he had time to ponder over it, Fairy Black Bamboo asked, "Do you have any questions regarding the examination's rules?" Naturally, Dong Hu and company did not know the rules, but they did not know where to begin when Fairy Black Bamboo asked them if they had any doubts. Instead, Bai Wei rolled her eyes as a nefarious thought came to her. She asked, "Fairy, I want to know if puppets are allowed during the examination?" When she asked this question, Bai Wei gave Yi Yun a glance. It had a hint of mockery in the corner of her eye. Puppets are external objects. Unless one is skilled in the Tao of puppets, allowing them to use puppets refined by themselves, puppets cannot be used. Fairy Black Bamboo's words were within Bai Wei's expectations. How could an examination allow someone to rely on external powers? Yi Yun's puppet was naturally not refined by Yi Yun. And of course, that was true. The Firecloud state naturally had a way to judge if a puppet was refined by the user himself, and for Yi Yun's Draco first true gold avatar, it was actually refined by the Azure Yang Lord. Then there are no more questions. Dong Hu laughed out loud as he rubbed his fists. Previously, the 3 of them had nursed a grudge after being brutally beaten up by Yi Yun's puppet. Now they had a chance to settle scores. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 785, Sparring. Chapter 785, Sparring. Actually, when Dong Hu and company noticed the other miscellaneous chores disciples shrinking back in fear, they had also guessed that the Earth Fire Hall examination would be very difficult. However, so what if it was difficult? Wasn't the path of martial arts about facing difficulties? They were recruited after the Luo clan experienced a great war in a bid to replenish their numbers. In the past tens of thousands of years, the Luo clan did not hold such a mass recruitment of disciples that spanned hundreds of planets. They were the ones who shone out of the hundreds of planets. Donghu, Bai Wei, and Sunlai were eager to try, but at this moment, Yun was observing fairy black bamboo. He found it interesting that fairy black bamboo clearly cultivated in fire elemental laws, but the feeling she gave, or the aura she had, felt extremely cold like ice. Could fire elemental laws be cultivated in this manner? It was truly strange. Since there are no objections, I shall announce the details of the examination. Firstly, I'll talk about my Earth Fire Hall. There are about a total of 1,000 people. And the disciples that participate in the examination in the fire cloud state come from not only the steward disciples from the 108 mountains, but also from exterior disciples that number even more. There would be more than 100,000 in total. When Fairy Black Bamboo said this, even Donghu and company, who were brimming in confidence, felt their necks shrink and their hearts beat furiously like a drum. Yes, as steward disciples from the 108 mountains, they were actually considered the lucky ones to be chosen from amongst the exterior disciples. That alone numbered a few thousand. And even more disciples, who were not qualified to become a steward disciple of the Heaven Fire Hall, were allocated all across the fire cloud state. These people made up the majority of the exterior disciples. Earth Fire Hall only numbered in the dozens, so the competition was intense. Fairy Black Bamboo carried on. The Earth Fire Hall's examination has two types. The first is to accompany me to the Earth Fire Hall's Relic Hall and undergo a Desolate Heaven Technique assessment. The other is an assessment of strength which can be done here. Any charms, pills or puppets not refined by yourself, as well as external powers, are not to be used. Those who are inadequate, it is best you quit early. Do not have any hopes of luck, for you will be wasting my time. Now, which examination would you choose? Fairy Black Bamboo asked. Strength assessment. The second one. Donghu and company spoke out. The Desolate Heaven Technique assessment was extremely difficult, resulting in very few people being able to enter the Earth Fire Hall through the Desolate Heaven Technique assessment. Furthermore, they did not know the Desolate Heaven Technique too. After Donghu was done speaking, he looked at Yi-Yun. A teasing smile hung on his face as he waited for Yi-Yun to make his choice. Fairy Black Bamboo also looked at Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun rubbed his chin. The test of the Desolate Heaven Technique needed traveling to the Relic Hall? Indeed, the usage of the Desolate Heaven Technique needed materials, array platforms, relic cauldrons, and various other tools. Having the examination out in the open would affect the performance of some Desolate Heaven Technique apprentices. Yi-Yun was indifferent as he did not care about the differences these external conditions brought. However, Yi-Yun did not like trouble. An examination on the spot was easier, so he said, I'll also have the strength assessment. Be it the strength assessment or the Desolate Heaven Technique assessment, Yi-Yun did not mind any of them. However, with him saying that, Tower was stunned. Brother Yi chose the strength assessment? Wasn't Brother Yi supposed to participate in the Desolate Heaven Technique assessment? Brother Yi's Desolate Heaven Technique would definitely not be a problem, but in terms of strength, Brother Yi just recovered from his injuries, so is it really fine for him to have his strength assessed? At that moment, Tower naturally did not dare say a word. Fairy Black Bamboo was already continuing on. Alright, if everyone is having a strength assessment, it will save time. Report your bone age, and show off your strength in front of me. It can be nomological insights or sparring against each other. Things like cultivation techniques you cultivate can also be showcased as you please. As long as you attract me in any single aspect, you will have the qualification to carry on. The Earth Fire Hall did not have any explicit examination format. The examiners were given free rein on the assessments, and for that, the examinations Fairy Black Bamboo presided over were always simple and brutal. Ian found it a refreshing method of assessment when he heard this. It was considered truly primal. He even believed that there would be a specially built array that they had to pass. We can spar against each other? Donghu's eyes lit up. He liked sparring a lot. He was not proficient showcasing his nomological insights or cultivation techniques. As a member of the tiger species, he excelled in physical strength. The tiger species themselves acknowledged that they were inferior when it came to laws. However, sparring was playing to his strengths. He immediately looked at Yi Yun. His two eyes looked like a hunting dog that had seen its prey. This was a heaven-given opportunity. Fairy, what happens if we injure the other party when sparring? Donghu grabbed his knuckles and asked. The sword is blind, it is inevitable if one is injured because of a lack of strength. Fairy Black Bamboo said coldly, but what she said made Donghu feel a sense of exuberance. Fairy Black Bamboo had implicitly said that it was fine even if he caused injuries. In the upcoming assessment, he wanted to sever Yi Yun's meridians and cause Yi Yun's old injuries to relapse, putting him in bed for half a year. Brother Hu, you want to fight junior brother Yi? I think I should be the one. Noticing that Donghu wanted to fight Yi Yun, Sun Lai became anxious. Yi Yun was a human from the lower realm, and all his meridians were severed half a month ago as though he was about to die. Now, Yi Yun had probably not fully recovered from his injuries, so how could he give the chance of revenge to Donghu? What if Yi Yun was crippled by Donghu? Wouldn't he not have the chance to beat Yi Yun up? Senior brother Sun, senior brother Hu, both of you are close in strength, so both of you would be excellent sparring partners and can put up a nice fight. This little sister of yours is weak, so leave junior brother Yi to me. Bai Wei interjected, in a bid to vie for Yi Yun too. This was the first time Yi Yun heard them refer himself as junior brother Yi. The three people competed over Yi Yun mostly due to having a grudge with Yi Yun. This was naturally obvious to the miscellaneous chores disciple and tower. Many people gave Yi Yun odd looks, unsure how Yi Yun had made the three of them his enemies. The trio being at odds against Yi Yun was clearly a disadvantage for him. And from the way the trio looked, they would definitely not go easy on Yi Yun. At this moment, Yi Yun spoke. He did not look at Donghu and company but asked Fairy Black Bamboo, if it's sparring, how do we win the qualification? Fairy Black Bamboo said, the final person standing will win the qualification if they end the fight fast enough. Fairy Black Bamboo answered. It was simple and brutal, but everyone was dumbfounded hearing this. It was not the final person who won, but the final person standing. This meant that the victor had to beat everyone down? Got it. Yi Yun said. Donghu and company were also surprised. This meant that the three of them still had to fight one another. The way the three of them looked at each other also turned strange. They were competitors too. Donghu and company had their hidden techniques and now, they were planning on revealing them. Regardless of that, they had to first get rid of Yi Yun. Yi Yun, let's do it. Donghu shouted as he suddenly attacked. The bones in his body began to crackle as his figure increased in size. The clothes on his upper body had all burst, while his facial muscles turned distorted. His appearance became ferocious as tiger stripes began to appear on his body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 786, Snow-like Flying Sabers. Chapter 786, Snow-like Flying Sabers. Who? In addition to his body's transformation, Donghu's palms also transformed into tiger claws and they attacked with a rustling wind. Mixed in the wind from his palms was a faint tiger's roar. Dragons descended from clouds, while tigers leaped from winds. The moment Donghu attacked, he had used all his strength. His tiger claws were like a palm leaf fan that sent out a wind that was extremely overbearing in strength. A simple slap of his could shatter boulders, so hitting a human would definitely shatter a human's bones and sever his meridians. Many of the Fey race would produce body features of their ancestors in battle. By stimulating the power of the Fey race's bloodline, they could augment their combat strength. Previously, in the battle between Donghu and the Draco First True Gold Avatar, the Draco first true gold avatar was too dominating, resulting in Donghu being immediately smacked down. He didn't even have the time to stimulate the power in his bloodline. Without any explanation, Donghu had attacked Yi Yun. However, he was pissed when he saw Yi Yun's expression. He wanted to see fear and panic on Yi Yun's face, but Yi Yun's calm look irritated him greatly. As Yi Yun looked at Donghu's palms that were about to strike him, he wiped the interspatial ring on his right hand. Swish! 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 A few cold beams of light flew out of Yi Yun's interspatial ring. These few flying sabers immediately met Donghu's palms after they appeared. The flying sabers looked nondescript, but they were extremely fast. Phew! The cold beam tore through the void and went straight for Donghu's palms. Donghu also noticed the few flying sabers. They were considered speed-based weapons and usually lacked strength. How much power could an insubstantial saber contain? Donghu's tiger claws had extremely strong defense and they were also the weapon of his choice. He planned on smacking the flying sabers into smithereens before shattering Yi Yun's bones with a smack. However, when Donghu hit the flying saber, there was only a dull thud. A tiger claw immediately turned bloody. This small flying saber was too sharp. Yi Yun remained expressionless. His Thousand Snow Saber array was a top saber array even in the 12 Empyrean heavens. Every flying saber came from the same source. His consciousness and Yuan Qi were all attached to every flying saber, so how could the attacks be weak? Donghu had underestimated him and had been overconfident. Donghu's expression turned ugly while he tended to his injured tiger claws. The sabers were too sharp. In order to clinch victory, he had to dodge the flying sabers and attack Yi Yun's body. Roar! Donghu roared angrily as a phantom tiger 100 feet in size appeared behind him. Swish! 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 Yi Yun wiped his interspatial ring once again, causing more than 100 cold beams to appear. Upon seeing so many cold beams, Donghu's pupils immediately constricted. How can there still be so many? At this moment, Yi Yun had stretched out his hand and waved, "Go!" More than 100 cold beams attacked Donghu, who no longer had time to attack. He could only resist. However, even as he used all his strength to resist, the flying sabers still left multiple bloody lacerations on his body. There are so many flying sabers. Donghu began to feel fear. He found it a struggle to cope with more than 100 flying sabers. However, to control so many flying sabers, it will definitely be a drain on his consciousness and Yuan Qi. This kid probably can't last long. As Donghu resisted the flying sabers, he comforted himself, hoping to hold out after this wave of attacks. However, at this moment, Donghu realized that there were even more cold beams around Yi Yun's body. They were all flying sabers, and together with the ones Donghu was facing, there was a total of 999 flying sabers. Nearly 1,000 flying sabers formed Yi Yun's Thousand Snow domain. In an instant, the temperature plunged as the sky seemed to be filled with dancing snowflakes. Donghu was completely enveloped by the snowstorm with no strength to resist. This beautiful scene was like the snowfall in the mountains, but in it contained a fatal killing opportunity. In the Thousand Snow domain, every flying saber's trajectory was different, but they perfectly combined into a ceaseless saber formation array. Even if one side was broken, this hole would be immediately mended. Donghu believed that this saber array would be extremely draining on the consciousness and that Yi Yun could not last long doing so, but he never expected that not only was he able to manage it, but the number of flying sabers was also increasing. Seeing the endless flying sabers accelerate, Donghu immediately felt his scalp go numb. He was initially struggling to resist, but as more and more lacerations appeared on his body, Donghu's energy began to wane. His reaction speed also slowed down. As a result, the dense snowflakes of the Thousand Snow Saber array immediately opened up more wounds on his body. The white snow mixed with red blood appeared as Donghu struggled in the saber array. Dong Hu came from the tiger species, so his physical strength was far superior to others. However, as his body gradually became dyed with blood, his motions began to retard. The tiger stripes and fur on his body were turning into a mangled mess from the lacerations. Yun's saber array did not lessen in any way. Instead, the flying snow appeared to become more and more aggressive. Dong Hu wanted to break through the saber array to attack Yun, but he could not get out of it. It was as though he was trapped in a blizzard. Yun's consciousness was controlling every single flying saber, so how could he allow Dong Hu to leave it? 1,000 flying sabers suddenly became one as it struck Dong Hu straight in the chest. Bam! Blood splattered as Dong Hu's right chest was completely penetrated. His body was sent flying by the flying sabers as he made a resigned roar before his massive body collapsed to the ground. His body was already riddled with hundreds of holes. Even a tiger's body could not withstand such injuries. After penetrating Dong Hu's chest, the 999 flying sabers did a turn in direction and lodged themselves in a mountain rock. Ding! 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 Blood stained the mountains, while the flying sabers lodged themselves in the rock. Around Dong Hu's fallen body were numerous shiny sabers. This scene sent a shudder down people's spine, especially Tower. She subconsciously opened her mouth wide. She never expected this elder brother, who always looked so mild and polite, would be so fierce and terrifying in battle. However, there was no doubt that the flying saber array was extremely beautiful despite the fatal killing intent it possessed. It merged skill and power together like a form of art. And Yun, who controlled the saber array, did not even take a step from the beginning to the end. It was truly like the saying of devising strategies in a command tent to kill enemies in 1,000 miles. This was a vast difference compared to Dong Hu, who used his strength and body to engage in brutal battle. This saber array. Many miscellaneous chores disciples were staggered after seeing this battle. The difference was too great. As a human, Yun was no doubt a top expert. Is Dong Hu alright? He wouldn't die, would he? Some people worried for Dong Hu. Although killing an opponent in a fair assessment would result in a lesser punishment, there would still be one. It's fine. Dong Hu doesn't seem to have any crucial points harmed. Amongst the miscellaneous chores disciple, there were some with good eyesights. The flying sabers appeared to fill the sky, but when they landed on Dong Hu's body, they would avoid his heart, brain, death points, and other crucial spots. The 999 flying sabers were controlled with great precision in a terrifying manner. For the tiger species with immense vitality, as long as they did not receive consecutive strikes on their crucial spots, they would not die even if Yun beat them till they were rid of their skin. Of course, being bedridden was certain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 787, There is no medicine for regret. Chapter 787, There is no medicine for regret. Although Fairy Black Bamboo remained expressionless when she saw what Yun had done, she was very astonished deep down. She knew how immense one's energy control needed to be in order to control the saber array in such a manner. Every single one of the 999 flying sabers were augmented with energy, and it was because of this energy that allowed the flying sabers to be controlled so freely. And to say that the saber array had avoided Dong Hu's critical points was imprecise. To be precise, the saber array had attacked every spot on Dong Hu's body except the critical points. Dong Hu's injuries were not as simple as superficial wounds. Many of his meridians had been severed. These severed meridians would not result in any fatalities, but it was extremely difficult to recover from them. This young man is very interesting. Fairy Black Bamboo evaluated in her heart. As a member of the Fey race, the Luo clan was not sympathetic to the weak. Other than disallowing deliberately killing fellow disciples, the Luo clan would tacitly allow the competition of resources and cultivation techniques amongst the disciples. Fairy Black Bamboo was similar too. She was cold and indifferent and disregarded life. One could know just from examining the examinations she presided over. Many disciples would not only fail, but also be seriously injured. And it was now that Fairy Black Bamboo began to pay notice to Yi Yun. From the moment Yi Yun made his move to defeating Donghu, only several seconds had passed. At this moment, he stretched out his hand for a move. Ding! 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 The 999 flying sabers flew out of the mountain rock and returned to Yi Yun's side while dancing randomly. Following that, Yi Yun's gaze landed on Sun Lai and Bai Wei. He remembered Fairy Black Bamboo's words. To win the qualification, he had to be the last one standing. Donghu was down, so these two would naturally have to go down. Upon coming into contact with Yi Yun's gaze, Sun Lai and Bai Wei immediately felt their hearts sink while their faces turned pale. The moment the Thousand Snow Saber array appeared, they had been staring with widened eyes. Upon seeing Donghu fall, they knew that Yi Yun was definitely not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Now, the way Yi Yun stared at them made them feel as though they were the lambs that were unable to put up a fight. Wait! Bai Wei hurriedly asked for a timeout as she looked at Fairy Black Bamboo, hoping for her to stop the examination. The situation was apparent now. Yi Yun's strength clearly far exceeded the three of them. However, Fairy Black Bamboo did not say a word as she completely ignored Bai Wei's gaze. It meant the examination continues. Before the examination began, Fairy Black Bamboo had said that those that lacked the ability were to quit early so as to not waste her time. Upon deciding to take the examination, they had to be prepared to be seriously injured. Those miscellaneous chores disciple who knew of Fairy Black Bamboo's infamy had withdrawn early on obediently, while the trio were filled with ambition because they were new. They thought highly of themselves and eagerly participated in the examination thinking it was an opportunity, so how could they quit? Since they had made the choice, there was no way they could ask for it to be stopped midway. Hence, Fairy Black Bamboo completely ignored Bai Wei's gaze. There's no other way out. Bai Wei clenched her teeth and stood together with Sun Lai. The rules did not say we can't fight together. Let's attack at the same time. One person will pin down the saber array while another will attack his body. Sun Lai hurriedly transmitted his voice. After having seen Donghu's outcome, the duo were already lacking confidence. This human was ruthless. It was unknown how long it would take to recover from such lacerating wounds. All right. You restrain the saber array, I'll attack his body. As Bai Wei said, she directly attacked. The Thousand Snow Saber array was too terrifying, so Bai Wei admitted that she was definitely no match. As for Yi Yun's body, she believed that it was still injured and had yet to recover. As a human, his body shouldn't be too strong, right? Especially with Yi Yun appearing like a warrior that was adept at mental manipulation, the weakness of this kind of warrior was probably his body. At this moment of time, Bai Wei could no longer care if her judgment was accurate or not. Her only choice was to attack Yi Yun's body. It was the only chance for victory. Seeing Bai Wei rush out, Sun Lai's expression changed. That woman! He did not dare withstand the Thousand Snow Saber array, but since Bai Wei had already attacked, he could only bite the bullet. If he did not, it was equivalent to giving Yi Yun a chance to beat them all down. Sun Lai gritted his teeth as he charged at Yi Yun's Thousand Snow Saber array. Ayo woo! Sun Lai let out a long howl that didn't seem human. A layer of black fur appeared on his body as his back began to bend, as though his spine was a bow. His forelimbs landed on the ground as fangs appeared from his mouth. His eyes turned green and in a blink of an eye, he had turned into a werewolf. Sun Lai did not have any hope at tearing the saber array apart. He just wished to last a little longer. When Bai Wei defeated Yi Yun, there would be no one controlling the saber array, so it would fail without needing him to attack. Seeing Sun Lai head towards the saber array and Bai Wei charging at him, Yi Yun naturally guessed at their intentions. However, he did not summon the Thousand Snow Saber array to protect himself. Instead, he waited for Bai Wei's arrival. "Yi Yun, I'll be returning you this slap." Bai Wei remembered deeply the humiliation of being slapped by a human in the first time in her life, and for that, she wanted to return it to Yi Yun 1,000 times over. Numerous flower petals appeared from her body. They looked extremely pretty, but their edges were as sharp as blades. Not only did she want to return Yi Yun a slap, but she also wanted to disfigure Yi Yun. Seeing the sky-filled petals whistling at him, a beam appeared in Yi Yun's eyes as he slowly raised his hand and tapped gently while facing the flower petals. Doop! As though it was the sound of water droplet dripping, a blast of air spread out. The flower petals that filled the sky were immediately disturbed by the blast. This scene looked like there was an invisible water surface filling the sky, with those flower petals seemingly land on the water surface. Following that, they bobbed as a result of the water ripples. While bobbing up and down, the flower petals that filled the sky quickly withered at a visible speed. Withering concept. Even without relying on the death soulwood, Yi Yun's demonstration of his withering concept was enough to deal with Bai Wei. The moment the withering domain appeared, an aura of death emanated. The sharp and matchless flower petals were unable to withstand the force of the death. No matter how many new flower petals Bai Wei sent out, the moment they entered the withering concept's domain, they rapidly decelerated. In front of Yi Yun, it was as though they instantly experienced a life of drying up and withering before being blown by the wind into the mud and rocks on into foaming, eventually turning to dust. Upon seeing this scene, Bai Wei turned aghast. What was going on? If it was about Yi Yun fighting Donghu from before, she might have felt fear when he used the saber array to defeat Donghu because it was a move she could understand. It was just flying sabers and mental control. But now, a simple tap of Yi Yun's finger, with him not appearing to use much energy, he had immediately dissipated her flower swords. Before she struck, her momentum had been dissipated. It's time for you to fall too. Yi Yun took a step and instantly appeared in front of Bai Wei. A palm that was augmented by the withering concept hit Bai Wei's abdomen. Pang! Bai Wei's body quaked as instantly, she felt an energy filled with silent death rush into her dantian. It was consuming her yuan qi, youth, and even life. This was an immensely terrifying power that made people despair. After being struck by Yi Yun's palm, she felt as though she had lost all meaning to life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 788, Gaining Recognition. Chapter 788, Gaining Recognition. Bai Wei slammed to the ground. The single hit from Yi Yun's palm looked extremely light. Bai Wei did not fly out too far away, but what followed was a shocking scene. People saw strands of white hair on Bai Wei's head. There were even wrinkles that began to appear on Bai Wei's face. This is... Everyone stared with widened eyes as they felt a chill shudder down their backs. Previously, they were already astonished to see the 1,000 snow saber array lacerating Donghu till he had no undamaged spot on his skin, but they did not have this shuddering fear. It was as though Bai Wei's life had been stolen away by Yi Yun's single strike. The withering concept used by Yi Yun could indeed devour the vitality of the victim, and could only half their lifespans. However, against Bai Wei, whose strength was massively inferior, just a simple withering strike was enough to cripple a Bai Wei's potential. That would also breach the rules of the organization. The Luo clan encouraged competition amongst disciples, but it did not encourage maliciously crippling or killing fellow disciples. Hence, Yi Yun had shown mercy with this strike. But even so, it caused Bai Wei's vitality to suffer. It required a long period of nursing to recover and to slowly remove the wrinkles on her face. However, Bai Wei was unaware of this. She was even unaware of what had happened to her body. Only when she saw the other miscellaneous chores disciples looking at her in disbelief did she realize that something had happened to her body. Your face. Tower covered her mouth and could not bear but say. The moment this was said, Bai Wei immediately touched her face. For warriors, there was no need for mirrors, a scan of their perception was sufficient to inform them of their body changes. Ah! Bai Wei let out a sharp scream. As a woman, despite being member of the Fey race, she still cared for her beauty deeply. Furthermore, youth implied potential. It implied how much one could achieve in the future. If she was old, what future did she have? Bai Wei was completely distraught from shock. Her heart was on the brink of collapse, unsure if she could recover or not. Upon seeing this scene, Sun Lai's body was shaking all over. He wanted to plead with Yi Yun, and even thought of just lying on the ground without getting up. That would make Yi Yun be literally the last person standing. But at this moment, Sun Lai was in the middle of the saber array. Just a momentary lapse of concentration caused more than a dozen flying sabers to stab into his body. Sun Lai's defenses were much weaker than Dong Hu. He relied on a wolf's speed and agility, but with the flying sabers hitting him, his motions immediately turned retarded. Following that, a large swath of flying sabers hit Sun Lai. Bam! 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 A powerful impact caused Sun Lai to fly up before he slammed heavily into the ground with blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, the only person left standing was naturally only Yi Yun. Instantly, the entire venue turned silent. The saber array had eliminated 2 people, while one palm strike was sufficient to push Bai Wei to the brink of mental collapse. Not only had Yi Yun won, he had won at a sufficiently fast speed as requested by Fairy Black Bamboo. Furthermore, Yi Yun was ruthless. When the other miscellaneous choice disciples saw how Yi Yun was being targeted by the trio, they sensed that there was a feud between them. With the premise of a feud, it was necessary to be ruthless. In addition, Yi Yun was ruthless in his attacks, but he did not violate any of the Luo clan rules. It was something that gave people the creeps. This person was not somewhat to be trifled with. In the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, be it competition or murder, they were more intense than the Tian Yuan world. Compared to humans, the Fey race was even more savage. In order to rob or kill, humans had to find a reasonable explanation to do so, but the Fey race was more direct. They robbed and killed as they wished. In such a situation, if one was submissive and did acts of kindness, it was more likely for them to be bullied. They might even die without knowing why. Only those who were vicious and decisive could lead a better life. They were even respected or revered. As a human, Yi Yun would be discriminated in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, but because of today's defeating of 3 people, and in such a brutal manner, no one dared to despise his identity as a human. The strong were respected no matter where it was. This human will be entering the Earth Fire Hall? People discussed in whispers. With the strength Yi Yun had shown, it was definitely sufficient for him to enter the Earth Fire Hall. Be it the Saber Arai or the Odd Law, just any one of them was sufficient to qualify him. Furthermore, Yi Yun did not appear to have used his true strength against Dong Hu and company. It was hard to tell how much hidden strength he still had. This made many following miscellaneous choice disciples look at Yi Yun with eyes of jealousy and enviousness. Yi Yun was destined to have a bright future, an entity with a completely different fate as them. So what if they were members of the Fey race while Yi Yun was a human? Strength was everything. Yi Yun looked at Fairy Black Bamboo and waited for her reply. Previously, Fairy Black Bamboo had said that by quickly defeating the other 3, the person would win the qualification to carry on. The words carry on implied that Fairy Black Bamboo might still have prepared another round of assessment. What was the law you used at the end? Fairy Black Bamboo suddenly asked. Withering. Yi Yun answered tersely. It was nothing to tell others what sort of law it was. The only thing that needed to be concealed was the moves from the nomological transformations and the energy trajectories of the law. Upon hearing Yi Yun's answer, the surrounding miscellaneous chores disciples were somewhat stunned. Law of withering? A simple palm strike caused the flower petals to wither to dust. It sounded incredible. The Fey race disciples present had inferior nomological comprehension compared to humans. It was natural for them to be astonished when they suddenly heard of such a rare but profound law. Ignoring the undefining miscellaneous choice disciples, even Fairy Black Bamboo, who had lived for thousands of years, had yet to see such a law displayed by Yi Yun. The nomological great Tao were numerous in number. This law was learned from the Tao tree's leaf. It was a Tao tree that formed at the beginning of chaos, when the universe was still in its infancy. The laws of the Tao tree was an embodiment of the universe's truth. And the withering concept Yi Yun gained insight into was deduced from that moment of the Tao leaf dropping from the Tao tree. Withering? Interesting. Fairy Black Bamboo nodded her head slightly. Her nodding was an extremely rare act of admiration. All right, you have passed the examination. From now on, you are an Earth Fire Hall disciple. A single sentence from Fairy Black Bamboo was enough to determine Yi Yun's status. He passed? Yi Yun faltered slightly, but he was not surprised. This was because the energy control and nomological concepts he revealed was sufficient. There was no need to participate in any further assessments. As for Fairy Black Bamboo, who was accustomed to saving time, decided to skip this procedure. Follow me. I'll bring you to the Earth Fire Hall to obtain your identity token. As Fairy Black Bamboo said, she floated away. Yi Yun was not excited after becoming an Earth Fire Hall disciple. It was something that was within expectations. Yi Yun glanced at Tower and said, I'll be heading to the Earth Fire Hall first. Once I've settled in, I'll come back to Foamling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 789, Fire Cloud State Main Mountain. Chapter 789, Fire Cloud State Main Mountain. Luofingling's Foamling was a distance away from the Fire Cloud State's main mountain, and this distance was not just filled with wilderness. Along the way, Yi Yun saw a few countries along with various mountain ranges and rivers, as he followed closely behind Fairy Black Bamboo. Yi Yun's eyesight was excellent, so even though he was flying high in the sky, he could clearly see how people led their lives in these countries. He saw bustling cities with street hawkers lining the sides of crowded streets. Of course, there were martial houses, bodyguard escort services established in them too. From the looks of it, they did not look much different from the mortal world and the Tianyuan world. The only difference was the numerous Fey race in the cities that had yet to complete their human manifestations. These members of the Fey race had tails or fur on their bodies. Some even had human faces but Fey bodies. The Fey race has mortals too? Yi Yun asked Fairy Black Bamboo as he looked at the Fey race, who clearly were average in strength. His impression of the Fey race was similar to that of spirits found in legendary novels. Members of the Fey race who lacked strength could manifest themselves as humans. Yes. Fairy Black Bamboo was still flying ahead of Yi Yun. Despite the strong winds blowing, it did not lift her veil at all. First-generation Fey race are animals or plants who achieve their Tao to become Fey after absorbing the world's essence, so they are naturally powerful. However, their offspring might not inherit their strength. Many Fey race bloodlines would become diluted over time. Eventually, it will make them ordinary and mortal. Such bloodlines would result in the birth of several Fey race mortals. Their strength is probably around the strength of humans at the body tempering stage. Although the Fey race values bloodlines, and a Fey race with a powerful bloodline will be stronger, there are always exceptions to anything. Some Fey race with normal bloodlines might, for various reasons or special opportunities, slowly strengthen themselves. They might even end up stronger than Fey race with powerful bloodlines. As she thought highly of Yi Yun, Fairy Black Bamboo patiently explained to Yi Yun to clear his doubts. So that's how it is. Yi Yun nodded. A powerful Fey race having offspring with normal bloodlines was nothing out of the ordinary. However, just like how people of ordinary birth were able to become a peerless great emperor, normal Fey race could also become mighty. It looks like although the 12 empyrean heavens has many mighty figures, there is no lack of mortals too. Not everyone is strong.
As Iyun pondered over it, they arrived at Fire Cloud State's main mountain. Seeing Fire Cloud State's main mountain, Iyun was still somewhat shocked despite having been mentally prepared.
This mountain was not like any ordinary mountain which towered high into the sky.
It was not considered tall, just about 100,000 feet tall. However, the land it covered was vast.
It looked like it was a country itself.
On the mountain peak, there were long stretches of palaces as well as large spirit produce farms and herbal gardens. At this moment, the flowers were in full bloom, making it look like a colorful sea of flowers. The melting of the snow on the mountain rushed down the mountain peak. It was not a tiny water stream, but a roaring river. The mountain was so massive that the melted snow could form massive rivers. By the mountainside, the massive river was truncated, forming hundreds of waterfalls that had 10,000 feet drops. They roared down like charging white dragons, striking the rock beneath with tumultuous rumbles.
This is Fire Cloud State's main mountain? It's huge.
The number of palaces Iyun saw was nearly uncountable. Furthermore, in between the palaces stood numerous towering ancient trees. They looked spectacular, and from the scale of the palaces, it was no problem for 100 million people to live in them.
Iyun knew that the 10,000 Fey Empyrean Heavens rock was much stronger than the lower realm.
Hence, in order to construct such a palace complex would require immense riches. Only a warrior's world was able to make constructions of such terrifying scale.
There are so many palaces, can they all be inhabited? Iyun could not help but ask.
He knew that the number of mortal Fey race in the Fire Cloud State probably numbered above 10 billion, but the real Luo clan disciples were few in number.
It seemed unlikely that all these palaces could be inhabited. Fairy Black Bamboo said lightly, the palaces are divided into many types.
Other than the palaces of the elders and deacons, the palaces below are where the Earth Fire Hall disciples stay. Every Earth Fire Hall disciple would be given their own palace complex. In the Fire Cloud State, there is no lack of mortal Fey that organize their own countries. However, the palaces these Fey emperors of these mortal Fey countries live in can't even compare to a Earth Fire Hall disciple's palatial residence. Fairy Black Bamboo said with a calm voice, but what she said shocked Iyun. It was equivalent to saying that a palace every Earth Fire Hall disciple was assigned was bigger and more luxurious than a mortal's palace. Of course, the luxury did not refer to material objects like gold and silver, but mostly arrays for cultivation. All sorts of treasures, vessels, and the palace's construction material like timber and stone were all refined from valuable materials. In the Fire Cloud State, every Heaven Fire Hall personal disciple was given a mountain, so although the Earth Fire Hall disciples were slightly inferior, they were still given palaces. There were more than 1,000 Earth Fire Hall disciples, which made it equivalent to more than 1,000 palaces that were gathered together. Adding the palaces owned by the elders, deacons, and the law enforcers, they form the Fire Cloud State main mountains complex.
Upon noticing Iyun's expression, Fairy Black Bamboo said, "Do you think there are too many palaces?" Actually, that's not true.
The Luo clan has existed for nearly 100 million years. It has waxed and waned over this period, but it still managed to survive through the times. Although the Fire Cloud State's history is shorter, it also has 50 million years. Even if it takes 10,000 years to build a palace, there would be an accumulation of 5,000 palaces.
So constructing such a palace complex is very easy. When Fairy Black Bamboo said this, Iyun drew a gasp.
Yes, with 100 million years or 50 million years of history, it was something easily mentionable, but to truly experience it, the length of time was almost impossible to imagine. Over such a long period of time, a faction's foundation and accumulated strength would reach a terrifying stage.
This palace complex was just a microcosm.
The cost to constructing it was inevitably high, or it would not have been able to withstand the tens of millions of years of elements. With so many palaces and so few disciples, allocating one palace to each Earth Fire Hall disciple was not considered an extravagant matter. If the palace was not used, it would only sit idle after all. It was no wonder the miscellaneous chores disciples like Donghu, Bai Wei, and Sunlai were so eager to become Earth Fire Hall disciples. They came from small tribal clans, and the moment they became Earth Fire Hall disciples, it could be said to be reaching the heavens in a single bound. After all, it was the Fire Cloud State, the Luo clan's Fire Cloud State. Ignoring the Fire Cloud State's elders, just the Earth Fire Hall disciples already enjoyed a status much higher than a mortal Fey country's emperor. This could be judged from the amount of resources consumed by the Earth Fire Hall disciples' residents. From mortals to warriors, it was like heaven and earth. This chasm-like gap was something that could not be closed just because of having the title of emperor. Just think about the difference in lifespans that differed by thousands of times, what more the difference in strength. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 790, Spirit of the Earth Fire. Chapter 790, Spirit of the Earth Fire.
When Yi Yin stood in front of the opulent palace complex assigned to him, he felt as though he had transformed into a princely aristocrat. Be it in the Tian Yuan world or the divine wilderness in the past, although Yi Yin enjoyed a very high status in the past, his standard of living was extremely simple, nothing like the luxurious life that was awaiting him.
Yi Yin looked up at the plaque placed hanging the palace doors.
On it were the 3 words written in large font, Hua Yun Palace. What a coincidence that his palace's name also had the word Yun. On Fire Cloud State Main Mountain, there were 2,000 palaces prepared for the Earth Fire Hall disciples, nearly twice the number of disciples. As one of the 2,000 palaces, Hua Yun Palace had been left vacant for very long.
At this moment, in front of Yi Yun stood 2 rows of servants.
They were a mix of young men and women. They were responsible for the daily maintenance and cleaning of Hua Yun Palace as well as serving Yi Yun's daily needs. Compared to the Heaven Fire Hall disciples, the number of servants the Earth Fire Hall disciples had were not fewer in number. The only difference was the servants having a lower cultivation level. Yi Yun had many servants in front of him, but they were all at the mortal blood realm, which made them equivalent to mortals. In the future, this Hua Yun Palace will be your place of residence.
This is your disciple token and the Earth Fire Hall's information booklet.
As Fairy Black Bamboo spoke, she waved her hand, sending a stream of light into Yi Yun's hand.
It was an interspatial ring.
Anything handed to Earth Fire Hall disciples were stored in interspatial rings.
Do you have any other questions? Fairy Black Bamboo asked.
Yi Yun hesitated slightly as he considered his choice of words.
Finally, he said, Senior, this disciple wants to know what is the fastest way of entering the Luo clan's royal capital?
Having existed for 100 million years, the Luo clan's foundations were nearly unimaginable. Just a single Fire Cloud State had immense resources. It was sufficient to deeply shock Yi Yun when he saw the immensity of the Fire Cloud State main mountain.
However, a state of the Luo clan was definitely inferior to the royal capital.
The Luo clan's royal capital was indeed a place so vast with brilliant prospects that it allowed much to be accomplished.
Oh? You want to enter the Luo clan's royal capital? Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, a glint flashed in Fairy Black Bamboo's eyes. She understood the overtones in Yi Yun's question, so she asked, Why? Do you think the Fire Cloud State is too small for your growth?
When Fairy Black Bamboo said this, her eyes turned sharp, causing Yi Yun to falter slightly. With a smile, he said, That is not what this disciple meant. It was not true that Yi Yun believed the Fire Cloud State was insufficient for his growth. In fact, with the Fire Cloud State's heritage, it was more than enough for a Yuan opening realm warrior like him. However, the higher one went in life, the less one would detest the largeness of the stage they were standing on. If he could go to the Luo clan's royal capital, Yi Yun would definitely not give up the opportunity. There were naturally better opportunities there compared to the Fire Cloud State.
I know what you are thinking.
It is good to have such ambition, but do not aim for more than you can handle. You only beat 3 new miscellaneous choice disciples at Mtif only.
Do you think that with that, you are qualified to enter the Luo clan's royal capital? You should know that the owner of Imni Phonling, where you came from, Luo Phonling, is also striving hard to enter the Luo clan's royal capital. Furthermore, she is one of the best amongst the Heaven Fire Hall disciples. There are 196 states in the Luo clan, with numerous people like Luo Phonling. All of them share the same goal, cultivating hard without even a breather in a bid to enter the royal capital. Do you think you can beat all of them? Fairy Black Bamboo did not mince her words, living up to her harsh and demanding reputation. Many miscellaneous chores disciples had failed the examinations she presided over. Besides ending up severely injured, they were also dealt a heavy blow to their confidence. Fairy Black Bamboo was such a person. Young people, who did not know where they stood after having a bit of ability, would usually suffer a huge setback from taking her examinations. Yi Yun did not respond to Fairy Black Bamboo's sharp retort with any arrogant discourse. He only said, "What Senior said is true. This junior has no intentions of belittling the Fire Cloud State, but this junior believes that Fire Cloud State disciples who do not aim to enter the Luo clan's royal capital would forever be stuck in the Fire Cloud State. I believe that even the Fire Cloud State does not want to nurture such disciples, am I right?" Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Fairy Black Bamboo's eyebrows pricked up. "You sure are confident." "You are right, the Fire Cloud State wishes to nurture people that can leave the Fire Cloud State, becoming figures who have nature at their beck and call in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven. By saying this, do you think you are capable of doing that?" Every word from Fairy Black Bamboo was aggressive, but Yi Yun did not lose his stand because of her. He said, "The 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven is filled with the strong, so to have nature at one's beck and call is naturally not simple. This junior does not know what his strength is worth in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, but everything needs to be vied for. What does Senior think?" Yi Yun was steady with his words, with each one of them filled with confidence without any arrogance. Finally, Fairy Black Bamboo stopped aggressively questioning Yi Yun. She shook her head and said lightly, "The royal capital is like a deep pool of water. The moment you enter the royal capital, you will inevitably set foot into its deep depths. Do not think that just the possession of some talent will allow you to flourish and prosper. The moment a big wave comes, your cultivation level is like a tiny boat in the waves, highly probable of capsizing in the big wave." Fairy Black Bamboo suddenly said something deep and meaningful, stunning Yi Yun slightly. The royal capital was like a deep pool of water? From the sound of it, it did not only seem to be referring to the myriad of geniuses and intense competition in the royal capital. She was implying something deeper. Since Fairy Black Bamboo did not intend to elaborate on it, Yi Yun did not probe any further. He secretly kept it in mind. At this moment, Fairy Black Bamboo said again, "Read the Earth Fire Hall's booklet. If you obtain the recognition of the spirit of the Earth Fire, I can arrange for you to enter the royal capital, but it will depend on your own skills as to whether you are able to. According to the Earth Fire Hall's rules, by passing my examination, you are considered an in-name disciple of mine. 20 days later, it will be when the spirit of the Earth Fire burns most strongly. You just need to look for me when the time comes." Spirit of the Earth Fire? Yi Yun hesitated for a moment before saying, "Yes, Senior, this junior shall remember." After Fairy Black Bamboo was done speaking, she floated away. She left Yi Yun alone holding the interspatial ring gently in his hand. The servants were still standing by the side, awaiting Yi Yun's instructions. Yi Yun took a glance at them. These servants were mostly chosen from mortal fae. The male were barrel-chested and muscular, while the females were either pure and pleasant-looking or had enchanting and sensual faces. The number of servants that resided in Fire Cloud State Main Mountain probably numbered in the hundreds of thousands. For mortal fae, being able to enter the Fire Cloud State Main Mountain to serve the godlike strong was naturally a heartfelt desire and also an opportunity for them. Hence, the servants chosen by the Fire Cloud State were the most outstanding mortal fae in terms of appearance and build. Those that failed in the looks department were barred from entry. Yi Yun waved his hand and dismissed them, "Take your leave." "Yes."
The group of servants retreated with their backs bowed.
This made Yi Yun chuckle to himself. This sure felt like leading a royal life.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 791, World Stone. Chapter 791, World Stone.
In the inner sanctums of Huayun Palace, Yi Yun sat at an old-fashioned Chinese square table that could sit 8. He was looking through the items in the interspatial ring. The front of the token was engraved with the words Fire Cloud Earth Fire Token, and on the back was the word Luo written in ancient 12 Empyrean Heaven script. There was a simple set of clothes, a uniform that all Luo Clan Earth Fire Hall disciples wore. There was nothing special about these items, but a round stone attracted Yi Yun's attention. This stone was crystalline and exuded a strange energy fluctuation. Just holding it in hand made his meridians seem to pulse.
World Stone? Yi Yun knew of this stone.
Back in Heaven Martial City, the siblings, Anyo and Ayu, had taken a world stone to the Li Fire sect in the hopes of selling it. They were nearly scammed by the Li Fire sect before Yi Yun bought the world stone from them, resulting in a conflict with the Li Fire sect. The world stone was an ore that was created at the beginning of the universe or the formation of a world. The universe was in a state of chaos to begin with, and in essence, chaos was energy. As the energy transformed into yin and yang, it also split heaven and earth apart, resulting in wind, rain, thunder and lightning, eventually giving rise to all living creatures.
However, not all chaos energy could transform into yin and yang or the 5 elements.
Some energy would condense together, forming chaos stones. Chaos stones were priceless treasures. This was because it recorded the beginnings of the universe. The trajectories of Origin's energy made it contain the most profound laws.
Weaker than chaos energy was world energy.
They were diluted from chaos energy, so despite them deviating from the origins, they were still valuable. World energy evolved into the 12 Empyrean heavens, turning into the 3,000 worlds. Similarly, not all world energy could evolve into everything in a world. There would also be some energy that eventually condensed into world stones. The value of world stones were much inferior to chaos stones, but they could still be used as a precious treasure for cultivation. In the large universe the 12 Empyrean heavens formed, there were many worlds. Each world's birth would leave behind world stones. And even now, in the infinite universe, there were new worlds evolving or emerging. Similarly, there were old worlds collapsing or being destroyed, turning into endless energy. So the production of world stones could be said to be endless. In the 12 Empyrean heavens, world stones were valuable mining resources fought by major factions. The stones that were mined could be used as currency, allowing one to purchase priceless treasures. For example, the valuable relics refined by the Luo clan royal capital's desolate heaven masters would eventually be auctioned off in exchange for world stones. The Fire Cloud State provided each disciple a world stone in the form of a salary. In accordance with the Luo clan's rules, every Earth Fire Hall was given 1 world stone a year. This world stone is better in quality than the one I obtained in the Tian Yuan world. Back then in the Tian Yuan world, world stones were extremely rare treasures.
Most people could not even recognize it.
Even the shopkeeper of the Li Fire sect shop failed to recognize it. However, in the 12 Earth Fire Hall, world stones are plentiful. As the large worlds experience the long passage of time, they undergo life and death. Every birth of a new world would result in the formation of world stones. It would become a large mineral deposit that can be mined. The numbers wouldn't be small, so every Earth Fire Hall disciple can be given 1 a year. With 1,000 Earth Fire Hall disciples, that meant 1,000 world stones in a year. Along with the Heaven Fire Hall disciples and the various elders, the number of world stones consumed a year would at least number 10,000. So many world stones were just part of the normal operating expenses of one of the Luo clan states, the Fire Cloud State. If this was in the lower realm, it was simply unimaginable. As for the world stones, that was just a portion of the resources the Luo clan consumed. With such resources and conditions, along with heritage that was hundreds of times better, it was no wonder the mighty figures produced in the 12 Empyrean heavens far exceeded the lower realms. With this thought in mind, Yi Yun put away the World Stone. He began to read through the booklet which introduced the Earth Fire Hall's rules and the perks of being a Earth Fire Hall disciple. One of the perks included the most important thing, Spirit of the Earth Fire. In fact, the reason why the Earth Fire Hall was given its name had much to do with the spirit of the Earth Fire beneath the Earth Fire Hall. The spirit of the Earth Fire was actually a Earth Fire spirit. This fire spirit had existed for hundreds of millions of years, and had been quietly burning in the Earth Fire Hall's main mountain. Spirit of the Earth Fire. The spirit of the Earth Fire had 2 months a year when it burned most intensely. Whenever that happened, many Earth Fire Hall disciples would mine its fire, using the spirit of the Earth Fire to refine their bodies, meridians, and acquire insight into fire elemental laws. The Fey race was naturally inferior to humans in nomological insight, but some powerful Fey with noble blood had a natural affinity with particular laws. And the Luo clan's bloodline happened to be associated with fire elemental laws. Now, there were still a few days left before the spirit of the Earth Fire burned at its strongest, so Yi Yun ignored all of this. He took over the World Stone and placed it in front of him to absorb it. The World Stone contained the purest world energy, so with the purple crystal in Yi Yun's body, it allowed him to absorb the world energy at a speed many times faster than typical warriors. Wisps of energy were absorbed by Yi Yun, slowly expanding Yi Yun's Yuan foundation and nourishing the Tao seed as well as the divine tree planted in it. An unknown period of time passed as all the energy contained within the entire World Stone was absorbed cleanly by Yi Yun. Not a single ounce of energy was wasted. The energy had nourished Yi Yun's body and was now flowing in his meridians. Young Master. A voice was heard from outside the door, making Yi Yun open his eyes. Although he had been immersed in cultivation, he had split off a bit of his consciousness to monitor the outside world. As his consciousness was projected outside the door, Yi Yun sensed an aura of a person at the mortal blood realm. "Come in," Yi Yun said. The door was pushed open as a beautiful girl dressed in green walked in. This girl looked no different from a human, but the only thing that betrayed her race was a furry tail on her back that wriggled around. Yi Yun's memory was extremely good, so he had some impression of this girl. Her name was Hur, one of his servants. "Young Master, the most intense burning period of the Earth Fire Hall's spirit of the Earth Fire has only 10 days left. In accordance with Young Master's wishes, Hur is here to inform you." Hur's voice was sleek and soft. Although she was still young, the natural charm of the fox race was already in an inchoate state. If this was a mortal world, it was sufficient to make kings of countries fall head over heels for her. They could even forego their country for this beauty. This girl was still a fox pup, but if she had sufficient strength, even powerful warriors would be overwhelmed. However, this level of charm did not affect Yi Yun in any way. "I got it." Before Yi Yun absorbed the World Stone, he had transmitted his voice to these servants to pay attention to matters regarding the spirit of the Earth Fire. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 792, Fire Spirit Palace. Chapter 792, Fire Spirit Palace. Yi Yun was very interested in the spirit of the Earth Fire. Previously, in the lower realm's fallen Stargate, he had absorbed a pure Yang spirit. Back then, the pure Yang spirit was being devoured by an injured golden crow species. Yi Yun managed to kill the golden crow species and finally used the purple crystal to absorb the pure Yang spirit. Yi Yun's pure Yang body had much to do with the pure Yang spirit. Now in the fire cloud state, there was this spirit of the Earth Fire which aroused Yi Yun's curiosity. He wanted to know the differences between the spirit of the Earth Fire and the pure Yang spirit. "I'll be going now." Yi Yun stood up. With the World Stone's energy completely absorbed, even Yi Yun's Tao tree had grown taller. It was even more lush with leaves. From the late stages of the Yuan opening realm, he was already approaching perfection. The girl, Hor, looked at her new master in astonishment. She had met him twice in total. The first time she saw him, she found him extremely powerful and was like a sharp blade. Now weeks later, her master had grown even stronger. The aura he exuded was as deep as the ocean, making it seem extremely amazing. The Earth Fire Hall was located at the peak of the main mountain, so from afar, the grandiose building appeared to stand in mid-air because of the mist that shrouded it. The Earth Fire Hall's area was hundreds of times bigger than Yun's Huayan Palace, and likewise, was many times bigger than a city in the mortal world. The 10,000 Fei Empyrean Heaven sure is filled with amazing places. Yun could not help but sigh. Having first come to the 10,000 Fei Empyrean Heaven, just the fire cloud state alone had widened Yun's horizons. By then, Hor had already prepared a mount for Yun. After Yun came to the Earth Fire Hall, he was also assigned a fire elemental bird as his mount. It was an inferno gold condor whose plumage was completely gold in color. Its sharp talons seemed like two burning flames. When it stood up, it was about the height of a person, and when it spread its wings, its wingspan was about 10 feet wide. This inferno gold condor was a common bird seen in the fire cloud state, but it was relatively new to Yun. As he stepped onto the inferno gold condor, it flew straight up into the clouds, passing over palace after palace. From afar, Yun looked at the main hall of the Earth Fire Hall. Soon, with a condor's screech, the inferno gold condor landed in a wide square. Here, the square were carpeted with tiles engraved with flame emblems. The inferno gold condor, which could crush boulders with a swipe of its claws, landed heavily on the square, but it did not leave the slightest mark. After Yun jumped off the inferno gold condor, it gave out a long screech and flew up. In a blink of an eye, it disappeared into the clouds. This is the Earth Fire Hall. Yun looked at the palace in front of him. Just the square alone was staggering. Its edges seemed to connect to billowing clouds. The square was bustling with people. From time to time, birds would land with their masters. Yun learned from the booklet from before that other than the spirit of the Earth Fire, the Earth Fire Hall also held numerous martial arts manuals. There were also armories, elixir storehouses here too in the Earth Fire Hall. Being able to freely access the Earth Fire Hall was a great perk for the Earth Fire Hall disciples. This also showed how immense the resources the warriors in the 10,000 Fei Empyrean Heaven had. Furthermore, this was only limited to the Earth Fire Hall disciples. If it was the Luo clan's royalty, it was unknown how much top resources they enjoyed. Yun headed to the Earth Fire Hall's entrance. He had been in the main mountain for almost 2 months, but this was the first time he came to the Earth Fire Hall. As he proceeded, he sized up the place and observed his surroundings. Before coming, Hor informed Yun that the spirit of the Earth Fire was located in the middle of the Earth Fire Hall, so as Yun observed, he walked straight towards the Earth Fire Hall's center. That junior brother in front, please hold on. May I know if you are junior brother Yun? Yun immediately stopped in his footsteps when he heard the sudden shout. He looked over and saw 2 unfamiliar faces who had called out to him. The man and woman duo did not look too old. The man was below the age of 30 and he looked burly in his animal hide clothing. The girl looked like she was 16 to 17 years old. She was dressed in pink short robes, with white boots on her feet. Her hair was tied up into a bun, while her watery eyes flickered. She looked petite and cute. However, Yun had went into reclusion the moment he came to Earth Fire Hall, so he did not know the duo. Master Black Bamboo told us that we have a new junior brother. We have seen images of you. The girl's voice was very light and pleasing to the ears, as though it was the beautiful sounds of 100 larks. She sized up Yun with a look of curiosity without concealing her taboo act. A girl like her was unworldly and pure, so she did not have the concept of shyness. We are also Master Black Bamboo's in-name disciples. My name is Man Dao and she is Yun Shower, the man said. Oh, so it's senior brother Mandao and senior sister Yun. Nice to meet you, Yun politely greeted back. Upon hearing herself being called senior sister, Yun Xiaoer immediately turned excited. As she was young and was junior in ranking, being suddenly addressed as senior sister by someone who entered the tutelage later was something fresh to her. Her tiny face immediately turned excited and flushed red.
Instantly, she became fond of Yun.
From the looks of your direction, you are also heading towards the Fire Spirit Palace.
How many times have you been there? Yun Xiaoer asked.
The place where the spirit of the earth fire was stored was known as the Fire Spirit Palace.
This is my first time here, Yun said. Oh? You are only coming here for the first time? We have already come here thrice. Yun Xiaoer spoke in a lively manner.
This spirit of the earth fire only burns at its peak for 2 months a year. We have to take advantage of this time to mine the fire to refine our bodies and gain nomological insight.
How can coming here once be enough? Yun smiled slightly. I was busy prior to this.
But there are only 10 days left.
What a pity. Yun Xiaoer was still finding it a shame for Yun.
Mandao said by the side, alright, junior brother E has his own considerations. Junior brother E, since this is your first time here, you can follow us. The Earth Fire Hall is massive, so it's easy to get lost.
That's good. Yun did not object.
Between the duo, Mandao was a man of few words, while Yun Xiaoer kept chattering non-stop. From her, Yun learned quite a lot about the 10,000 Fey Empyrean Heaven as well as matters regarding the Earth Fire Hall. The duo found interest in Yun because they were surprised how Yun became a Earth Fire Hall disciple so quickly after coming from a lower realm. This was even revealed in a slip-up by Yun Xiaoer. People from the 10,000 Fey Empyrean Heaven had the impression that people from the lower realms were savages, so it was impressive if a savage could attain such achievements.
Yun constantly smiled while listening.
Having just come to the Earth Fire Hall, he was unfamiliar with the place and people. Hence, it was still quite interesting to have the duo explain things to him.
The spirit of the earth fire is extremely abstruse.
It is said that during the birth of the world where the fire cloud state resides, the lands naturally produced a first wisp of fire. It was a manifestation of the most chaotic fire elemental laws. However, the exact profoundness of it cannot be described by words.
You will need to witness it yourself, junior brother E.
As Yun Xiaoer said, she revealed a cute smile.
That's the Fire Spirit Palace in front. Yun looked forward and saw a magnificent door erected.
There was a plaque that had the words Fire Spirit Palace engraved on it. The 3 words were like leaping flames. Just taking an additional glance at it made one's eyes seem to burn.
Luo Tianjun. The mark indicated that the 3 words were inscribed by Luo Tianjun. The 3 words he wrote contained an intense nomological and yuan qi fluctuation. It also made one find it hard to peel their eyes away from it. Luo Tianjun. I wonder who he is in the Luo clan. Yun muttered to himself and was secretly amazed. Just the 3 words left behind contained a profound principle. This person, Luo Tianjun, was truly terrifying.
Proceed with the registration over there, and when you obtain an identity token, you can enter, Yun Xiaoer said while pointing to a giant spirit mastiff lying by the door. The spirit mastiff was covered in silver fur and was massive. It lay there motionless, so if Yun Xiaoer did not point it out, Yun would not have sensed that it was a living thing. Before they came in front of the spirit mastiff, there were already a few people in the midst of registration. The person in front was dressed in spirit silk clothes. A white fur cloak that looked oily smooth rested on his shoulders, making him look rather resplendent. He came before the spirit mastiff and politely said, Lord Mueo, I am Yang Zishan from Lingxiao Palace and am here to register. Behind Yang Zishan, there were a few people who dressed similarly. All of them were graceful in bearing, like scions in the mortal world. Upon seeing these people, the chatty Yun Xiaoer immediately fell silent. Man Dao also slowed down his pace as his expression turned awkward. The duo appeared to deliberately stood a distance away before their registration, as though they were waiting for Yang Zishan and company to be done with their registration. Yi Yun could tell that Yun Xiaoer and Man Dao seemed afraid of Yang Zishan. At this moment, Yang Zishan slowly turned his head behind, and after seeing Man Dao and Yun Xiaoer, he revealed a smile that did not look like a smile.
He said, "Isn't this Man Dao? How is it? Have you recovered from the injuries sustained during your gamble fight with me? You are coming to the Spirit Fire Palace to mine for fire so soon?" Yang Zishan did not give Man Dao any face. Upon hearing Yang Zishan's words, Man Dao's expression turned ashen. "Senior brother Man Dao, do not fall for his tricks. If you were to fight him in a gamble while in a fit of rage, you will still lose." Yun Xiaoer hurriedly tugged at Man Dao, whose face had flushed red. Seeing Man Dao being tugged by Yun Xiaoer, Yang Zishan immediately revealed a cold sneer. At this moment, he turned his eyes onto Yi Yun, who was standing beside Yun Xiaoer. He asked curiously, "This is the first time we have met. Who are you?" The Earthfire Hall had 1,000 disciples, but with a warrior's memory, they could naturally recognize everyone. Hence, it was very striking to see a fresh face in Yi Yun. "Junior brother Yi, you can ignore him," Yun Xiaoer hurriedly told Yi Yun. "Oh? That means you are also a disciple of Fairy Black Bamboo?" Yang Zishan sized up Yi Yun and said, "I am a disciple of Elder Heaven Scorpio. Nice to meet you." Although Yang Zishan sounded polite, his eyes had a hint of aggression. Yi Yun lightly clasped his fists and said, "Nice to meet you. Junior brother Yi, Elder Heaven Scorpio does not have good relationships with our master, so you must be careful of Yang Zishan. He has been in the Earth Fire Hall for a long period of time. His cultivation level has already reached the late stages of the Heaven Ascension realm and is much more powerful than us." At this moment, Man Dao's Yuan Qi transmission rang in Yi Yun's ears. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 793, News of Luo Huer. Chapter 793, News of Luo Huer. Oh? The late stages of the Heaven Ascension realm? A strange glint flashed in Yi Yun's eyes. A person at the late stages of the Heaven Ascension realm was an entire large realm above him. If this was the Tian Yuan world, an opponent one entire large realm above him was nothing. For example, the sovereign of the Eventide, Yi Yun could have easily killed him without using his avatar or the demon god puppet. But here in the 10,000 Fei Empyrean Heaven, what would be the outcome if he fought a person at the late stages of the Heaven Ascension realm, one full realm above him? Yi Yun had no idea. Although he was confident in his strength, he was not one to put on a supercilious act. The strength of the 10,000 Fei Empyrean Heaven's geniuses was still an unknown to him. It was impossible to know without any probing attempts. At this moment, Yang Zishan had already entered the Fire Spirit Palace, and it was Yi Yun and company's turn to register. Seeing Yang Zishan leave, Man Dao said in a straightforward manner, "Junior brother Yi, sorry about that. I made a fool of myself in front of you." It was naturally an inglorious matter, having lost a gamble fight with Yang Zishan. Of course, this had to do with Man Dao's cultivation level being lower than Yang Zishan's. Man Dao was a person with a fiery temper to begin with. When he previously had a conflict with Yang Zishan, he was provoked, and having lost his reason, he made a bet that cost him 3 world stones. This made Man Dao feel the pinch in his heart for a long period of time. Victory and defeat are both common in battle. Losing once is nothing. However, senior brother Man Dao, you mentioned that our master, Fairy Black Bamboo, and Elder Heaven Scorpio are at odds with each other? Yes, Man Dao said with a nod. Our master is only a few thousand years old. She became an Earthfire Hall elder in the past 100 years, allowing her to preside over the Earthfire Hall's examinations. Our master's examinations are strict and tough, so the disciples that come out of it naturally aren't bad.
The only thing is that it hasn't been a long time since she took in disciples, so not only are there few disciples in number, but the amount of time for them to cultivate is also not much either.
So in the Earth Fire Hall, we are considerably weak. In fact, this has all to do with factionalism. Factionalism? Yi-Yun was surprised. That's right. Actually, it has nothing to do with trivial figures like us. It has to do with the power struggle amongst the Luo clan's royal family. You probably didn't know, but in the past 100 years, the Luo clan fought a huge war. The stage of war even went all the way to the royal capital, and the Luo clan was nearly wiped out. Although the Luo clan eventually won, His Majesty, the Luo Emperor, suffered serious injuries in the war, so there are plans for succession. The few royal offspring that were designated for succession were evacuated during the war, but they were summoned back when the war was near its end. And the two most eligible people to inherit the throne are Prince Crimson Firmament and Princess Purple Spirit. They have each established their own factions. Our master is subordinate to Prince Pingnan, and Prince Pingnan is a close associate of Princess Purple Spirit. And since Elder Heaven Scorpio is a subordinate to Prince Crimson Firmament, they are naturally at odds. A power struggle between the royal offspring for the succession to the Luo Empyrean throne? Yi-Yun was surprised to hear this as he asked, "Senior Brother Mandao, you mentioned that the royal offspring, who were designated for succession, had been evacuated during the war. How many people were evacuated during the war? How many could they evacuate?" "Just 2. Mandao answered matter-of-factly. Choosing a route of retreat isn't easy. Furthermore, evacuating the successors to ensure the continuation of the bloodline is only reasonable. However, if the entire royal family were to be evacuated, then how can they count on the Luo clan's army to continue fighting the war?" What Mandao said was very reasonable. Typically during the fall of a dynasty in the mortal world, only the princes were evacuated under the escort of loyal subjects. Many emperors would remain in the royal capital to be martyred. If the emperor along with the entire royal family were to escape, how could they expect their subordinates to fight for them? In that case, could Princess Purple Spirit be Luo Huire? No wonder Fairy Black Bamboo had said that the royal capital was like a deep pool of water. After entering the royal capital, he would be swept up in the storm, and with his own cultivation level, it was easy for him to capsize. So it had to do with the power struggles over the royal throne. The throne of the Luo clan was extremely revered. It meant being a true overlord, what's more, an overlord of the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven. It was completely incomparable to the lower realms. Ignoring the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, even for a family clan in the Tian Yuan world, the succession of power was usually preceded by bloody storm-like tests. The throne of the Luo clan could only be more so. As low-level disciples, they were automatically placed into a faction according to their master's allegiance. This was similar to mortal countries in which an examination candidate would automatically become a protégé of the examiner. Then what is the current situation regarding the struggle over the royal throne? Who has the upper hand? Yi-Yun asked using a voice transmission. He wanted to know what situation Luo Huire was facing during this power struggle. Mandao laughed and said, "I have no idea too. It's a matter regarding the royal offspring, something we aren't qualified to concern ourselves with. It's better if we enter Fire Spirit Palace." Yi-Yun gave up, seeing that he could not get any more new information. It sure was a coincidence. After having come to the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, he had taken Fairy Black Bamboo's examination, resulting in him becoming related to Luo Huire once again. However, Luo Huire was now a successor to the Luo clan's royal throne, while he was just a new disciple in the Earth Fire Hall. One of them was in the Luo clan royal capital, while the other was in the Earth Fire Hall's Fire Spirit Palace. The distance that separated them was huge. "Lord Mu Ao!" Yun Shower shouted with a clear voice while kneeling down. Yi-Yun turned his gaze towards the spirit mastiff and could not help but feel curious. This spirit mastiff did not seem like a living thing.
He could not sense any breathing from its body, but its long silver fur and massive body made people feel a sense of trepidation. Yang Zishan and Yun Xiaoer had both addressed this spirit mastiff as Lord, but it was unknown if this spirit mastiff was a desolate beast or a fey race.
The moment Yun Xiaoer finished her sentence, Yun felt a cold aura sweep across his body. In a trance, he felt as though he saw the spirit mastiff open its eyes that revealed a pair of pupils. Not only did they appear as though they had experienced the eternal passage of time, but they were also looking at him. However, on closer inspection, the spirit mastiff was still motionless. Its eyelids did not even move, much less open its eyes. This cold feeling also disappeared when he snapped out of the trance, but Yun still felt like there was an eye staring at him from above. He could only vaguely sense this penetrating gaze, but he could also sense that it was observing him. All right, the registration is done. Let us go in.
Yun Xiaoer and company were clearly experiencing the same feelings as Yun, however, since they had been here thrice, they were already used to it. Yun Xiaoer looked forward to the mining of the fire, so she eagerly went ahead of them.
Junior brother Yun, you have to be careful. Yun Xiaoer's pleasant lark-like voice came from the front.
By the time Yun passed through the Fire Spirit Palace's door, he understood why Yun Xiaoer warned him to be careful. From the outside, the Fire Spirit Palace looked no different from any other palace. However, upon passing through the door, there was only a ladder that reached down far beyond what the eyes could see.
The two sides of the ladder had two bean-sized flames that stretched deep down into the deepest depths of darkness. Yun Xiaoer's figure flashed in front before she quickly disappeared in the darkness. The spirit of the earth fire is at the bottom of the main peak. Man Dao said by the side. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 794, Mining Fire. Chapter 794, Mining Fire.
On the way down the ladder, Yun could still sense the persistence of the watching eye, but he simply ignored it. As he looked at the mountain rock that lined both sides of ladder, he noticed the rock was dark red in color, as though it had been baked red by flames over eons. The texture felt like glass, and they were warm to the touch. Furthermore, there were several ancient arcane symbols engraved on the mountain rock. These symbols, like the mountain rock, seemed to have existed from its initial birth.
Just touching it allowed one to sense a primitive aura from eons ago.
If there was sufficient time, just cogitating these symbols would result in benefits. These are array formations, said a waiting Yun Xiaoer, who had slowed down her speed to wait for them. She had noticed Yun stroking the runic symbols along the way.
Are these used to suppress the spirit of the earth fire? Or are these energy-gathering arrays?
When Yun heard that they were array formations, he only thought of two possibilities. Array formations engraved in the Fire Spirit Palace were possibly either used to gather Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi or used to confine the fire elemental energy to prevent the energy from dissipating.
Yun Xiaoer shook her head and said, "No, it's not." "Then what is it used for?"
Yun was somewhat intrigued.
"We don't know either.
Too much time has passed, so maybe it is sealing something," Yun Xiaoer said.
Yun looked down into the darkness. What was sealed beneath the deep depths at the bottom? It was unimaginable what could have been sealed since time immemorial or the person who had sealed it. For ordinary warriors, just descending this ladder was extremely difficult. However, for Yuan opening realm warriors, this ladder was nothing.
When they reached the end of the ladder, their surroundings were suddenly revealed to their eyes.
It was a vast hall, and the roof was a few hundred feet away from the bottom.
And in the hall, there was a magma pond.
The magma pond was extremely wide. Red-hot magma was bubbling on the surface and occasionally leaping high into the air. Even at a distance from the magma pond, a rolling heat wave surged at them.
Warriors, who lacked the requisite cultivation levels, would be burnt to a crisp just by standing here.
It was even likely for Yuan opening realm warriors to get poisoned by the toxic flames if they spent too much time here.
Yin Xiao and Man Dao had just begun mining the sacred fire to temper their bodies and gain insights into fire elemental laws, so their tolerance towards the toxic fire was not considered strong. Just standing there for a moment caused Yin Xiao's face to glow red. As for Man Dao, his forehead was covered with a fine layer of sweat. Junior brother Yi Yun, in order to resist the toxic fire here, you need to constantly circulate your Yuan Qi, so it is extremely draining. Typically, people can't last here for long, so they will have to leave. This is your first time here, so you might not be accustomed to it. Let's hurry up and... As Yun Xiao spoke, she heard Yi Yun take a deep breath. She turned her head over, only to be astonished to find that not only was Yi Yun withstanding the toxic fire, but there was also not even a droplet of sweat on his face. Yi Yun had a pure yang body to begin with. Pure yang could be said to be the flames that resided in the stars. It was a level higher than fire elemental laws. Just a pure yang body was nothing much in the 10,000 Fei Empyrean heaven, but Yi Yun had the purple crystal. With the purple crystal naturally absorbing the toxic fire, it would convert the toxic fumes into pure energy that flowed through Yi Yun's body. And in certain ways, by standing here, instead of feeling discomfort, Yi Yun actually felt mentally and physically refreshed. I cultivate in pure yang laws. Yi Yun rubbed his chin and explained when he saw Yun Xiao and Man Dao look at him. When Yun Xiao and Man Dao heard this, they were even more baffled. If pure yang laws could easily resolve toxic fire, then what sort of pure yang laws were they? Wasn't Yi Yun from a savage-like lower realm? Despite being puzzled, they did not directly ask Yi Yun the mysteries of what he cultivated. After all, it involved his secrets. Junior brother Yi Yun, that in front is the spirit of the earth fire and can only be described as extraordinary. The toxic fire produced by the magma here can't even compare to 10 to 20% of the spirit of the earth fire. Tracing Man Dao's gaze, Yi Yun looked at the white flower in the middle of the magma pond. Of course, it was not a flower but a dancing flame. In the magma burned a white flame, which was none other than the spirit of the earth fire. The spirit of the earth fire was purer than the pure yang spirit Yi Yun had absorbed in the lower realm by more than 1,000 times or even 10,000 times. Although it was just a plume of fire, the energy contained within was enough to raise the Tian Yuan world to the ground. The spirit of the earth fire has existed since the birth of this land. Unless the land is destroyed, it will never extinguish. Man Dao followed up. The spirit of the earth fire was a manifestation of the heaven and earth fire elemental laws and the fusion of fire elemental laws. The spirit of the earth fire's existence was extremely special, so it was no wonder Man Dao and Yun Xiao was surprised by Yi Yun's lack of fear towards the toxic fire. Yang Zishan and company, who had arrived before them, had already occupied a corner to mine the fire. Yang Zishan used both his hands to form a seal, and then using his Yuan Qi, he split off a bean-sized fire spark from the spirit of the earth fire, before bringing it in front of him. It could be seen that just this tiny fire spark was producing heat waves in front of him. If not for using Yuan Qi to isolate the heat wave, the fur cloak on him would definitely have been burnt to a crisp. Yang Zishan looked at the fire spark with a serious expression. He used Yuan Qi to carefully envelop the fire spark before opening his mouth. So, the fire spark that was enveloped by Yuan Qi immediately flew into his mouth. Following that, Yang Zishan immediately sat down to meditate. Large amounts of hot vapor emitted from the top of his head. As he tightly closed his eyes, Yang Zishan's body produced intense Yuan Qi fluctuations. Clearly, he was in the midst of absorbing the fire spark and gaining insight from it. Yang Zishan was powerful, but he was also dedicated in his cultivation. Although he had noticed Yi Yun and company arrive, he did not distract himself by looking them in the eye. Seeing Yang Zishan successfully mine the fire, Man Dao grunted unpleasantly before saying, "Let us begin too. Junior brother Yi, look at how it is done by us. Do not attempt it too easily. The spirit of the earth fire is extremely dangerous." Yi Yun and the duo each took a spot. There were dozens of Earth Fire Hall disciples standing around the magma pond mining the fire. As Yi Yun observed them, he realized that the fire sparks they mined were even smaller. After they absorbed it, they would usually grimace in pain. In comparison, Yang Zishan was indeed much more at ease. Although Man Dao was displeased with Yang Zishan, the fire spark he mined from the spirit of the earth fire was just the size of a sesame seed. And just accomplishing this covered his forehead with sweat. Slowly, he pulled the fire spark in front of him. The burning heat wave was something he could barely withstand. Yun Xiaoer also sat on the ground as she began to concentrate on the fire mining. After looking around him, he realized through his observations that mining fire was indeed very difficult. One needed to use Yuan Qi to separate a portion from the spirit of the earth fire. If too much was isolated, the warrior might not be able to control it, causing the fire spark to explode. The toxic fire might end up causing a backlash, resulting in outcomes that ranged from feeling discomfort to being severely injured. Hence, all the warriors were extremely careful when they mined the fire. Even Yang Zishan did not dare mine much. As for Yun Xiaoer and Man Dao, the amount they mined was even lesser.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 795, Fire Spirit Transmutation. Chapter 795, Fire Spirit Transmutation. In the successful mining of fire, one's cultivation level and strength were non-trivial factors. However, the greatest factor was determined by one's understanding of fire elemental laws. The deeper one's understanding in fire elemental laws, the easier it was to mine the fire. And the easier it was to mine the fire, the more fire elemental energy could be obtained. This would then allow a person's understanding towards fire elemental laws to deepen and turn more profound, as well as steadily strengthen one's cultivation level. Hence, the Earth Fire Hall disciples' fire mining of the spirit of the earth fire became something extremely important. The strong would become stronger, while the weak would become weaker. In fact, not only Earth Fire Hall disciples came here, but even Heaven Fire Hall disciples would also occasionally make the trip here to mine for fire. At this moment, amongst all the disciples mining fire, Yang Zishan was the one that had the deepest understanding of fire elemental laws. The fire spark he mined was the biggest, and he was also the fastest to absorb it amongst everyone present. That bit of fire spark had sunk into his dantian and had been mostly absorbed by him. At this moment, Yang Zishan suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards Man Dao and Yun Xiaoer. Man Dao was at a critical stage of his fire mining process, so he was sweating profusely and persisting with great effort. Although he could barely persist on, Man Dao steadily refined the earth fire, eliminating the chaotic energies from it, so as to make it easy for absorption. If this went on, Man Dao would succeed in his fire mining in about 15 minutes. Beside Man Dao, Yun Xiaoer's speed was slightly slower. The young lady's cultivation level was lower than Man Dao's to begin with, so it was a struggle for her as she barely held on. Her face was drenched in sweat. Seeing the barely persisting Man Dao and Yun Xiaoer, a teasing smile suffused from the corners of Yang Zishan's lips. It was as though he was waiting for something. At this moment, the few Earth Fire Hall disciples beside Yang Zishan were also done with their fire mining. They had become Earth Fire Hall disciples for quite some time now, so although they were considered lackeys of Yang Zishan, they were not much weaker than Man Dao in terms of strength. Anyone who could enter the Earth Fire Hall was no ordinary person. Senior Brother Zishan, why have you stopped? With Senior Brother Zishan's strength, mining another 8 or 10 times wouldn't even be a problem. Ha ha ha. An Earth Fire Hall disciple that followed Yang Zishan around said to him with a smile. The number of times one could mine fire was a close reflection of one's strength. At Man Dao's strength, he could at best do it 3 or 4 times, while Yun Xiaoer could only manage fewer. 2 or 3 times would be her limit. As for Yang Zishan, mining 7 or 8 times was indeed not a problem. Ha, I'll continue mining for you to see. Speaking about it, I happened to learn a new technique the past few days. I made a tiny improvement in fire elemental laws, so let me show it to all of you. Alright, please broaden my horizons.
the Earth Fire Hall disciples said in unison. Many of them were Elder Heaven Scorpio's disciples, a result of his long tenure at Earth Fire Hall. Yang Zishan chuckled and suddenly looked at Mandao. Targeting at the tiny bit of fire spark in front of Mandao, he shouted, "I'll let all of you see my new technique. Come, fire!" Yang Zishan grabbed out at the air towards the fire spark in front of Mandao. The flickering fire spark, which was originally in front of Mandao, suddenly began to vibrate intensely after Yang Zishan made a telekinetic grab at it. The fire spark turned erratic as though it was being strongly attracted by a force. It began flying towards Yang Zishan. What? Mandao, who was in the midst of desperately refining the earth fire, suddenly opened his eyes. His forehead was covered in bean-sized sweat droplets. He watched the earth fire that he was nearly done refining being snatched away by Yang Zishan. Yang Zishan, you! Mandao stared with a furious gaze. Refining a fire spark consumed a great deal of yuan qi. Yet, it had been snatched away by Yang Zishan just as it was almost done refining. So how could Mandao not be enraged? He could only mine 3 or 4 times per trip to the Fire Spirit Palace because he would end up drained of all his yuan qi by the end of it. Now, the fire spark had been snatched by Yang Zishan after he had finished consuming yuan qi needed for 1 fire mining attempt. It was equivalent to wasting 1 chance of his, so how could he take this lying down? But at the same moment his anger flared, Mandao also turned shocked. The earth fire that he was almost done refining was equivalent to having a mark imprinted by him. It would have made it much easier for him to control the fire spark than Yang Zishan, but even so, it had still been snatched away by Yang Zishan. This meant that Yang Zishan's control over earth fire far surpassed his. Trying to snatch my earth fire, dream on. Mandao was a hot-tempered person, so he could not tolerate such acts. He grabbed at the earth fire that had yet to float far away. It was situated closer to Mandao, and along with him having refined it previously, his grab should in principle allow him to easily bring it back. However, at this moment, a layer of red mist emitted from Yang Zishan's palm. It was like rolling red smoke that enveloped the fire spark, segregating Mandao's nomological force from the earth fire. Following that, the earth fire in Mandao's hands seemed to gain an intelligence. It started flying towards Yang Zishan on its own accord, as though it had its own consciousness and knew how to make a choice. Fire Spirit Transmutation. Standing not far from Yang Zishan, an Earth Fire Hall disciple's eyes lit up upon seeing this scene. Many disciples who were planning on continuing mining for fire stopped at this moment to watch the struggle. Fire Spirit Transmutation was to endow flames with a little spirituality, allowing the fire to seem to possess life. This was an extremely difficult to master fire elemental law. From the looks of it, Yang Zishan's mentioning of his tiny improvement in fire elemental laws referred to fire spirit transmutation. This wasn't a tiny improvement, it was basically a qualitative leap in fire control. Once the flame possessed some spiritually, then be it controlling the flame for an attack or the manipulation of the flame, there would be nothing in comparison. Fire spirit transmutation, the bastard, Yang Zishan, sure had the skills. Mandao clenched his teeth. This form of nomological fire control far exceeded his, so it was no wonder Yang Zishan dared to snatch his fire. Having a flame that he had mostly refined snatched away made Mandao aggrieved, but what could he do? Refining earth fire in the Fire Spirit Palace was meritocratic. It was not against the rules to snatch the flames of others, and you can only blame yourself for being weak if it happened to you. However, under normal circumstances, nobody would deliberately snatch the flames of others. This was something that did not benefit oneself, but Yang Zishan and Mandao were at odds with each other, or to be precise, Elder Heaven Scorpio and Fairy Black Bamboo were at odds with each other. The factional struggles were passed down from elders to disciples. Ha, Mandao, you sure are down on your luck to meet me today. Don't think of mining any bit of fire sparks. If you are indignant about it, have a gamble fight with me. While competing with Mandao over the control of the flame, Yang Zishan was still able to distract himself by speaking. As for Mandao, he was sweating bullets, so it was immediately clear who had the upper hand.
At this moment, Yang Zishan suddenly looked at Yun Xiaoer.
The earth fire in front of her was about 60 to 70% done, and she could barely persist on.
Yang Zishan grinned and shouted, "Fire, come!"
He used his other hand and grabbed at the air, causing the earth fire in front of Yun Xiaoer to immediately be snatched by Yang Zishan.
The second earth fire also began floating towards Yang Zishan.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 796, Fire, Come. Chapter 796, Fire, Come. Ah!
Yun Xiaoer exclaimed as she widened her black eyes. She watched helplessly as she lost control of the earth fire that she had painstakingly refined. It was already flying towards Yang Zishan.
My earth fire.
Yun Xiaoer turned anxious as she hurriedly circulated her yuan qi in a bid to summon the earth fire back, but she was much weaker than Man Dao, so how could she compete with Yang Zishan?
You. Yun Xiaoer nearly became a weeping beauty.
She had just joined the Earth Fire Hall, only a few days earlier than Yun, so she had never experienced such bullying before.
The intense competition between Earth Fire Hall disciples far exceeded Yun Xiaoer's expectations. Yang Zishan. Do you still consider yourself a man after bullying a young lady?
Man Dao angrily cursed Yang Zishan, having realized he could neither control his flame nor help Yun Xiaoer.
Yang Zishan guffawed and said, Man Dao, why are you saying such retarded words? In a warrior's world, there is only the weak and strong. When has there been a consideration between men and women?
If you are weak, shut up and take a good beating. Saying such words that are no different than a shrew shouting abuse on the streets will only make people look down on you. Once Yang Zishan said this, the surrounding Earth Fire Hall disciples began to laugh heartily.
The factional battle in the Luo clan had always been intense.
Although the Luo clan knew of the situation, they ignored it and allowed this to proceed. After all, only competition gave birth to the strong.
Come over.
Yang Zishan tapped at the earth fire Yun Xiaoer refined, causing the second earth fire to also seem to have a mind of its own. The two earth fire sparks were already completely under Yang Zishan's control. He joined his hands together, merging the fire sparks together. It went from fire sparks to a small flame. This small flame slowly floated towards Yang Zishan. It was already completely out of Man Dao and Yun Xiaoer's control.
Senior brother Man Dao, Yun Xiaoer was close to tears.
She was naturally aggrieved having been bullied in such a manner. This was a flame she had painstakingly refined. There was only a short period of time the spirit of the earth fire burned at its strongest every year. Missing it would greatly affect her cultivation progress. Man Dao nearly crushed his teeth from his gritting. He hated himself for being useless. He had always treated this newly arrived junior sister as a true younger sister. He had taken care of her, hoping that she would not be bullied in the Earth Fire Hall, but now, he had implicated her.
At this moment, the small earth fire flame was already in Yang Zishan's hands. After snatching Yun Xiaoer's flame, Yang Zishan looked at Yi Yun. He said with a teasing tone, as though he was a cat playing with a mouse, this newly arrived junior brothery, aren't you going to mine for fire? Why don't you try mining a plume once?
Yang Zishan's mockery caused all the Earth Fire Hall disciples around him to burst out into laughter. His intentions were clear. With him here today, none of Fairy Black Bamboo's disciples were to mine for fire. If Yi Yun were to mine for fire, it would naturally be snatched away.
Hey new kid, mine one. Come on, do your best at mining. Do not stand on ceremony. Yang Zishan's junior brothers began booing as they poked fun at Yi Yun.
From their point of view, Yi Yun was likely worse than Yun Xiaoer, so he was naturally nothing to speak of in front of Yang Zishan. Upon seeing this situation, Yi Yun only smiled. He did not begin to mine the fire but instead said, I'll just take a look first.
There's no hurry. What? Hearing Yi Yun say such self-mocking words as though he was humiliating himself, Yang Zishan's junior brothers all laughed hysterically. This new kid sure was a wonder. It was inconceivable for him to say such words considering the circumstances. He even said that there was no hurry? Man Dao's face was already red. To be bullied this badly, he really wanted to charge up and engage in a huge battle. However, he knew that the three of them put together was no match for Yang Zishan alone. After grasping fire spirit transmutation laws, Yang Zishan enjoyed a qualitative leap over his control over earth fire. A sneer suffused on his lips as he looked at Man Dao, who was full of killing intent. You want to fight? You can choose to have a gamble fight with me. I'll give you a handicap of a hand. Yang Zishan knew that even though Man Dao was a hot-tempered and simple-minded person, Man Dao would not be stupid enough to bet with him again after having lost a gamble fight with him previously. After all, the stakes were not small, something Man Dao could not afford to lose. Hence, he deliberately provoked Man Dao by giving a hand's handicap. With this said, the surrounding Earth Fire Hall disciples around Yang Zishan immediately began to boo. This trash. Even if senior brother Zishan gives him a handicap of a hand, he would definitely not dare accept it. With just this bit of guts, if I had any say, he should just honestly go home and be a farmer. The bunch of Earth Fire Hall disciples began to sneer sarcastically. Man Dao clenched his fists tightly, causing the veins on his fists to bulge. At this moment, he was like a simmering volcano. He was feeling hate, but he could still endure it. He knew very well that after Yang Zishan gained insights into fire spirit transmutation, his strength had improved greatly. In the previous gamble fight, Man Dao became deeply aware of the differences in their strength. He had not made any significant improvements recently, so if he were to truly battle Yang Zishan, he would still likely lose despite a handicap. If he lost another match, not only would he lose all his possessions, but he would also be ridiculed by Elder Heaven Scorpio's disciples. He would be mocked for his stupidity and how he overestimated his strength. If that happened, his confidence would be destroyed. He had to bear with the humiliation he received today. He could not suffer in the future because of a fit of anger. As Man Dao was being ridiculed while Yun Shower looked pitiful, Yang Zishan was mostly done refining the earth fire in his hands. Yang Zishan was a person who liked to make his power felt. In front of his junior brothers, and in front of his enemies, he showed off with boundless enthusiasm. Hence, he spared no effort to use fire spirit transmutation laws. Although it was draining on his Yuan Qi, it also allowed him to refine the earth fire at a faster speed. In less than a minute, Man Dao and Yun Shower's earth fire was about 80% refined by him. Of course, Yang Zishan did not do it with great ease. Fire spirit transmutation was extremely draining on the body, but thankfully, as long as he refined this earth fire, the energy within it would replenish his stamina, allowing him to continue mining for fire. Noticing how things were pretty much over and that staying behind was only inviting humiliation on themselves, Man Dao gritted his teeth and said, "Let us go. Junior brother E, I'm sorry. I wanted to bring you here to mine for fire and show it to you how it is done, but we ended up meeting my enemy. Not only did I not teach you how to mine for fire, but you also can't mine it now." Man Dao sighed. Even a girl like Yun Shower was not spared by Yang Zishan, what more Yi Yun? As disciples of Fairy Black Bamboo, there was no hope for Yi Yun to mine for fire under Yang Zishan's watchful eyes. He planned to protect Yi Yun and Yun Shower, but with the way things had played out, he was truly a failure. However, Yi Yun shook his head and did not wish to leave. Instead he said, "Senior brother Man Dao, Yang Zishan's earth fire is almost done refining." Oh? After a momentary shock, he turned to look at Yang Zishan. In order to play up his ability, Yang Zishan had worked hard at using fire spirit transmutation laws, making the speed at which he refined the earth fire double, so it was nearly 90% done. Yang Zishan was about to swallow the earth fire into his stomach. Man Dao did not know why Yi Yun made such a hanging sentence. He was waiting for Yang Zishan to finish refining the earth fire? What else could they do other than watch Yang Zishan show off?
At the moment Man Dao was pondering over Yi Yun's words, Yang Zishan was done refining the earth fire. With a laugh, he opened his mouth and was about to swallow the earth fire. He did not even bother wiping the sweat from his forehead. The earth fire was already in the bag.
At this moment, a wicked smile suffused on Yi Yun's lips. He had waited so long, all for this moment. He looked straight at the earth fire that was about to be swallowed by Yang Zishan. With a thought, he interfaced his spiritual energy with the purple crystal, and targeted the plume of earth fire.
Wah! The earth fire suddenly quivered. Having been attracted by the purple crystal's power, it came to a halt immediately. At this moment, Yang Zishan's mouth had just closed, but because of the earth fire stopping, it caused him to only swallow empty air.
What?
Yang Zishan was stunned as he did not know what had happened to the earth fire. As for the other earth fire hall disciples around him, they were also momentarily stunned.
What was the profound reason behind Yang Zishan's failure at swallowing the fire?
At this moment, Yi Yun stretched out his hand and gently waved at the earth fire.
Fire, come! Phew!
With a howl, the flame in front of Yang Zishan tore through the void. It flew hastily towards Yi Yun, like a rabbit that had escaped from its cage.
Yang Zishan stared with widened eyes. What was going on?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 797, Taste of One's Own Medicine. Chapter 797, Taste of One's Own Medicine.
The earth fire flew at an astonishing speed away from Yang Zishan as he instantly lost control over it.
The turn of events alarmed Yang Zishan. He came to the Spirit Fire Hall for firemen every year in his long tenure at Earth Fire Hall, and he had done so numerous times, but he had never encountered such a situation. Regardless of how much he powered his spiritual energy, he could not stop the earth fire from escaping his grasp. Only after several seconds did the plume of earth fire gradually come to a stop. And when the earth fire stopped, it caused Yang Zishan's face to sink completely. He saw a youth garbed in clothes only newly recruited Earth Fire Hall disciples would wear. The youth had nonchalantly stretched out his palm, while the plume of earth fire stably stopped above it, burning in absolute silence. Senior brother Zishan, this.
The other Earth Fire Hall disciples were stunned. At this moment, they were able to tell that the flight of the earth fire was obviously not done deliberately by Yang Zishan. It had been stolen by that new disciple from the Black Bamboo faction. They had been cheering for Yang Zishan over his ostentatious moves, but they never expected that in a blink of an eye, before he was done flaunting his skills, he had a taste of his own medicine. Senior brother Zishan must have been careless. As the earth fire was done refining, he relaxed and lowered his spiritual control, allowing the rascal to take advantage. As a veteran in the Earth Fire Hall, Yang Zishan's talent was top class in the entire Earth Fire Hall. If not, those people would not have chosen to be his lackeys. Yang Zishan was outstanding, and had even grasped fire spirit transmutation laws. But this made it even harder for them to believe that a veteran like Yang Zishan would lose to a newcomer. Furthermore, the other person appeared to be human.
Your name is Yi Yun?
Yang Zishan stared. He had previously heard Man Dao and Yun Xiaoer mention Yi Yun's name, and originally believed that Yi Yun was Man Dao's lackey, so he did not even look at Yi Yun straight.
He never expected to fail miserably at an easy task of absorbing the earth fire at that instantaneous moment. It was true that his spiritual control was at its most relaxed state the moment he was done refining the earth fire, but even so, this kid should not have the ability to snatch the earth fire that was already in his hands. Why ask when you already know?
Yi Yun gently stretched out his index finger as the tiny flame began to burn silently above his fingertip, like any ordinary flame. At this moment, Man Dao and Yun Xiaoer, who were standing beside Yi Yun, were staring with widened eyes. Just like the other Earth Fire Hall disciples, they were watching at the tiny plume of fire burning above Yi Yun's fingertip with looks of disbelief.
Was this really a flame separated from the spirit of the earth fire? Why did it appear so obedient?
Furthermore, it was obvious that junior brother Yun came from the lower realm, so how could he have mastered such profound laws? Although they had no clue what was going on, Man Dao and Yun Xiaoer felt their pent-up anger released when they saw Yang Zishan's expression. Yang Zishan definitely never expected a newly recruited disciple to be able to snatch his earth fire.
Man Dao laughed out loudly. Yang Zishan, didn't you previously say that newly recruited junior brother should try mining a plume once?
This is the first time our newly recruited junior brother has come to the Fire Spirit Palace, and it is also his first time mining for fire. Man Dao kept repeating newly recruited junior brother and deliberately emphasized newly recruited as an attempt to figuratively smack Yang Zishan in the face.
Weren't you being awesome? But didn't you end up getting cleaned up by a newly recruited disciple?
Yun Xiaoer was also one who did not spare her words when reason was on her side.
Having been bullied to near tears, how could she pass the opportunity to ridicule? Zay, didn't all of you just tell junior brother to not stand on ceremony? Now junior brother has went according to your wishes and really didn't stand on ceremony. Shouldn't all of you be happy?
Speaking of which, why are all your faces looking so bad now?
Are you sick?
Yun Xiaoer's words were harsh to the ear, stabbing at Yang Zishan where it hurt him the most.
Yang Zishan's face turned ashen. Fine.
It's indeed true that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. To be able to rob me of my flame at the instant I finished refining my earth fire, that sure is some talent. Yang Zishan was a person who liked to make his power felt. Having suddenly smacked in the face by Yun just as he was flaunting his powers was something he found intolerable. He came from a prominent family and had outstanding talent. Even in the Earth Fire Hall, he was the center of attention. All of this was something he enjoyed greatly, but now, he had suffered in the hands of a disciple who had just come into contact with Earth Fire. At this moment in time, Yang Zishan felt 100 times more humiliated than what Man Dao and Yun Xiaoer felt moments ago.
Senior brother Zishan, show him something good. This guy only caught you by surprise, he has no abilities. Yang Zishan's lackeys immediately roared out. Yang Zishan's expression turned grim.
He knew deep down that Yun was not one to be trifled with, but he already had a tiger by the tail, so he had to persist on. He planned on using all his strength and push all his insights in fire elemental laws to the extreme.
Ha!
Yang Zishan roared out loudly as all the joints on his body produced snapping sounds. Small scales suddenly began appearing on his face, and his pupils turned spindle-shaped.
Snake! Yang Zishan's ancestor was a python that had achieved its Tao.
Furthermore, he had ancestors with fire python bloodlines, so Yang Zishan had a natural affinity with fire elemental laws.
He is transforming just like that? Man Dao was stunned. Yang Zishan was really going all out.
For Yang Zishan to transform in order to snatch earth fire from Yun, it clearly showed how powerful a rival Yun was. He could only snatch the earth fire from Yun by giving his all. He could only be appeased by doing so, or this matter would become a disgrace the rest of his life.
Ah!
A hissing sound that did not sound human at all came from Yang Zishan's thoracic cavity. His body was burning in flames as he aimed at the flame above Yun's finger and suddenly tapped.
Fire Spirit Transmutation.
A violent and dominating yuan qi surged into the earth fire floating above Yun's palm.
Who?
The flame began to dance erratically as though it had been given a spirit by Yang Zishan. Around Yang Zishan, many disciples had their eyes lit up.
It was still Fire Spirit Transmutation.
By giving the flame some spirituality, it would naturally bias itself to the person who had given it a spirit, Yang Zishan.
As for Yun, since he was young disciple that recently arrived, how could he possess fire elemental laws as profound as Fire Spirit Transmutation? Fire, come!
Yang Zishan roared as he forcefully grabbed at the fire plume in Yun's hand.
The flame began to dance violently as though it was about to fly out of Yun's grasp. Ian looked at the dancing flame as a tiny sneer suffused from his lips. Fire spirit transmutation that gives the flame a spirit? If you could truly bestow the flame life, allowing this flame to turn into Fae, then the purple crystal would be powerless against it, since the purple crystal could not control energy that possessed life. However, bestowing life was equivalent to creating an intelligent creature, so how could it be that simple? Even peerless mighty figures lacked this ability. Only the universe, with its infinite energy, could produce life over hundreds of millions of years. Now, it was just a trace of spirituality that was forcefully augmented by Yang Zishan. It was equivalent to Yang Zishan's will, so for this Yun did not care for it at all. Spiritual energy burst forth from the purple crystal. Extinguish. The hand Yun that held the earth fire suddenly made a grip. Boom! With an explosion, Yang Zishan's consciousness contained within the flame was destroyed with Yun's grip. Having his split-off consciousness wiped out, Yang Zishan grunted as his face suddenly turned pale. At this moment, Ian spread out his hand again as the earth fire plume burned silently as usual above Ian's palm. In Yang Zishan's eyes, the flames danced, as though they were mocking him. This made his expression turn extremely ugly. And beside Yang Zishan, the Earth Fire Hall disciples that had cheered on Yang Zishan were like roosters grabbed by the neck. They were lost for words. How did he do it? Yang Zishan had transformed and used fire spirit transmutation laws. It looked extremely powerful, while Yun did not seem to unleash any powerful laws, so how did he destroy Yang Zishan's fire spirit transmutation? This guy is a freak. An Earth Fire Hall disciple murmured. Despite being reluctant, he had to admit the facts. Yun had just entered the Earth Fire Hall and was already this powerful during his first fire mining. These Earth Fire Hall disciples had all experienced their first fire mining. Back then, they had to be extremely careful and had made repeated attempts. Some even failed several times before succeeding. But for Yun, not only was he mining for fire as though he was picking cotton, he had even directly snatched a plume of earth fire from Yang Zishan. It was inconceivable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 798, Fire Elemental Laws. Chapter 798, Fire Elemental Laws. At this moment, Yang Zishan's face sank so low that it appeared like a falling water droplet. Having transformed and having used fire spirit transmutation was already pushing his limits. It consumed a great deal of his Yuan Qi, and with his consciousness and will that he attached to the earth fire being wiped away, not only did Yang Zishan feel an energy deficit, but he also felt a dull pain in his mind. As for Yun, he appeared extremely relaxed. Yang Zishan hatefully looked at the fire plume in Yun's hand and knew that he had embarrassed himself greatly today. If he continued to stay here, there was no way he could win back any face, and he would even have to continue enduring Man Dao and Yun Xiao's ridicule. Yang Zishan gritted his teeth and said softly, "We won't be fire mining today. Let us go." Having said that, Yang Zishan flicked his sleeves and left. The disciples of Elder Heaven Scorpio looked at each other. They had to leave before they even began mining for fire? However, the moment they saw Yun looking at them with a faint smile that did not look like a smile, they felt their hearts jump from the wicked look he had. "Let's go. Even if we manage to mine any fire, it will be snatched by him. Senior brother Zishan can't even protect his earth fire after using fire spirit transmutation, so it will be pointless even if we tried. Waiting here stupidly will just be an embarrassment." Who knew that this newly recruited disciple would be this powerful? "Since we are inferior, sigh." These disciples shook their heads and sighed before they left. Although they could not mine for fire today, there were still 10 days left, and Yun could not be constantly here. Everyone would spend at least a few days to consolidate the results of their fire mining, so they could always come again. Fairy Black Bamboo had only become an Earth Fire Hall elder relatively recently, so she did not have many disciples under her. As for Elder Heaven Scorpio,
he was one of the elders with the largest faction and had numerous disciples under him.
The competition between warriors in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven was intense. Everything depended on strength.
As Fairy Black Bamboo's disciples were few in number, they were often marginalized and oppressed. Although Mandao had joined the Earth Fire Hall for quite a period of time, this was the first day he managed to vent his anger and be elated.
Seeing Yang Zishan and company leave in a hurry, Mandao laughed loudly from behind, scramming so quickly. What happened to all the majesty from before?
Yin Shower also laughed and said, with my junior brother Yin here, it's best you don't come to Fire Spirit Palace, or you will only make a fool of yourself.
Yin watched as Elder Heaven Scorpio's disciples left.
Before Yang Zishan took his leave, his snake-like eyes looked at him with a vicious gaze, as though he had been stared at by a poisonous snake.
Yin knew Yang Zishan hated him completely, but he did not mind. His goal was the Luo clan royal capital. Even the Heaven Fire Hall was not his goal, so an Earth Fire Hall disciple was naturally not worth his attention. In a blink of an eye, Fire Spirit Palace was half empty. The remaining Earth Fire Hall disciples did not have Elder Heaven Scorpio as their master, so although they did not leave, they were somewhat flustered as they looked at Yun. No one knew if Yun would snatch their Earth Fire from them. This was not something that could be faulted on in the Earth Fire Hall. Whoever had the strength could naturally use their strength to bully others. Yun glanced at the dancing fire plume in his palm. In the pale redness was a slightest bit of whiteness in it. Even though it was enveloped in Yuan Qi, looking at it still allowed him to sense a tremendous amount of energy contained within the tiny fire plume. It was unknown what would happen if he absorbed such a pure fire elemental energy. Yun casually sat down beside the magma pond and faced the bubbling red magma and the hot gases that surged at him. Despite the hot gases being able to bake a warrior to death, Yun appeared indifferent and at ease. He opened up his mouth and the fire plume immediately appeared like it had life in it. It immediately beelined into Yun's mouth. Seeing Yun begin to absorb his earth fire without giving them a second look, the other worried Earth Fire Hall disciples finally relaxed. From the looks of it, Yun was not a perverse tyrant. They could continue mining for fire, but even though Yun paid no attention to them, they still tacitly distanced themselves from him by retreating to another corner of the magma pond. We can continue fire mining, Mandao said to Yun Shower. They quietly sat somewhere relatively far from Yun, both as a way to stand guard for him as well as leave him a quiet space. Boom! The moment the earth fire was absorbed into his abdomen and him closing his eyes, Yun immediately felt a raging heat explode in his body. It was as though his dantian was consumed in burning flames. If he was a person who was being exposed to fire elemental laws the first time, absorbing such an earth fire plume was no different from throwing himself into a fire for grilling. Furthermore, it was a grilling that began from the organs, so it was obvious how excruciating painful it would be. This was a flame formed at the birth of a new world. It contained a trace of the world's will when it was first born. And it was this will that made the earth fire become so ferocious. When warriors absorbed the earth fire, not only would they experience a burning sensation from the earth fire's energy, but their minds would also experience the impact of the world's will. In this state of suffering, one had to remain concentrated and calm. One had to guide the earth fire to refine one's body and also meditate over this trace of will and the fire elemental laws. The absorbing of earth fire was much more difficult than fire mining. As for Yun, not only did he have a pure yang body, but he also had the purple crystal. When this heat blasted out in his body, it made him feel extremely comfortable. The earth fire's heat surged out madly from his dantian, spreading to every corner of his body. The vicious fire toxins were directly absorbed by the purple crystal, leaving behind the purest fire elemental nomological energy. Yun's meridians were repeatedly being tempered as though it was being struck by a hammer. Although he had recovered from his serious injuries from before, he still had hidden injuries left behind in his meridians. It needed gradual nourishments to be healed completely, but now, under the impact of the earth fire, all the hidden injuries in his meridians were healed.
At this moment, his meridians were like glass that had been tempered clean of its impurities. The hidden injuries disappeared as his meridians turned crystalline. Furthermore, they became increasingly tough. A fire elemental will that appeared at the birth of a world embedded itself into Yi Yun's mind. Instantly, he felt as though he was immersed in a gaseous mass that was extremely cold. Darkness surrounded him. His internals were extremely hot, but his external body was extremely cold. This extreme contrast was difficult to bear. And at this moment, it was as though his dantian could no longer withstand such a flame. The gaseous mass suddenly contracted before exploding. Extreme heat was born from extreme cold, and it filled everything with a fire cloud after the explosion. Yi Yun sensed a white light flash before his eyes as he immediately opened his eyes. It was likely a scene from the first birth of the fire cloud state. This spirit of the earth fire was that ray of extreme heat that was born in the extreme cold right from the beginning. Extreme yin gives birth to yang, extreme yang gives birth to yin. Yi Yun recalled the scene from before and immediately thought of fairy black bamboo. Fairy black bamboo clearly cultivated fire elemental laws, but her aura was icy cold. Yi Yun had a pure yang body, so he was extreme yang, but when he duo cultivated with Lin Shintong in the Great Empress Heart Sutra, what Lin Shintong gave him was extreme yin energy. By mixing and blending between pure yin and yang, they complemented each other. Yi Yun felt that the scene he just saw seemed to introduce another side of fire elemental laws to him. He was surprised to learn that absorbing a tiny fire plume had not only mended his meridians, but it had also given him new insights into fire elemental laws, astonishing Yi Yun. The spirit of the earth fire was indeed extraordinary. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 799, Yuan Opening Perfection. Chapter 799, Yuan Opening Perfection. With his pure yang body and purple crystal, Yi Yun absorbed the tiny fire plume at an extremely rapid pace. It could even be said that the bit of fire Yang Zishan had refined was not even enough for his absorption. After Yi Yun devoured all the energy in the earth fire, he felt unsatisfied. Immediately he cast his eyes on the white flame burning silently in the middle of the magma pond. Spirit of the earth fire. Before this, Yi Yun had seen how the others had mined for fire, so now, it was time for him to mine it. Yi Yun reached out his hand and made a grab. His Yuan Qi formed a claw in mid-air as it extracted a small fire plume. Typically when Yuan Qi approached the spirit of the earth fire, it would experience a terrifying energy repulsion, but with the purple crystal, Yi Yun was able to control his Yuan Qi claw with extreme precision. Yi Yun's mining of fire could only be described as easy. The earth fire he mined was much bigger than the one Yang Zishan mined from before. Others would usually only mine a tiny fire spark, but what Yi Yun mined was a fire plume the size of a pinky. Actually, Yi Yun's limit was far more than that, but one had to slowly chew during a meal. There was no need for him to swallow too much, as it would be more difficult for digestion. However, just this tiny bit of fire rendered many people speechless when they saw this. He could really devour such a powerful plume of earth fire? Before they had the time to think any further, Yi Yun opened his mouth and directly swallowed the earth fire. Without taking a break, Yi Yun immediately embarked on absorbing his second earth fire after his first. Upon seeing this, many people gulped. He swallowed it just like that? That appeared too simple, so simple as though he was just eating a peanut. It was no wonder he could snatch the earth fire from Yang Zishan. From the looks of it, this youth's affinity with fire elemental laws far exceeded others. Boom! 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 Yi Yun felt as though there was magma bubbling in his body. The bubbling heat waves blasted every corner of his body, allowing his bones and meridians to be repeatedly tempered. Boiling steam poured out of every pore on Yi Yun's body as it enveloped him within. If a warrior without sufficient strength stood beside Yi Yun, he would have been instantly vaporized by the steam. His flesh and bones would be reduced to flying ashes.
In the rolling red mist, Yi-Yun had his eyes tightly closed.
His skin exuded a redness while his meridians and blood vessels were clearly visible. Furthermore, one could clearly see the pulsing flow in Yi-Yun's vessels. During a tempering process, a blacksmith would strike a piece of a metal hundreds of times, sending sparks everywhere. And through that, a magnificent sword would slowly emerge from a red-hot piece of metal. Now, Yi-Yun was such a metal that was being tempered. His meridians were becoming tougher, and as the impurities in his blood and body were expelled with the mist, Yi-Yun felt his yuan qi becoming even purer.
Exhale, inhale.
The surrounding yuan qi was flowing without end into Yi-Yun's body before it carried on being refined by the earth fire.
The purple crystal was also helping Yi-Yun in his absorption.
An ordinary warrior could only absorb about 50% of the earth fire's energy, but Yi-Yun could even convert the fire toxins into energy, absorbing them all.
Not a single bit of this tiny cluster of flames was wasted by Yi-Yun.
Yi-Yun's breathing became slower and slower, and every breath he took was like a whale sucking in air.
He could take in a tremendous amount of yuan qi.
His bones also turned transparent like glass, as it revealed a translucent crystalline texture. The surrounding yuan qi was absorbed by Yi-Yun, leaving a vacuum behind.
Even the fire toxins in the magma pond were being absorbed by Yi-Yun. Boom!
Inside Yi-Yun's body, it was as though there was a raging river that was rumbling like thunder. Both Man Dao and Yun Xiaoer heard the noise. They opened their eyes and traced where the sound came from and finally saw a red mist lingering around Yi-Yun's body. Furthermore, the mist were constantly spinning like a cyclone.
As for Yi-Yun, he was located in the eye of the storm.
The cyclone became more and more intense that even the yuan qi from the other corners of the Fire Spirit Palace was absorbed by Yi-Yun. Those Earth Fire Hall disciples that had distanced themselves immediately opened their eyes in astonishment despite being in the midst of absorbing the earth fire. They then looked at Yi-Yun with expressions of extreme shock. What was he doing? This cyclone quickly reached dozens of feet high. If a cyclone was on a water surface, it could suck up large amounts of water to form a pillar, and was known as a waterspout. And now, with the cyclone above the magma pond, it was sucking up large amounts of magma, forming a thick magma pillar.
It looked completely shocking. At this moment, Yun Xiaoer gasped quietly, "The spirit of the earth fire." Everyone saw it.
The rapidly spinning mist was slowly approaching the spirit of the earth fire, and fire sparks from the spirit of the earth fire were constantly being absorbed into the mist.
Yi-Yun's body was like a bottomless pit. It constantly absorbed as though it was a melting pot that could absorb even more earth fire. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The other Earth Fire Hall disciples also heard the rumbling noises coming from Yi-Yun's body. Suddenly, with a loud screech, the rolling clouds dispersed as a shimmering gold figure flew out. It spread out its wings, as though it was blocking out the sky. It was a three-legged golden crow. And below the golden crow, a 9 neonate flew up from below. Its 9 heads appeared from time to time in the red mist in an extremely astounding manner.
The 2 aspect totems were also being tempered. The appearance of the aspect totems was fleeting, and suddenly, all the red mist disappeared. Yi-Yun stood up with a satisfied look. Unlike before, his skin was much more supple. His entire being gave a feeling of harmony and perfection.
Man Dao was the first to react as he looked at Yi-Yun with astonishment.
"Junior brother Yi-Yun, you are already at the Yuan opening perfection. You are almost entering the Heaven Ascension realm."
Yun Xiaoer opened her tiny mouth as she was both shocked and envious. "Junior brother Yi-Yun, you just absorbed an earth fire once and you have improved so much."
At the Yuan opening realm, every increment was not simple.
Previously, they could sense Yi-Yun's cultivation level, and although it was at the late stages of the Yuan opening realm which was closing on perfection, it still required a long period of cultivation to make that final step. But now, Yi-Yun had only mined for fire once in Fire Spirit Palace, and achieved perfection during the process of absorbing earth fire.
And from the phenomenon that appeared from before, Yun's yuan opening perfection was atypical. It was a true perfection with not a single flaw. This made people feel a sense of flawlessness and perfection in him. This is really. Man Dao's expression was as though he could not embody his feelings in a sentence. He had come to the Fire Spirit Palace numerous times, and although his strength was gradually rising, he had never experienced what Yun had done, rising to the next realm in one go just using earth fire. Sigh, it's really exasperating to compare with others. Man Dao said as he shook his head. He was a sincere and honest man by nature, but he had a lot of pride in him. However, in front of Yun, he was in full admiration. Junior brother Yun, I'm already embarrassed calling you junior brother. Yun Xiaoer looked at Yun with sparkles in her eyes. It was nothing much. I was already not far from the yuan opening perfection realm previously. And apparently I'm quite adept at absorbing earth fire, so I managed to break through in one fell swoop. Yun checked his body. The meridians that had been severed due to the spatial storms had not only fully recovered, but they had also turned as clear as crystal. Yun did not know how strong he had become and was actually yearning to fight someone in real battle to test his true strength. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.